I want you to make sure too that your encoders are set correctly, that you're on CBR. You know, you can use NVEC or X264 depending on X264 is for your CPU, NVEC is for your graphics card built-in encoder if you have NVIDIA. That's what I'm using. I do CBR rate control, 5000 bit rate right now, 0 keyframe intervals, profile high. I'm using my main GPU 0 and then max B frames too. Make sure your audio settings are the stock settings should be good for most. I run a 1080 base canvas, 720 resolution, and then I sharpen it up with the Lansco sharpen scaling 32 samples. I've shown this in some other videos, so you can also check those out there for actual bitrate settings and things like that if you're interested in it. Continuing on, this is one of the most key important things here in advanced is you can set the process priority. You can even set it on the fly. You can set it for high, above normal, normal. So there's some Windows settings you can do as well, which I'll show you. But right here, if you have it on above normal or normal works for most people, but depending on your system, like I know I'm playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare, and in Warzone right now, especially with Season 6, it's fighting for resources on my system when I'm streaming. So you may want to actually set a process in here that may help you. If this doesn't help, there's another process affinity you can check, and that's in your task manager. And if you bring up your task manager, you can go to Streamlabs OBS, and you can actually set the priority here, or you can set the affinity. The affinity means you can actually assign CPUs, logical CPU cores or threaded threads to the application to focus just on the application. I mean, you can actually set certain cores or threads to just focus on the game, and certain cores and threads to focus on Streamlabs OBS. You can this can help alleviate a lot of errors for people. Also, setting the priority for it, letting the computer know, hey, this is a really important application. Out of all the things I'm running, I want you to focus on my game and Streamlabs, or I want you two processors to focus here, and I want the rest of you to focus on the game. And that can really make a huge performance difference, stability difference, etc. I also noticed, depending on how intense your setup is in Streamlabs, mine is pretty graphical and intense, and I've got moving images and things going on all the time. You know, it can fight for RAM and other resources in your system. So make sure you got enough RAM. You know, 8 gigs is not going to cut it for me. 16 barely cuts it for me. I actually upgraded to 32 because I run a lot of different things when I'm streaming and gaming at the same time. I have a single PC setup. So this is really important for Streamlabs. Check this out. Another thing I wanted to show you was, if worst comes to worst, if you absolutely can't get it to work at all, one of the biggest fixes for me, especially after some time, you will have a lot of different images, graphics errors, like profiles. Like I'll show you right now, my Streamlabs OBS that I'm using right now to record this is loaded, man. I have like a bunch of scenes. I've got tons of stuff going on. This is what live one I use, and sometimes it gets a little overwhelming for your system depending on what kind of crazy things. I've been using mine a long time. It's kind of trashy. I need to fix it up because it's kind of taking up resources. So what I ended up actually having to do is you have some cache folders and plugin folders. And this is how I fixed a lot of issues with Warzone, was that if you go into here, first of all, make sure show hidden files and folders is on when you do this fix. Basically, we're going to uninstall Streamlabs OBS. We're going to go hunt down all the cache folders and junk that it leaves, plugins, etc. And we're going to gut that out. And that's going to allow us to do a fresh, clean install of Streamlabs and correct any ongoing issues that are also contributing.
Been there, done that, but I would like to try again.
So
it keeps fucking up every single day.
Files and folders, we probably can. You can just type it. Yeah, you can just type it. Or Google how to do it, but what you want to do is go to File Explorer option and click Show Hidden Files and Folders and Drive, and apply that and click OK, and then you will see these hidden folders. For instance, go to Users, go to your username, mine's Draco, App Data. You can see it's kind
Draco?
of
You named your name so Draco.
So go to App Data. I'm going to delete everything in roaming. These are the two folders you're really looking for here, is the Slobs client and Slobs plugin folders. I just deleted the whole things. Just get rid of them. You don't need them anymore.
Fuck names himself after Draco.
What you're really
fucking
looking for in there
Malfoy.
specifically, I believe, is the plugins folder. There's this plugins folder here and this data folder. Those are the two main ones you're really looking for here, and you want to just get rid of those. And then, so just to be safe, I gutted everything and it was fine. A reminder though, before you do this, back it up, make sure your stuff's saved in the cloud, but I would actually grab these folders and make copies of them and back them up in a different location. For instance, get both of these and copy them and just place them somewhere else on your system. When I deleted these, they were pretty big. They were like 2 to 6 gigs, 3 to 6 gigs. And there was a lot of stuff in there that no longer needed. So now they're only like 450 megabytes, as you can see on both folders, which is awesome. So there obviously was a bunch of data and junk in there that I didn't even need. Gigs and gigs of stuff you didn't need. Now my stuff's running smoother, stronger, stabler, and stabler a word, but more stable, and it's only 450 megs for both those folders. So uninstall the application, delete those folders. I'd also go into local. Lock up local low, I didn't see anything in there, but if you go into local here and look for your OBS or slob folders, just delete them. This applies to OBS as well. So, and like in here, I think there was maybe one, and I'm not even seeing it now. I might have not come back after I reinstalled the system. So check both folders. All these folders are local and roaming. Delete anything you see for OBS or slobs. And ladies, gentlemen, people, human beings, that is my 4 huge things and tips, my main tips for fixing.
It was good. He's actually trying to help people because this isn't about him or other. I'm sorry, this isn't about other people. This is about him and Streamlabs, and he fights it all the time. He fights this all the time. I'm not willing to do it. I'd rather quit I'll quit the career before I have to before I fight this program all day, every single day. I'll just quit. I will quit. It's not the people or the vocation or the time or the craziness or any of the other stuff. Fucking with a program like that, two hours every single day for the rest of my life, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, not even for 2 minutes. I won't. I can see right now. I can see what the barrier for me will be. It is not the same barrier as what everybody else has. Not famous enough. Too famous. Just perfectly famous amount that I want to be, or not rich enough. Not too rich, or not exactly how rich I should be, or whatever the fuck. All those issues that affect the other streamers and stuff, right? I don't give a flying fuck about that. To me, it's about, do I have to bang my head against Streamlabs every single day of my life? Because if that is the unsaid thing here, if that's the unspoken agreements, is that you have to bang your head against Streamlabs all your life, I don't sign up for this. I don't want this job. We're gonna give it a few more weeks, but I mean, if I have to fuck with Streamlabs every single fucking day, I will quit this. I will just stop. I don't give a flying fuck. I don't give a flying fuck. I'll go back to fucking work. I'll work some dead-end fucking cab driver job for the rest of my fucking life before I deal with Streamlabs. I'd rather get butt raped by 50 fucking football players than deal with Streamlabs every single fucking day. You understand me? One's far, far, far more distasteful to me. They're both distasteful, and I don't want to do either. But I won't handle Streamlabs every single day of my fucking life. It'll kill me. It'll kill me. You can see it right now. It'll kill me. I'd rather be poor and never talk to another person the rest of my fucking life than deal with Streamlabs every day. There's no fucking way. I mean, it's got to. I don't know why, because the first 6 months, I don't believe I changed a setting or had a problem. I don't believe so. And then suddenly I start to wind upwards and build a career. Suddenly Streamlabs is making me fuck with it every single fucking day for like 3 hours. And I think that's one of the reasons why streamer pays so much. I don't think most guys who work their crappy, cubicle jobs, getting paid pretty good, like $300,000 an hour and stuff, being day traders or whatever the fuck. The white men in the black suits. I don't think they deal with anything like having to deal with Streamlabs every single day. I don't think so. I'd rather deal with obstinate, shitty people than Streamlabs, because you can control and bully those into shape. You can't bully a program into shape. You just have to be its victim. It just butt rapes you. There's nothing you can do. You have to live by its auspices. Whether it's gonna work or not. It has nothing to do with like what words you use or how you deal with it or threatening them or controlling it or any of that stuff. Resetting it, reformatting it. It doesn't matter. You can't fix it that way. So I'd rather deal with 50 shitty people harassing me all day at my work than the Streamlabs crashing all day every single day of my fucking career. I'm not going to deal with that. I don't know why it didn't happen the first 6 months of my career either. I don't remember dealing with Streamlabs past day 13 or something. I got all my settings in the right place, and then I went a good solid 6 months without having to ever worry about it again. Now I worry about it all day, every single fucking day. What changed there? What happened? Is it because I'm paying you money now? Is that it? Just saying. I don't know what, I mean, I'm just gonna stop obsessing about it and move on. See what other videos are like this. See what other videos say about this, right? Streamlabs just, right? Well, why does Streamlabs break every single day, right? How do I stop it from crashing every single day and all this? Because it's you know, how to fix lag and FPS drops, getting started with the Streamlabs guide. Let's just watch a new. Let's rewatch the video I initially watched. How? Oh god, I can't see anything on this fucking screen. For one thing, the DPI might be why a lot of this is breaking. Did you break? No, you didn't break. I have to check all the time. Did you break? Did you break? You know? I think part of this is this one has a weird, 100%. What is the other two at? Like, I want the DPI the same on all three because it's like 150, right? 150 and 150, right? That might have been why the DPI switched across the three. That might, oh yeah, that crashed my Streamlabs. You can see it right away. Oh hey, you didn't crash though, but boy, that did affect it. I believe it dropped the frames, and ooh, yeah, not looking too good. Not looking too good. Oh. Yeah, you've been wailing on me. Yeah, that's what you've been doing. Yeah, you've been wailing on me. Yeah. Alright. In any event. So, okay, we seem to be okay. We're going to just, like, roll forward here, and I'm going to watch the original video that DPI thing might be why a lot of this is happening. Maybe that is it. We'll see, but who the fuck knows? Run as administrator, check your encoders, check your audio settings, right? I am looking for a YouTube. I want to watch that video, but we're going to do the initial video I did for setting up Streamlabs again. Yeah, this is probably.
Are you new to OBS and possibly wondering what is going on with the layouts? What are all these settings, and how do I optimize this program?
No, but I mean, I would like to make it so that you don't crash anymore and fuck up on me. Wouldn't that be nice? Is that too much to ask? You just don't crash on me every day for 2 hours? Just saying. Nothing's changed. Settings have always been the same, and for 7 months it didn't crash once. So why would those settings suddenly, you know, fuck up?
Ultimate beginner's guide, and we're gonna cover
like I don't know, 2 weeks ago, I full blown, not even like 10 days ago or something like that, I full blown erased my C drive. It wasn't just a reformat with the save the settings or any of that stuff. I full blown reformatted my C drive and lost all of my fucking settings and everything trying to fix Streamlabs. And you still fuck up. And I'm wondering if it's hardware now. It might be hardware. Don't know. Because I don't think other people deal with this like I do.
What's going on, guys? Chad here from How to Tech, the channel dedicated to helping you take your tech to the next level.
I think they do, but I don't think they have like me. I don't think they have my specific suite of problems.
Or if you've been using it for a little while and want to know what certain settings are or how to better use the program. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and play a small little clip that will show you the different timestamps for the information that we cover in certain sections, and feel free to check the description as well as the timestamps and jump around to whatever part of the videos that this video that you find interesting for yourself. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into
it. Did you burn a cooldown? Let's go.
All right, guys, so getting started with basic OBS information, and that is, you know, what version and iteration of OBS we're using. So we're using vanilla OBS version 25.0.8. There are obviously other version numbers of vanilla OBS, and there's also different iterations such as Streamlabs OBS and Stream Elements OBS. Pretty much they're fairly similar, and the settings that we're going to be covering today are pretty much identical throughout those. They might just look slightly different, or maybe referenced in a slightly different way. But for the most part, everything that you learn here should apply and cross over into those programs, which is great. So
But what's
another
the
thing
best
is,
program?
what is OBS used for? It's used for recording and streaming. And yeah, that's pretty much the basic information for OBS. Let's go ahead and move into some of the other categories. One of the main things that you need to be familiar with inside of OBS is the layout of what all is going on here. So this, for example, is your current scene that is selected, and we have scenes over here down in the bottom left-hand corner. And scenes are similar to like pages on a website. And inside of those pages or scenes, we need content, and that's where sources come in. So sources kind of, you know, those could be images, webcams, display captures, video game captures, and stuff like that. And then our next part is our audio mixer, and this is where all the audio gets mixed down, and there's some advanced settings that we'll look at in a little bit inside of there. Scene transitions, this just lets us select which transition we want to use, and even lets us use our own. Check out the card on the screen to watch our video on 100 free OBS transitions that you guys can get. Costs no money whatsoever and is free to download. Super awesome that we have that. And then the last is our controls section. This allows us to start streams in them, start recordings in them, use a replay buffer, and you might not see that right away, but we'll check out that setting in a little bit and show you where to enable that. Get to studio mode and then into our settings, and then also exit the program. All right, so before we get into all of the different setting menus that we're going to go through and pick apart piece by piece, I want to mention profiles. Profiles are used to save settings inside of the settings menu. This is extremely useful if you need different settings for recording or streaming, or if you plan on using multiple accounts and you don't want to have to go back in and adjust, you know, to have the settings for one Twitch account, a second Twitch account, a third Twitch account, a YouTube account, all those kind of things, or if you plan on streaming or recording in different bit rates and file sizes and things like that, and this saves you tons of time. All you would do is click on profile, create new profiles, and then like I said, you can rename them, and whatever settings you make for that profile is specific to that one, and then you can create a new profile and then do other settings inside of those. Like I said, extremely useful if you plan on doing multiple accounts or just need a use case of where you don't want to have to mess with those settings over and over again. So without further ado, let's jump into the settings. To do so, we can click on the settings right here in the bottom right hand corner, or we can go to File and then Settings. Either one should work for you, and we're going to be looking at our general settings first. So most of these settings are self-explanatory. If you would prefer to change like the language or the theme, you can do so here, and then automatically check for updates and stuff and open up stats and things like that. But most of these things people aren't really going to need, and they're, like I said, they're pretty self-explanatory, and you can go through here and see if any of these are applicable to anything that you want to use. For the sake of this tutorial, we're not going to go through every single one of these settings because these are pretty much, like I said, for this the third time, pretty much self-explanatory. So let's go ahead and move on to the video settings. Kind of skipping over the general settings, this right here is where I
popping
tend
all
to
these
start
crazy
whenever I'm setting up
goals.
OBS
It's weird
on a computer
that I
for
don't
the
believe I
first
even
time.
accepted, but okay.
The first thing you want to mess with is the base canvas resolution. This should be set to the resolution of the native resolution that is of your monitor. So if you have a 1080p monitor, set it to 1080p. If you got a 1440p, set it to 1440p. 4K, set it to 4K. This is just dictating or trying to pull off of what your monitor is set to. The next setting, which is the output scaled resolution, this should be set to the resolution that you either wish to record or stream at. So for example, if I wanted to stream in 720p or record in 720p, I would just click on the drop down button here, and then I would change this to 1280 by 720. If I wanted to stay at 1080p, I would just leave this at 1080p, and that's going to go ahead and let us record the stream at 1080p. The downscale filter is the method that OBS uses to convert the output resolution. So for instance, if we change this from, you know, the monitor is set to 1080p and we wanted to change it to 720p, we can set that here. I would do some research if you guys are interested in trying to find out which downscale filter is best for you, because certain ones are better for static images and stuff on screen, say for example like a PowerPoint or a presentation, and then other ones are really good for live action moving stuff, and other ones are better for like gaming and things like that. So find out which downscale filter works best for you. And the next
Did you
part
really just
is
do
the
that?
last part. Inside
I hit
the video
high,
settings
just
is
reset.
FPS values.
Jesus
I tend to leave it on
Christ,
common FPS values,
Fucking
and
dumb.
if you are streaming or recording, I like 30 or 60. If you're doing any kind of cinematic work and you need these other resolutions in here, they are already pretty much in here. I don't know of any other resolutions or frame rate people might be looking to record or stream at. Maybe if you want to go really high
76,
frame rate
31,
over
not bad.
60, you could do that in here with the integer FPS value. But for everybody else, I would suggest 30 or 60 depending on which you plan on recording or streaming at. The next
I'll
thing to
take
look at
110
is
for our
audio.
night,
When it comes to the
absolutely.
general settings, I normally suggest
go do the
leaving
stone.
everything alone if you're not familiar with sample rate and the different types of audio channels. However, if you are experiencing some issues with the audio, the sample rate may be causing that. So look into what your devices like natively support for sample rate, but pretty much everything by default in Windows, not everything, but most everything defaults to 44.1 kilohertz. And if you have issues with it, like I said, go ahead and look at that. Channels, if you're not certain what those are, stereo is pretty typical for everybody. And I don't know really anybody who's doing surround sound inside of OBS, but it's definitely something you have the option to do. And then there's also mono, but for the most part, 44.1 in stereo works for pretty much everybody. Next up is the audio devices. The first two options are for desktop audio. This is where you would typically hear audio from, for example, like your headphones or speakers. You would set this if you wanted people to hear what you hear, for example, whenever you're streaming. The other options are for microphones or auxiliary inputs. This is for devices that you would use to typically talk to people. So for example, like a dedicated microphone or a microphone that's built into your headset, you would select those here. I'm not too certain what the meters are typically used for, so I'm not going to act like I know what those are. And then moving down to advanced monitoring devices. Monitoring devices used for testing audio levels inside of OBS or just hearing back what is being played. And this is great if you're trying to use it to balance multiple audio channels at once. So if you had
I
like
love this sword.
3 or 4 microphones inputted into OBS, this would give you a good understanding, and you could hear back of what all the audio sounds like kind of meshed together, and you could adjust those as needed. The last section in here is audio hotkeys, and you can enable push to mute and push to talk for your specific microphones. So this is a really cool feature that you can go ahead and do, and then you can even add a delay in for those push to talks or push to mutes. Moving over to the streaming settings, this is where you would go ahead and configure a stream. All you have to do is click on a service and then select your service from a drop-down menu. So for example, if we select something like YouTube, it's going to ask for a stream key. Click on this right here. It'll take you directly to where you need to get your stream key from, and go ahead and copy and paste it in here. I want to state that if you have a stream key, do not share it with anybody.
Is
because
Streamlabs
if they get
running?
your stream
Yeah,
key,
okay,
they
good.
can stream to your channel.
Hi,
and
guys.
it does not
Good morning, by
require
the way. I
somebody
fucking
to
love
really
you!
It's very critical to
Sorry,
not
just
show that to
distracted doing
anybody.
auctions and stuff.
Some
Yeah.
sites now like
Good morning,
Twitch
I love you!
and I believe Mixer offer just connecting your account directly.
I'm
which
learning
is
how to keep
pretty easy to
Streamlabs
do.
running
You just
because
click
apparently I
connect
don't
account, it
know.
would pop
Even
up
though
on screen.
I've spent about 100 hours of my life just messing with it. Apparently I don't know Streamlabs well enough. 100 hours wasn't good enough. I've got to have 3,000 hours in Streamlabs before I'm considered to be a veteran or something, because the program's a piece of fucking living shit. So I hope you guys enjoy what you're seeing here, because it takes a lot of work. One of the reasons why they don't talk about streamers like making that much money and all that is because it actually is a lot of work. You got to spend probably more time doing this than you do like a real life job. You got to do like fiddle fucking programs all day, and it really sucks. It actually is not my favorite thing to do, fiddling with programs, you know. So anyways, back to the new world and the video.
Screen to go ahead and sign into your account, and then it'll give you access to start streaming to that platform. The output section is where we can adjust settings.
Everything's
for
like
recording and
devalued to
streaming.
10
At the top, we
gold.
get
It's
two
hilarious, which
options
I don't
for
mind. I
output
think that's
modes. One
actually
of those is simple,
fairly
and the other
good. I
one
think that's
is
a good
advanced.
thing. See, I
As you can see
devalued
here,
everything.
there are a lot
Also,
more.
I came up with this 10 gold idea, by the way. It might look like I didn't, but I did. I set the precedence on my old server, which was, Akumea, and then this one, which I don't even remember the name of this fucking server anymore. What is this one? It's like Eniad, I think. Eniad. And I came, wherever I went on any server, I just posted all my blues and purples at 10 gold, and I was the only one making sales. And guess what you see now? On every gold and every blue, the people begin to realize you can't get any money for these, and why would you? Nobody wants to buy these. They're not legendary, especially up here at this high eye level of 500 and stuff. Why would you want to buy this? You're not gonna buy this. If you are, you're just hitting 60. That's it. There's no market for these fucking weapons because they want to go from 59 to 60. They're thinking 59 purples to 60 epic, or I'm sorry, the 59 epics to 60 legendaries, right? So nobody buys these crappy 599 or I'm sorry 501. These 501, like nobody buys these 501 purples. So yeah, you do sell them for 10. It seems offensive to sell them that low, but I mean you do sell them that low. Look, it is competitive even almost to the copper, but it should be because these pieces of crap loot, they're not good for anything except recycle. Pretty much. Like, if you want an epic for 7 gold or whatever so that you can recycle it for repair mats, buy my weapons, right? Buy my weapons for disenchant. Because that's the reality. That's how WoW was, and this is how this is. And I already set that. I did this. I set the market on BOE blues and purples. Me, motherfucker. Nobody else. I know because I was the only one doing it. I was the only one doing it. All the rest of them were asking 1, 2, 300 gold and making no sales for 2 weeks straight, wondering why they were so broke and stuff. And I just posted all 700 blues and purples that I got for between 10 and 30 gold a piece, especially the purples, especially when the server was new, fresh, and all that stuff, right? And some for like 30 gold a piece and stuff. And I walked away with a cool, like, I don't know, 45,000 gold or something like that. It's not that, it doesn't seem like that much, but it does add out that much because after 3 or 4 sales of purples, you have 100 gold, 120 gold up for purple sales. And you count up how many you pull in. It's like 600 or 700 or something between 1 and 620 eye level at 60. You pull in like between 600 or 700 purples and blues. If you sell all of those at 100 gold, how rich are you, right? And I see that side of it. But those guys don't make sales, and if they do, it's very sparse, right? So for every 30 sales that I make at 10G, they maybe make 1 sale at 100, So I get more money in the end, and I don't have to worry about inventory, and I don't hoard all this loot. I just sell it back out again for fucking 15. If they think that's what the Reveler coat's worth, then that's what I'll take. But I mean, like, that's higher than I would normally ask because these pieces of shit loot, who's buying it? You got to ask yourself. It's that logic thing. Who's buying this piece of shit loot? Only poor kids who are like 59 and they're coming up and they got to buy gems. They just hit brilliant, so they've got to buy brilliant cut gems, which are like between 300 and 600 a piece, and they had to buy 7 of them, something like 7 times. So you got to do the math on that. 7 gems at 300 a pop at the cheapest is 2,100 gold. But they've got to do that 7 or 8 times over the 7 or 8 sets that they wear between the levels 52 and like 60 and 620 eye level. So they're gonna spend like 40,000 gold on fucking gems and stuff like that. And so this is why you can't get any money for because if the jewel craft trade wants to make their big bucks or whatever, somebody's got to lose money, and it's the BOE epic. It's the BOE epic trade. I would say the BOE rare, the BOE epic trade got reduced down to like 10, which I'm absolutely fine with because those poor kids who are broke from gems, they should get gear for 10 gold. They should, because they have to blow. And so how I fight the jewel crafters is I don't fight them, but I just make it possible for people to actually level. Call it a greater fool syndrome. I've got it pretty bad. I've got a greater fool syndrome. I look at these leveling prices up at like 300 or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, well, nobody can level at those prices. Nobody can buy gear at that price. Nobody can move forward. Nobody can get a piece that they want anyways. And how is that a fun game at that point? So I just sell all my shit for 10 gold. The rest of the server copies me because I'm the only one making sales, and they begin to realize that my slow 600 over my 60 sales is a lot better than their slow 6 sales that takes them 2 weeks at 100 a pop and only sell 6 out of their 600 items that they posted. It'd take a wash on the auction house deposits on the money that they put in before they put the item on market. So, this is a thing, like, this is me, like my name used to be Catalyst, I'm saying Catalysta. Because I always play female characters. They call me Catalysta. They call me Cat because they don't want to call me Catalysta. It's a girl's name. They call me Cat, but they know why I'm called Catalysta, though. It's because I won't stare at man-ass all day. I like women. I'm straight, whatever. It doesn't matter, but, like, I don't want to stare at man-ass all day. I'm not gay. So, like, straight up, I don't want to see a man's ass all day. I really don't. I understand that you guys do, and you want to roleplay being a male. I'm already a male. I don't need a roleplay being a fucking male. I want to roleplay being a fucking female and look at a lady's rear end all day, because that's what I like looking at. So whatever. So I always pick female characters. I've never picked a male character unless I was dating a girl who wanted me to play a male character. That was it. So, so like so we had the end, the feminine A at the end of the catalyst, because I was the catalyst wherever I went. I set the markets, I set the people against each other and all this, and I tend to set markets, you know what I'm saying? Now, I don't do it all the time, but when I'm there participating in the market, I do it. I don't do it all the time. Like, you might come back here after 4 months, and after my influence is gone, these prices will all go back up to like 20 to 30. But because of my influence, these are down at like 4 gold, and they should be. Fuck you guys who wanna fuck levelers. Levelers don't have any money. You're fucking stupid. They don't have 50 grand sitting around. They really don't. So, like, why would you guys fuck them for 300 gold on an epic? Because look at that. That math is not too good. So they've got to buy like 7 to 10 sets between, I mean, I'm repeating myself, but they got to buy 7 to 10 sets between 52 and 60 and 620 eye level. So like at 2100 gold, at 300 a pop, it's 7 items a set. That's, you do the math on that. That's 2100 gold for just a set. It's 2100 gold for the fucking gems. You guys are obsessed with 2100 gold or something because you always ask for 300 gold for everything. That's what you think everything is worth, 300 gold. You're fucking retarded. Nothing's worth 300 gold. Not even those legendaries. Not with the amount of supply that we have. Those legendaries are not worth 300 fucking gold. They're worth like 175 or something like that. But instead, you're charging between 2,000 and 5,000 for them because it's the start of the server. I get it, but I also don't because it fucks everybody. So fuck them. A greater fool dropped that legendary for fucking 100 gold. I don't give a flying fuck if everybody else is selling it for 5,500. I want my 100 gold right now, and I didn't have that legendary yesterday, so I don't give a flying fuck about that. And I'm the one who sits around on 8,000 liquid with no problem, full stacked everything. I mean, I haven't bought legendary armors yet because it's inappropriate. I have to do all the gypsum grind anyways, but I did buy my weapons, Like, no problem. I'm still sitting on 10 grand, and I don't do shit. Like, I don't buy anything, and I'm still sitting on 10 grand. That'll eventually be 100 and then 300 grand and stuff. This is how you crack auctions. Dominate wherever you go. Be the catalyst wherever you step. Be the greater fool and change everybody and everything around you for the positive. This is how you actually do it on the day-to-day in an MMO culture. But you can't be greedy about it. You can't think, how am I going to benefit from this? It doesn't enter into that. If you're bad, you need the money. If you're good, you don't. So if you don't need the money, then you don't charge. And if you don't charge, you fix the server. If you fix the server, there's more people to play with. There's more money to be made. There's better sales on the auction house due to the sheer flood of people. And the game becomes popular, and you have a lifestyle then, and you're happy, and you weren't hunting for games anymore. I'll teach you how to turn pricing on the auction house into a gross happiness index for your GP. Your GHI, the gross happiness index for your GPHI, your gross personal happiness index, right? Your GPHI, how you can turn pricing of the auction house items that you sell into personal GPHI index, which is personal happiness index, the PHI, right? And so, and I care about that a lot. It has to do with quality of life, what the prices of things are, how crazy people treat each other, and all this other stuff. And so I'm on a mission to civilize everybody here. I can hear them overcharging everybody right now. These are the guys doing it. You can hear them doing it. You can see them doing it. They're all 60. They're all bored. They're sitting on there. They're overcharging everybody. That's their fucking game. I can smell them doing it. They stink. You stink of good fortune, stranger. I would like to fight you on the battlefield of trade. I will offer a better deal than you. And all this other crap, because you can smell it. You can smell them overcharging people. It stinks that bad. That kind of shit. You want to know how I know? It's easy enough. You go to buy, and you go search, right? And you sort by price. And here we have a schematic for a gold and steel storage chest going for $299,999, which is the gold cap. Because he knows what he has. Good for him, though. I will say that is not too bad, but I mean it's bad. $250,000 for what he thinks is a trifecta greatsword, which has Angry Earthbane, Vicious, and Keenly Empowered. But I mean, he's retarded. They're trolling. There's about 10 trolls here. They think they have things, but they don't. Freedom, blah blah blah. It's good. It's got trifecta stats, but it's not 250,000 good. None of them, so then we have retarded weapons up at the top that we ignore because they're just outliers. They have nothing to do with the reality. When we get down to the real market, and you can tell the real market because suddenly the pages start to roll on, right? The pages start to roll on. So right, we're still not at the real market yet because, wait, up. The pages are rolling on now. They're kind of rolling on now. Like, so... Still not, though. We're still, you gotta go a little while, but sooner or later you're gonna see the real market here, and it's just gonna roll. It's gonna roll on. See it? Do you see it? I'm very good at this. Do you see it? I'm very good at this. It just rolls on. See, it just rolls on. So the real market right now is at 10,000 gold, which is... basically a war crime against the levelers, not the levelers, but the people who are trying to establish themselves. This is essentially, and some of this stuff, of course, is not a war crime. Like that engineer hat, that's not a war crime. That should be that much money. But that's war crimes right there. That's essentially war crimes on your own server, trying to war profiteer off of people who are gonna have to pay you, right? And that's not too good for your community. I'll call it how I see it. It's essentially misappropriation. It's the same bullshit that you see in real life. If you starve the people at the home level, they're never going to give you national fucking results. They're just going to give you home results. If you starve them at the grocery market level and the gasoline level, they're never going to give you good results. They're going to struggle to get out the fucking door. And you goddamn wolves... charging your goddamn door prices in the gated communities down there at the $10,000 mark for all the gasoline and all that fucking crazy shit. Y'all can go fuck yourselves. I'm sick of you ruining my fucking market. I'm sick of what you're doing to America. I'm sick of what you're doing to the fucking world. And I'm sick of what you're doing to my New World and in my Amazon marketplaces. I don't like how you just slap a $10,000 fucking price tag on a barrel of oil. I don't like what you do to the world. And I'll fight you. I'll call it how I see it. Your pricing, it needs to be... I saw a beautiful word for it yesterday. It is... the proper word would be oversight. But it's not just oversight. It is fair use. Your fair pricing, right? It needs to be a national law. The prices need to be fair. If people can't pay them, they're not fucking fair. I don't care how elitist it is. Like, even diamonds. I don't give a fuck how elitist it is. If diamonds are too expensive for anybody to buy, what's the fucking point then? People just accrue them, until there's like a whole diamond store full of them that aren't being fucking sold. And that's ridiculous. Men need diamonds to give to their fucking wives. I've never understood this. We need diamonds for running computers and stuff like that. And diamonds should never be more than $15,000, something like that. Instead, it's 15 million to 150 million or whatever. 150,000, 1.5 million, 15 million, 150 million. Diamonds are fucking crazy off the hook, and we need them. they are actually a part of our, you know, and they're rare, but they don't grow on trees, and I get it. But also the pricing of it is so off the hook, ridiculous, unrealistic that no sales get made, and that's kind of a tragic thing, especially when you involve something like a tradition of marriage. It's scandalous. It's destructive of our community. It's bad for the planet. It's bad for the blood diamond bullshit. It's bad for everybody. You're overpriced. You're dope, and, you know, to quote Yellow Wolf, you're dope and your alcohol. Fuck them, because that shit is overpriced. Fuck your dope and your alcohol, because the shit's too overpriced. I'll go make my own. I'll go grow my own dope, fucking, you know, distill my own alcohol, and I'll like hunt for my own diamonds and gold. Because fuck you guys, your prices are too goddamn fucking crazy that it just can't function. And then I wonder why are you, like, you know, and here's where this thought goes. I'll tell you, because I've been thinking it for like 3 years and stuff. Why should you be able to feed your children doing that? It's another nasty ass way. I have an uglier word for it. Misappropriation, right? Misappropriation. That's the word for it. That's what it is. So I have an uglier word for it, right? And I'm gonna call it how it is. You know, another word for misappropriation is. Oh, I lost my train of thought. I lost what I was thinking. But I mean, you know, I had a phrase for it, but I lost it. I'm terribly sorry. My brain's not too good after marijuana fall down, boom boom. Marijuana fall down, boom boom. You know, my brain not too good after the brain damage. Brain damage. It's probably brain damage. It's brain damage. You know. But anyways. So then we sold all our weapons, right? Yeah, we sold all of our weapons. We sold all of our armor. Our inventory is looking decent, though I must deposit. And we will leave this town after playing a song. What's the name of that song? It's like... Path Less Traveled, I'm fairly sure. So I need to make sure that I have the Path Less Traveled, which I don't know. Do I own this? The Path Less Travel, right? The first one. Do I know this one? Click Learn to unlock. I believe I do need that one, but why are you charging $3,000 for that? That's drums music. Path Less Traveled. Path Less Traveled. Okay. Path Less Traveled, and that is the upright bass, but I don't see it, so okay, we're just gonna play a song. I don't care. I can't believe I lost that good thought. I had a really good phraseology for it. It's not just misappropriation, it's essentially the destruction of your fellow man or some such, but that's not what I thought. I had a better thought than that. Before the Storm, Courage of the Keys, Honey Biscuits, Midnight Harmony, Morning Shores, Path Less Traveled. Let's do the guitar of the decidedly dexterous of the expert. We're going to drop my chair so I'm in a chill position and I can do this concerted mini game that's tricky and get better desirable results than, you know, what I normally get. And here we go. Ready. Start the performance, please. Start the performance, please. Start the performance. on, tip me. Tip, 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 tip. Everybody tip. Tip, 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 tip. No tip. That's okay. No one needs the buffer. That's okay. It's okay. So we empty? Yeah, we empty. And then we go, we outcha. We outcha, cause we outcha. Oh man. I kind of need to hear like 10 seconds of a song. I doubt I'll get a DMCA for that, you know. You know, cause we outcha. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna do 10 seconds of bass to it. Little Wang. Yeah. Play the fucking best, yeah. Yeah. From the bottom, and I'm grinding. I wake up every morning looking for commas on my dollars. I'm going all out, and that's on my mama. On my mama. And I won't even play the hook because I'm not trying to get a DMCA, you know, 10 seconds of that shit. I'm not trying to get a DMCA. Not trying to. Anyways. We go all the way over there and we do those two quests, which is not fun. That is not a fun place. That's okay. We'll go through there and we'll slaughter everything there. Oh, wait. I have business here, which is why I came here. Not you, but that thing. Grab that. Gypsum Greatsword. I got 3 orbs. Not bad. Gypsum Greatsword. Sweet. And there we go. Life Menda Staff. Life Staff. And then we buy the necklace. Amulet. And, yeah. And then we outcha. Getting out of here. I like how it's upgrading my gear very, very slowly. It's like, yeah, slow. So, okay, and then, so what do we do? We go look at what you dropped me, which is a improvement on a necklace. Yeah, good. Not an improvement on a life staff, so, but in a BOP, so we drop it. BOP, so we drop it, and forward. 526 amulet, and an improvement on my weapons, which is good. Every day, we try to get 3 gypsum orbs. I don't give a flying fuck about, you know, about getting 10 a day or whatever the fuck they're on about, you know. I'm just trying to have fun, and I'm gonna do what I think is fun, and I'm gonna, you know, fun per second, bitch. It's not friends per second, it's fun per second, you know. Friends per second's good too, though. I like me some skill up and some whatever the fuck other people are on that. So please take me where I need to go instead of telling me no. Thank you. You know I'm standing in town. I'm gonna keep this video going.
More settings in advanced, and for this video, we're just
I don't know, this is kind of boring to me. I'm gonna turn the Baroque on, and I'm just gonna tune out. Yeah. Oh, loud. Wait, no. Oh, loud. Yeah, we're gonna drop it down a little bit. Alright, let's go fight. And then, so I need buffs, which would be you. Oh, did I drop all my food? I dropped all my food. No, I need that food. Actually, I don't know. I don't even know if I have any food left, really. Do I have any food left? I don't know. I have strength buff. I need to buy the best strength buff food because that's a thing. That definitely makes my time easier. So we're gonna like go recall to win one last time. Man, I spent half an hour in motherfucking Everfall. Time just flows on by when you're having fun. Let me tell you. Jesus fucking Christ. Time just pew! On a 9 a.m. on a Tuesday, spent half an hour in Everfall for no good reason. You know, like, why? There's so much time. For what? To sit around Everfall and sell items? Come on, man. It's not too good. Now, oh wait, I don't want to buy food necessarily if I have strength food, but I don't think I have strength food. Let's see. Attribute food, right? Bad. It's good, but it's not what I want. It's good. That's probably, yeah. The tier 4 venison roast was what I was missing. Yeah, we bring that, and that's good enough. Take me back to the sands, and we'll go fight this. So we go blah blah blah. Fast travel. Oh no, I do have another trip through. I do have another trip. Shit. Yeah. So fast travel. Wait, are you sitting on gypsum? Just curious. Are you sitting on gypsum? I don't think you are. No, you're not sitting on gypsum. I don't think. Yeah, I don't believe so. Anyways. So. Now, I am trying to fast travel. That guy's pink eyes with the beard was kind of creeping me out because it was a female model. It wasn't creeping me out; it was just abnormal, you know. Stuck out. it was like a lady with a beard and pink eyes. It's very weird. It's not the gender thing, just how weird the fucking character model, how jagged and offset the character model actually was to the norm. You know, none of it's bad. I was just saying that. You know, it was so different that it actually bothered me. I was like, what? Whoa. Pink eyes and a beard on a lady. Like, really fucking weird. But I mean, yeah, all this character creation stuff has become a trope. I'm sort of sick of any character that I can create, which is sort of weird. It's kind of funny when it gets the opposite direction of that, where the freedom has gotten boring to you, and you kind of want a confine of a class that they made. I think because they're probably better at it than you. I don't know. They're probably not better at it than me. They're just different. They have visions of what a good character probably looks like, and I don't. You know, I know what looks good to me. What's that fucking sound? See, in the background, you're off there stealing my stone, and now it's my stone. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna go take that guy's stone. We'll kill this armadillo. I like armadillos. Yeah, armadillos are good meat and good skinning. Yeah, scary eye. Yeah, I mean, these... Oh, briars worth a lot, yeah. Fucking briar. Briar's worth a fuck ton, yeah. Get that briar. That briar's worth its weight in gold. There we go. Okay. There's a lot of stone around here. I think he's right to hit it, because I see a lot of it. Damn, I one-shot that. I one-shot that bitch. So what food... Oh, yeah. So I have... Right now I have... health food, but I need... Oh, I put my fucking food away. Oh, my God. Fine, just go fighting, then. Man, I keep putting my food away. It's so annoying. It doesn't weigh anything. What doesn't fucking matter. Let's go back to Everfall now. Let's kill some shit. Let's kill some shite. Kill some shite. Oh, ooh, briar. Yeah. Well, that's a briar. Give me that. That's a briar, too. Briar is good. Briar is straight up gold. Very good for furnishing. Thorny vines. Damn, I cracked his shield like that first hit. Funny. Yep. Oh, did it again. Oh. Sorry. Oh, big hit. Oh, big hit. Damn, point blank bow, huh? Captain Blackwolf. That sword looks so cool. That great sword looks so cool. I want that. What's the name of that? H. Can I look at him? No. No, I can't. Thank you. Alright, search for and defeat Lamplighter. Oh wait, no, I'm not done here. I'm not done here. I don't know where this guy is. Where the fuck is this guy? What? Where the fuck is that guy? That's not This guy's underneath, I guess. He must be underneath, yeah. Oh, what's that? Yeah, look at that. Oh, is that him? Wait. That must be him. That is him. Or something. That's something. Let's go look. Oh, that's nothing. God damn it. Wasted nothing. Go back in, but I want on the base. Like, this is the base, though. I don't think there's, I don't know if there's a basement, but I don't know how the fuck to get there, though. I suppose I should have read that, but I'm not gonna read that. Just gonna stumble around here and kill everything over and over again. Alright, so... You want me to go in the basement somewhere... I think. Oh, descends into a hidden chamber at night. Descends into a hidden chamber. Reload stone, yeah. Maybe it's over here. Maybe that was him. Radiant Reaver. wisdom of the word is day. Okay. Wire weave off that fucking scorpion. And wire weave off that scorpion. This dungeon was really good. Thanks, y'all. I've been putting furniture in here, right? Can we decorate? make my way to Creekwater because I've never been there before. Plus, I have something to do right there, which is Covenant initiation. Oh, no Covenant initiation. No. Yeah, we'll go back and we'll turn it. Zhongzhaling. It's so good the Streamlabs is working. It's so good. It's so good. Please work all day. I would really like you to not fuck with me today. It'd be so nice if you just worked all day. You know? Why would you be able to work some of the time? That's not how software works. Whatever. Lee's musket. Yeah, I'm sure it's good. I mean, yeah, it looks good. We're done. We're gonna go turn in that one. Yeah, I didn't really want to trek through the dungeon again. Thousand Umbral Shards, nice. So now, good. We have a Northern Jaunt. I didn't even play WoW yesterday. I had to get all the way through Pentiment. Pentiments. It's a very long game if you don't know how to play it. You've never played it before. I mean, it's just like if you listen to all the dialogue, it's so long. And I'm now through to chapter 3. What's his name is dead. Andreas is dead. And now it's the little girl. I really thought it was going to be his apprentice. It's the little girl. It's so weird. The little girl that he saved. Or, it wasn't that he saved her. He took care of her when she was sick. And, I kind of want to know the rest of the story in Pentiment. Probably play Pentiment all day. That's sort of weird, but I don't care. I frankly don't care. Oh. Wah! Wah! Do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, alright. Okay, all three of those missed, huh? That's cool. That's really good design there. Really fun. Point blank, missed him. It's so good. This month, I'm waiting 6 days until WoW Dragonflight. I'm going to play WoW Dragonflight all month. And probably New World, too. I don't give a fuck. I'm not in a rush for WoW Dragonflight, you know? It's weird to be... this is the first time in my whole life I've never been in a rush for an expansion. And I'm going to absorb every little bit of content. I've never been a fatty to sit around and absorb the content like that. But I'm a fatty now, apparently. So I'm going to sit around and absorb all the fucking content like some fatty lore master fucking seeker, fatty seeker lore master. And sit around and, salty, fatty seeker lore master and do everything in Dragonflight and then leave, right? So, I'm not in a rush. I probably will play like New World for 2 or 3 hours every day. I don't really care. It just, I mean, probably not the first week of Dragonflight, but after that, I'm probably just gonna like go back to New World and maybe some solo hardcore rest and stuff. EVE Online. Ooh, and then eventually on December 21st, we have our first inaugural day one launch of private FFXI server Horizon. Like, I always thought I would dedicate to Wings, and I'm gonna dedicate to Wings, but I would say that it doesn't matter to me what server or what level I am. I'm gonna enjoy it. I don't care. And I'll restart. I don't give a flying fuck. I've restarted all these games so many times that the start of MMOs don't bother me. It's always some hump that takes about 3 weeks. It's not that much. It's kind of like day camp or something like that. You go to summer camp for 3 weeks, and right when it's feeling like it's too long, you've been there too long, you're kind of sick of all the problems with the people, and you're like, and you really have a crush on the girl, but she won't kiss you, so you just want to get away from her or whatever. And that's how I feel about these MMOs. Like, it's like the gated gameplay steps in about week 3, something like that, and there's all these other new games coming. So I'll do, for about 4 weeks, I'll do Dragonflight Solid for a week, and then I'll probably start playing New World about half the day, and New WoW for the next 3 weeks past that. And around December 21st, Horizon FFXI hits, and that's going to be amazing. A fresh start FFXI server. I've done it before twice, and it's fairly fun to set your own prices and do your own shit on the auction house and do your own professions, because there's none on the market. And I just would really like that. And I think that would be fun. I think I'll I want fire crystals so I can burn copper ingots and make copper hairpins and such to sell to all the people, and then eventually go fishing and do silver rings and such, and stick to silver and just dominate the silver market on Horizon for I don't know, however long I can stand to do that. And I might level a bard and try to get to 75 really fucking fast, because I know how to do bard. I mean, I know how to get it. I mean, first place I'll go is bard. I'll probably go bard, and I'll just I'll get a party. People are come to my party and yep, and I'll be like, all right. I'll level a bard to 75. Leveling bard to 75 is so fucking easy, I'll get out there and I'll pull, I'll pull for some, hours and stuff. I'll put dance EM emotes. I'll put a dance emote on my fucking my music macros. Talk about gear swap macros. I want dance emote macros. So dope. And on my gear swap macro for Bard. And I love being hypocritical. It's just Bard actually needs gear swap. It's the only one that actually needs it. Anyways, I got totally sidetracked picking some bushes and stuff. It's kind of funny. Let's get out of here. I've been definitely fucking around too much. Actually, I'm right at the warp, huh? Yeah, I did forget to do something, which is to go back and get my trade skill food, because I dumped all of my trade skill food into the bank for some reason, and I really didn't want to do that. I want to go mining, and I don't want to mine without min-max food on. Yeah, we got a nice strength buff and all this stuff. Yeah, get me back to town. I forgot my fucking... forgot my trade skill food. That's stupid. Running low on potions, that might be a thing. Can make some more, I guess. I don't really want to do any alchemy right now, though. I'll let it go down until it's down to 5 or 7. Actually, I might deal with this now. It just... patronize the fucking pharmacist, because What was that? What was that, man? What was that? That was horseshit. Try again. Alright, while you do this, I'm gonna go pee. It's gonna be just a second, guys. I'll be right back, sorry. Coffee runs through me. What do we do? What do we do? Oh, I came here to get my food. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Trade skill food. Yeah, very good. Very good. I can go back. Ooh, stamina regen by 21%. I've never heard of that. Oh. Well, in any event, I want to get back to Brimstone right about. Oh, Brimstone. I believe it's closer. 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 Damn, this canister has lasted a long time. It's fucking good. Good stuff. Sweating hard. Yep. So let's just go north. North. Long, drippy poop. Disgusting. Disgusting. Fucking gross, dude. You guys name your fucking characters. That's disgusting. I have nothing but derision for your foul class American ass. If he's American, he might not even be American. And one of the things that America infected the world with is trolls. Fucking trolls. Silkweed. Silkweed. Ooh, blue tree. Wait, why is there a single blue tree right here? What the fuck is that? That's weird. Wait, what's that? What is that? Oh, Flint. Don't drown because of that, please. Not bad, not bad. Free blue tree. I like my trees. Yeah. Oh, Corsican hair. Yeah. What else is here? So, oh, I'm going north and I wanted to go south. Damn it. So I wanted to go out to the road. I don't know if the settlement's better for this. I don't know. It's all convoluted. I might just go exit to that fast one and go north. Come back into town because it's probably faster. Yeah, get me out of here. That's not looking like too easy to navigate. This whole blah of it all, you know, blah of it all. I'm not gonna try and do that. I'm just gonna come from the south. Okay, we go north. Oh, here we go. So finally, we can run some salt to roasted vegetables. There we go, mining. Wow, that killed him. I should technically have the rep buff on. Yeah, I'm not doing that much gathering. That's what it doesn't really matter. It's all good for something. What was that? Damn it. Hurt me. So annoying. So we have our base gathering speed, our health buff, our luck with mining, and our max health. Strength by 18 and dex by 12, 5 minutes. Oh, that hurt. Oh. Knock him down. Oh. Hurt him and then get out. Yep. Come on, man. Oh, what was that? Oh. Stun me or something with your grit. Yeah. Oh. thought I fucked that up. I fucked up my thing. Oh god, it just keeps coming. Whatever that was. Fuck was that? Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt for some reason. Okay. Oh, the fire! Why so many mobs, man? You guys gotta get control of that. You don't think that might be really badly balanced? So many mobs all the time. 3-5 mobs on me at all times, and I can handle maybe 2 well. 2 well. 3 is just a problem, and all the time you dump 3-5 mobs on me. You guys need to really fix that. You need to calm it down. Like, the mobs need to be like, oh, well, he's already got 3 guys on him, we probably shouldn't get in, because at this point we just surround each other and block everybody. Nobody would be able to swing a blow. It's just ridiculous. Like, you know, it would never be like that in real life. Like, they wouldn't line up surrounding you in a circle of five dudes. I mean, they would if they were winning, but they, you know. If you were actually giving a good fight, they wouldn't circle you like that. They would come in 2-3 at a time, so they wouldn't mess each other up. And, you know, it's just stupid. It's stupid that you designed it that way. The mobs would never be like that. No human would ever be like that. No one would ever risk their lives like that. One of the problems about mobs is because they're trash, because the community started using words like trash for stuff like mobs, now the developers think of them as that. They're just filler. But you should make every mob technically capable of killing you, technically really smart, and definitely should give you a fight, and 3 to 5 mobs should be a serious fucking problem. And the 3 to 5 mobs should have the kind of AI where they don't all surround you like that, block you in the corner. Because it's like, you know, they would never be able to swing. You know, what's with all the armadillos? Did I? Oh, I lost my strength buff now. God damn it, man. There's far too many mobs. Like, that's what gets to me. Like, whenever you guys do that shit to me, I kind of want to quit the game. And I think I'm gonna start quitting the game. Every time you put 5 to 6 mobs on me when you really shouldn't, I'm just gonna quit your game. You know? I'm gonna quit your game. Because at that point, I'm like, yeah, that design, man. You know? That design, it's not too good for a stream. It's really embarrassing to me. It's mortifying to them. It's Not very realistic. No gun. Like 5 guys wouldn't surround you like that. It just wouldn't happen like that. They might if they were all like Shaolin monks and they all trained with each other. But like it's not like that. Most of the time they're gonna be 2 to 3 guys maybe from 3 different angles. Not 5 or 7 because then they just get in each other's way and they block each other and they can't swing any more than you can. So it's that's how real life would be. You haven't designed the mobs well enough. I'm sorry, but you haven't. You either need to cut out tab. Oh, it's a duel. Oh, okay. Okay. I think I will quit the game here. Gotta quit the game here. I'm terribly sorry, guys. You lost me here. You swarmed me with 3 to 5 mobs like that. I'm gonna quit your fucking game. Sorry, that's my natural response to it. I'm like, oh, well, it was kind of unfair to me there. I'm just gonna move on, do something else, Sorry. I love New World, but it has these moments where you're like, nah, bad design. Worse than I've seen in a long time. And then it'll make me quit off the title like that. I'm unforgiving about New World because they're running such a tight... What's the word? Their bandwidth's so tight on that gameplay that when they swarm you with 5 fucking mobs, you really, really, really resent it. You're like, nah, you shouldn't have had that sort of imbalance. You shouldn't. You shouldn't have had it, Pentiment, Chapter 3. Andreas is dead. Yeah, Andreas is dead. Chap 3. Get rid of these 4, and we're back at 37, excuse me. Chapter 3. Yep, and there, that fits perfect. There we go. Pentiment. Pentiment is good. Yep, done. And then I need to update my YouTube. I'm going to switch games, guys, here. I'm terribly sorry. I know you're probably here for New World, but I mean, New World pissed me off, so New World doesn't get my patronage right now. Put 3 to 5 mobs on me in a place where I shouldn't have ever pulled that much. In a really open, really open, just respawn nasty 3 to 5 mobs on me. I'm just going to quit your game. That's your punishment. You don't get my business that day, and I just move on, Sorry. Okay, and then I come here and I edit video. Okay, edit video, and already I lost half my audience. But I mean, that's how it works, though. This is how this works. Sorry, guys. I don't stick around when the design punishes me for trying to like the game. Just gonna move on, Try to have fun with it tomorrow, because it's horseshit. That's horseshit. What it just did to me. The amount of aggro would be gobsmacking to other game developers to be like, seriously, WoW developers to be like, I'm sorry, but they would. They'd be like, wow, really, 7 mobs right there? For just some average fucking, some average fucking monument? Like, all really far apart from each other suddenly are on the player? Why would you punish your player like that? Nobody can deal with 7 mobs. WoW made sense when it happened. Doesn't make sense when it happens in this game. You're like, no. Okay, so I am trying to change my title. Yep, title. Go back to Snowcat Live. Oh no, you did not update the title. Like I told you to update title. Please update title. Please update the title, please. New World, Brimstone, Great Sword, Save the changes, Prince and Andreas dead? Yeah. Hey, what's up, my YouTube people, by the way? I'm terribly sorry that I had to get off New World there, but I won't be punished by bad mechanics. I will be, but I'm just not in the mood for it today. I'm sorry. I'm just not bad, I guess. I'm not bad by most people. So you're going to see me play some Pentiment here, and then, I believe it is Cyberpunk time today. Gonna play some I'm gonna take another look at Cyberpunk today. After a break of, I don't know, 8 months or something, we're gonna go back, we're gonna take a look at Cyberpunk today. Which is gonna be weird, but I mean, we'll see. I'm open-minded to it. Gonna uninstall Morrowind. The only reason I had Morrowind installed is I thought maybe I could actually get it to do text to voice or whatever, voice to text. and have it read all the books to me and do all the conversations to me, because that's a lot of good lore for the stream. But I couldn't get Morrowind to talk to me, and it was sort of disappointing and sad. I really wish I could get Morrowind to talk to me. I would play it. I think it's a good game in the respect that the melee is manageable. All the rest of it is not, but the melee is manageable. You can win in melee if you try. It's got hit rating. That's an easy enough thing to understand. It's, you know, so you just make a lot of swings. You're like swing up, swing up, swing up, swing up, swing up, you know, and eventually you kill your target. It doesn't matter. So, I mean, I think Oblivion would be a better Sojourn than Morrowind at this point, because it does have full voice, and it is pretty, and it is old school, and it's a little bit, I would say, I would say I prefer it over Skyrim, maybe, which is a weird thing, but I believe there's a lot more depth in Oblivion than there is Skyrim. I've been trying to play Pentiment. There we go. And it's good to see a YouTube supporter. Thank you so much. I've been streaming to YouTube for weeks and I haven't seen anybody in here. And thank you so much. I realize YouTube streaming is not the easiest thing to follow, especially not some random dude on YouTube. But I want to thank you for the support. It means a lot to me. It's good to see some people across the different platforms. You know, I figure after 10 years I might get noticed. You know, and that's all it really takes is one little session. And oh hey, did my stream crash? I think it did. Did my stream crash? No, my stream did not crash. But but my Twitch indicates that it did, which is weird because no, what? No, and go back. Whoa, what is that? No, there you go. Some kind of refresh problem with my tablet. Sorry for bumping the mic there, guys. I'm so sorry. There we go. And then we'll come to the multi-stream chat. Yes, and stream chat read only. That's fine. Multi-stream chat. And oh, I didn't turn on my chatty, huh? There we go. There we go. I try to talk to people, but the software conspires against me all the time to stop. I don't know why. I really try to talk to people, but so now I'm the girl, huh? And I spawned at the statue. Or at the Saint Shrine. I need all that to go away now, please. It's been waiting too long. Okay, DJ is better off. Yeah, he probably is. I'm just kidding. So I don't know. Do we have a goal? I'm a girl now, apparently. Oz said Dad was looking for me. I need to grab the mural plans from the workshop at the house and head to the rat house. They should be sitting on his workbench near the printing press, but meeting at the rat house. But see, I don't know what her last name is or where she lives, which is not too good. So maybe there's a goal at least. There might be a goal.
Journal, maps, people, glossary.
Let's go back. Yeah, it's good. So, yeah, we go... oh, no, I go west. I go due west, and I'll find it, which is good. Now, are these new...
Player says, I can't believe how quickly the leaves changed this year. It's nice to see some green this time of year. Horehound is one of the few plants that grows year-round here. Smokey's home.
I could go talk to
Church
Smokey,
and
but I
Druggers.
doubt he's got anything for this little girl, so...
Meadow.
So we keep going west, and eventually
Art Mill, Journal.
we hit our goal
Maps.
of Drucker House. Okay.
Martinbauer Farm. Drucker House. Drucker House. Drucker House ever.
I want to say something to One True Nerd, and like, you know, and then I like One True Nerd, and I'm just gonna give him some advice. You need to play Pentiment. It's on Xbox Games Pass, you know, and YouTube, right? We're gonna go see what One True Nerd did like today, right? One True Nerd, right? Or many a True Nerd, One True Nerd. 1 day ago, 2 days ago, dear, oh, good, he has been doing Pentiment. 54,000 views, too. That one's popular. Yeah, that was real popular. Medieval Adventures of a Drunken Necromancer Detective. Yeah, Pentiment. Okay, well, good. Never mind, I'm happy. I want to meet many a true nerd before I die. I really love his work.
Drucker House ever. Church and Druckers.
Churches and Druckers. I share a lot in common, I think, with many a true nerd in the respect that I don't think he's as crass as I am, But I would say he probably has the same taste in games, although not the same
Sleep.
games. So I could sleep, but it's the middle
Church
of
and
the day.
Druckers.
I doubt it. So I'm supposed to go to the
Drucker House
printing
Upper.
press. There.
Player says the Rothaus mural sketches. I think this is what my dad wants. I think these are all of the plans. What is this part of the plans? Player says stop. Option 1 of 3, this isn't dad's handwriting. I can actually kind of read this. Options.
The
Language.
music comes on too strong.
Master Vault. Sounds Vault. Music volume. Options. Option 1 of 3, this isn't dad's handwriting. I can actually kind of read this. Option 2 of 3, what an odd color. I don't think we even have an ink like this. Option 3 of 3, did someone leave this here? Option 1 of 3, this isn't dad's handwriting. Option 2 of 3, what an odd color. Player says at least. I don't think we do. Well, whatever. I'll bring it just in case. Alright. I'd better get these over to the Rothaus.
She kind of looks like, I wish it was Sister Illuminata was one of the characters. I would have preferred that it was Sister Illuminata over this girl, which is weird. This girl is younger and cuter, not cuter,
Drucker House Upper.
just cuter as in like
Church
puppy
and
dog
Druckers.
cute, not attractive cute, you know.
Drucker House Upper.
Trying to,
Drucker
you
House
know, I'm
Upper.
not trying to be gross. I'm not trying to lust after some little girl.
Drucker House Upper.
I'm really not. I'm talking about like, you know, cute as in she's like cute like a button, you know. Correct context here. No, not talking about attractive. I'm talking about like, you know, adorable. You know, should have used the word adorable. You know.
Drucker House.
Drucker House. So nothing else up here. This is where she lives. Drucker House. Okay, so we know where she lives, but she's got to come home to sleep.
Drucker House Upper.
After she tries to solve
Church and Druckers.
mystery, even though she's 12.
Journal.
12-year-olds can solve mysteries. Why not? I found the mural plans in a strange note. I should ask Dad about it later, but right now I need to take them to the Rat House in the North Commons. Okay, Rat House.
Central Town.
Central
Town Commons.
Town Commons. North Commons. Maybe engine run.
Kreutzer House. Artemis. Artemis says hello. Magdalene. Urs Fabian.
Oh,
Fabian,
Ursula's grown. Look, she's grown. She's a grown woman now.
Fabian says good morning.
How
Magdalene.
cute.
Matilda.
Oh, Matilda.
Matilda says Wojace. Matilda. Mark Gardner Farm.
Wait, go back.
Town Commons.
So this
Gertner
goes
Farm.
to
Gertner Farm.
Gertner.
Resi. Central Town.
Central Town.
Resi says good morning. Mistress Druck Aaron. At Gertner Farm.
Gertner. Wait, I don't want to go to
Town
Gertner
Commons.
Farm. Everything's
Gertner
all
Farm. Gertner Farm.
like a little
Resi.
bit more
Central
modern.
Town.
A little bit more stone, I think, than wood.
OTZ says hey again. Mags. Player says.
Aww.
Are you serious? I just told you not to call me that. And what are you all doing out here? Don't you have better things to do? OTZ says what business is that of yours? Kraft says not me. All my work's done. Apollo says what do you care? It's not like you've got important work to do. Option 1 of 3 Tinker Magdalene maintains and tinkers with the press and type, and sometimes works with Baltus. Option 2 of 3 Domestics Magdalene can handle anything connected with household or animal work. Option 3 of 3 Bookkeeping Magdalene is proficient with balancing numbers and general accounting of data and information.
The last time that I took the book route of knowledge, I was definitely more knowledgeable about a lot of things having to do with the law, and being a detective was easier. But then, and I shit you not, I lost my main character Andreas and had to switch to her because he burned to death saving books from the fire in the church. He loved books so much. When I wrote books through the whole thing, he ended up burning to death when he chased the books in the fire. He really didn't want the church's books burned in the fire, and he burned to death.
Option 2 of 3 Domestics Magdalene.
So
Option 1
this
of 3
choice
Tinker Magdalene
matters.
maintains and tinkers with the press and
I'm
type,
inclined
and
to
sometimes
do
works with
books
Option 2 of 3
again,
Bookkeeping Magdalene
because
is proficient
I
with
just
balancing
can't
numbers and general
believe
accounting of
that
data and information.
they would fuck librarians that bad in this. But I guess I don't know. Maybe and it seems, but of these three, I think bookkeeping would be.
Option 2 of 3 Domestics Magdalene. Option 1 of 3
I
Tinker Magdalene
hate
maintains and
tinkering.
tinkers.
I
Option 2
hate
of 3
domestics.
Option 3 of 3
I would
Bookkeeping
probably
Magdalene is proficient with
be
balancing
better.
numbers
I
and general
know
accounting
I
of
would
data
be
and
better at
information.
bookkeeping than
Option 2
domestics or
Option 1 of 3
tinkering.
Option 3
So I'm
of
going to take
Bookkeeping Magdalene
bookkeeping
is
because it
proficient
falls in
balancing
line
numbers
with
and
my
general accounting of data
personality,
and
which
information.
is what they want me to do. right? They're like, well, are you good at keeping the house
Option
clean?
2
And,
of 3. Domestic
you
smattering
know,
can handle
are
anything
you
connected
good
household
with the
or animal
dogs
work.
and all that, and like, and so a lot of women would say yes.
Option 1 of 3.
And
Tinker
are you a
Magdalene
good
maintains
tinker? A
15%
lot
of
of men
custom
would
type.
say yes.
Option
And I'm the
3 of 3.
bookkeeper. I'm the
Magdalene is
reader. I'm
proficient with balancing
the
numbers and general accounting
intelligentsia
of data and
guy
information.
that would definitely be able to do the Dewey Decimal System and stuff like that. So we'll go see it. Like, I can do Dewey Decimal. I always understood Dewey Decimal. It's easy, you know. So
Player says I keep my dad's business running and profitable.
yeah.
I handle all of our
I would
orders
also
to
be
make sure
good at
everything's delivered
accounting
on
if
time.
I ever had any money, but I've never had any money in my like when I was a drug dealer, I accounted for every cent, every mile. People don't want to believe this about me, but I charted in my head. I couldn't write it all down. I could write down my business, which was driving Uber and also my private company for rides all over Colorado, and I charted every cent I spent on gas, every mile that to me drug dealing was a business. It was never about my own addiction or making money or any of that other stuff. It was just a business to try and make it big, to try and start saving everybody around me. And you know, it's so I ran it like a business. I charted every cent I spent. I charted my mileage. I charted my GPS. I charted my re-up. I charted my sales. I charted everything. I did it all in my head, and I was very careful about it. And I would keep shorthand of stuff, but never any words, just numbers of this and that. And then I would erase it all when the math was done, right? I'd sit there on a notepad. I'd be like 41 for this, and 60 for that, and 39 for that, et cetera, minus, plus, it gets to some bottom figure like, oh, it was a profit today, but not a good one, you know. And and that kind of stuff, and I would say that bookkeeping, I don't have a natural leaning towards it, but I would say accountant. I could be an accountant if I needed to. It's fairly simple. Anything plus, you chart. Anything negative, you chart, and then you add it all up at the end of the year, you know, or at the end of the profit cycle of the day, week, month, whatever. You end it all up at the end of the profit cycle, whatever it is. Accounting was something that I felt I always could have done my whole life. I think there's just too much work for what it actually pays, you know. It's way too much work. You gotta chart all these numbers and, you know, input it all in with a calculator and stuff, and then, you know, do all the math and be like, here's what you made this, here's what you made this, here's where you fucked up, here's your mistakes, here's your debits and your overpricing and your underpricing and all this, and here's that, you know, and it would just be too much work, I think, right? So she's saying, I keep my dad's business running and profitable. I handle all of our orders and make sure everything's delivered on time. And I have been an inventory specialist at a 5-star hotel. So you begin to see how this falls in line with my personality more.
That seems a little more important than standing around the commons in the middle of the day.
Yeah, she's the one who is doing
Apollo
work.
says must be nice to have money. You don't have to brag about it.
She's not bragging.
Doesn't really
about
sound
it.
like women's work anyway, if you ask me. Player says right. No one did. OTZ says calm down, Mags. You're going to get a reputation. Kraft says too late to worry about that. She already has a reputation. Option 1 of 4 Barb's Magdalene is skilled at stinging, countering, and otherwise deflating people in conversation. Option 2 of 4 Flirt Magdalene likes to playfully tease and flirt with people. Option 3 of 4 Haggle Magdalene is a strong negotiator, whether it comes to finances or other matters of trade. Option 4 of 4 Snoop Magdalene has a penchant for sneaking around, eavesdropping on conversations, and passing gossip.
I've never met a girl who wasn't extremely good at snooping. Something about the DNA imperative of trusting their mate or something like that. I've never met a girl who couldn't figure out anything they wanted to figure out if they tried. And so this is one of the reasons why I never lie to women. I never fuck around with women. I don't fuck women. People might think that I fuck women around because I was in love with my ex or whatever, but I was in love with her, but I'm not anymore. And so, like, you know, I mean, I love her, but I don't love her like romantically anymore. You know, she's just my best friend or whatever. So, like, Snoop, you know, snooping is something girls are extremely good at. I also think they're extremely good at haggling,
whether it comes to finances or other matters of trade.
which is where my personal skill between the two. I am not the best Snoop.
Though
I mean, I am. I'm like solid snake when I want to be. I weigh almost 400 pounds, but it doesn't matter. I move like a slithery little snake, like a little Slytherin. I'm not a Slytherin, but I definitely can move like one, and I can snoop around if I fucking want to, and I can discover pretty much anything about anyone that I want to and not be seen. And something about it, I'm naturally good at it. I'm a furtive person who doesn't like being seen, and I tend to sort of like, I do like being seen, in a public eye, but I don't, it's like, but I don't like my movements tracked and stuff. So I'm kind of a private, secretive person, anyways. And I just sort of, I'm pretty good about snooping around, despite being huge. I can walk with making no steps and all this other stuff that fat men shouldn't be able to do because I am extremely good at being a snoop. But I don't do it though. Whereas I do haggle all the time, and I would say of these four, haggling is where I naturally land. So I'm going to pick on my first playthrough. If I ever play this again, I doubt I'll play it again anytime soon. But maybe it's that good. I don't know. Maybe it's that good. I don't know. I'm not passing judgment until I beat it. But I would say haggle falls in my natural line the most. Despite flirt being the one that I want to do, barbs I don't like at all. Snoop, I would say actually fits most girls I've ever met. They're extremely good at snooping around at information they want. Because women deal in information. Like men deal in force, women deal in information. So they're extremely good at snooping. And I realize that's sexist, but I don't see how saying women deal in information is very sexist. It's a sweeping generalization. It is unfortunate and it's negative, and I shouldn't say it. It's bad to sweep any gender in to any sort of shitty stereotype, I would say. Not all women are snoops or even like that. But I would say the ones who are extremely good at it. And it's part, I think it is a DNA imperative for them to understand what is going on in the subtext better than men. I think it's more important for women to understand what's going on in the background than it is for men, and so they do have a DNA imperative. They need to know what's happening with their children, what their children are conniving or scheming to do, what their husbands conniving and scheming to do, what their wives is conniving scheming to do, what their women are extremely good at sort of understanding what's going on in the background, having to do with the under context of what might not be literally seen right away. Women like mystery. This is why women like vampires and stuff like that, because it has a lot to do with mystery. They're very good at mystery.
Option 3
so,
for haggle Magdalene is a strong negotiator.
Snoop
Option 4
fits, but I would say haggle
is a strong negotiator. Whether it comes
is
to
where
notes,
I will
matters
choose
or
on my
trade.
first run, and then my next run I will probably choose
Option 2
flirt.
of 4 flirt
But
Magdalene likes to
my
playfully
problem
tease
with
and flirt
flirt is it implies sex, and I don't like the idea of sex in my Puritan. Wherever this is, where was this? It's like Germany. My puritanical, I think it's actually Dutch. I forget where this, what country this town's supposed to actually be in, but I believe it's a Dutch town or something like that. It's sex and flirting and all that. I'm sure flirting happens a lot back then because it's acceptable sometimes. But I don't know. In this era of stuff, it would have been judgmental. People would have been judgmental about flirty women, and I don't want that implied judgments out of the people, because I know the flirt option is going to get me some judgment from the men around me, because they're shithead, fucking double standard people, men. So they tend to, and I'm making sweeping generalizations about genders here and stuff, but I know with the flirt option you get some shame too, and I'm not looking to be shamed for being a flirt, because I am a flirt in real life. I'm pretty good at talking to fucking women, and I'm pretty good at flirting with them, being like, damn girl, you are an excellent specimen of your gender. I'm particularly good at doing that without it sounding like some kind of play to get in their fucking pants, I'm good at speaking to them, complimenting them in a way that has nothing to do with sex or hinting at it or any kind of innuendo and stuff like, damn girl, you're an excellent specimen of the female gender, right? And I'll say it to their fucking face, and that's flirting. They just don't know it. When you say it in a way that's, that's like very, very specific compliment about their femininity and goddamn, like, you bring the boys to the yard comment like that. But how you say it is super classy, and it makes them feel good about themselves. And they don't realize they're being flirted with. It's a bit of a neurolinguistics thing. It's one of the reasons I used to be able to get laid. I used to be able to get laid as a fat man a lot better than a lot of these other, like, so-called self-defined, like, incels or whatever the fuck, because it's easy to flirt with women. You just make some comment that has nothing to do with sex, and they're suckers for comments. You want to talk to women? Make comments that have nothing to do with sex. And trust me, being like, your hair is really pretty today does have to do with sex, because it implies that you want to pull it or touch it or anything like that. You guys think it's like hair pretties comment. It's not. You got to say stuff like an office comment, like some kind of cultural reference that they might get or they might not, but you know what it is, so you're saying it. You are an excellent specimen of your gender, right? And that one's, it's flirty, but it has nothing to do with any of their assets. Don't talk about their assets. Don't compliment on their assets. Compliment them on how supposedly bad. Well, not supposedly. I mean, most women are badass. So compliment them on how badass they are. They'd be like, yo, you got to be like the most badass woman I've ever met, straight up. And I mean that in like a not. I don't mean to hit on you or whatever the fuck. That's not my vibe here. I'm saying you got to be the most badass woman I've ever met. It's easy to compliment women to their fucking face, and they love this shit. My mother loves this shit. I'm good at it. I'm good at making women feel fucking good. That's one of the reasons why I never had a problem being around women at all. They're easy to understand. Most men are like, oh, I can't understand women. It's because you're selfish and all you can think about is yourself. They're pretty simple to understand women. If you treat them with respect and you compliment them in ways that doesn't have anything to do with their body, you're gonna win. It's simple. And don't play with their minds, which is also a simple thing. You'd be surprised how bad you think men deal with mixed signals well. Women don't deal with mixed signals well at all. They go flying off the deep end, and that's an insult, and I don't mean it to be. They go flying off the deep end. They misunderstand something or something like that, and they need clarification. And that's another thing that women definitely need all the time. You have to tell them what is actually going on a lot of the time. And that sounds like kind of superior, or to imply that they're inferior, and it's not. It's because we're actually kind of selfish and we don't let them know what we're thinking, is what I'm getting at. It's actually a jibe against men. It's not a jibe against women. It's because we're guarded and we're stupid and we don't talk about our feelings and we don't communicate. So it's simple. It's simple enough to talk to women. You know, it's a skill that you need to have. Half of the fucking gender is women. If you're 40 or what, or 30 or whatever, or 20 or even 15, and you can't talk to fucking women, you're gonna have a bad time. Half the fucking race is women. You're gonna have a bad time. I don't give a flying fuck what you think about women or mislike them or whatever the fuck your misogynist reality is in the core of your soul, or whatever the fuck, or maybe you don't like Jewish people or black people or something. Don't know what your fucking phobias might be or whatever the fuck. I don't speak for you, but I will say that, like, you know, it's fairly important to understand how to talk to women in a way that is respectful. Excuse me, that's not disrespectful, and it's simple. So flirting, I feel like I've dominated. I'm fairly good at flirting. Barbs, I'm extremely good at, so it's boring to me. You can't say anything that I won't turn on your head tenfold. There's nothing you can say to me. You can say you like. There's nothing you can say to me that I won't turn on your fucking head tenfold, and I'll cut you way fucking worse. I know how to do it. I've got the human psychology down pat. I know how to fuck with your mind in a way where, like, I'm gonna, like, make you erase your own opinion of yourself or some such. And so, like, you know, barbs are boring to me. I think they're boring. I don't think they add to anything. I think mental armor sucks, and my mental armor is so strong, and my mental sword is so sharp. But it doesn't matter. Like, I don't think barbs are beneficial. Flirt is beneficial, but you get the shame with it, which I'm just not willing to do. I won't let her be slut-shamed by anybody. I'll scream at them, and they won't give me the options in the conversation to defend her. And I'm ready to cross that bridge later on, but I'm not willing to do that right now. I know this will just make me angry. When I try and flirt with if I try to roleplay a girl and flirt with the cute dude here or whatever, and I get slut-shamed by the two friends, I'm gonna get fucking mad at them. I'm gonna scream at them. And there's really no reason that, you know, I feel so bad for women. Like, the double standard is so unfair to them that when you want to roleplay being a woman or whatever the fuck, and you want to flirt with some dude and you get slut-shamed by his quote-unquote co-pilot fucking friends or whatever the fuck, right? That's not a valid option to me. I know it comes with shame. I know it does, and that's what they're getting at. They're like, "Would you like some shame along with your scandalous?" You know, and I'm thinking, no, I don't want the sauce on my burger this time. I don't want the sauce on my lasagna this time. I want it a little bit dry. We're going to go a little bit drier with haggle, and we're going to wheel and deal with these guys. Cutting deals with them to get what I fucking want. I'm gonna be like, yo, you need to tell me who the fucking the murderer is, and if you don't, then I'll wheel and deal with your mother, and I'll tell her how you talked to me last Saturday night. Stuff like that, right? Haggle's gonna do better for what it is we're doing here. Long story short,
and it doesn't make any sense. I
realized I spent way too much time on that.
Kraft says, well, what it sounds like. Player says you are still mad at me because I convinced Gret to give me her last pretzel on Friday. Let it go. Apollo says easy for you to say when you got the pretzel. OTZ says alright, we got it. Did you get those things your dad wanted? Player says yes. That's why I was on my way to the rot house. Hopefully I can drop these off and start my reading for the day. OTZ says reading. What book is so important that you need to get back to it? Option 1 of 3 Polyglot Magdalene can't speak any foreign languages other than Italian, but she can read a little of almost all of them. Option 2 of 3 Volksbücher Magdalene is familiar with the most popular, common books of the day. Assorted trivia, almanacs, common knowledge, and scatological stories. Option 3 of 3 Reformation Magdalene has read a wide range of contemporary books on the Reformation and Counter-Reformation.
I think that fits her better, and I like the heart sign on it more.
Option 1 of 3 Polyglot Magdalene can't speak any foreign languages other than Italian, but she can read a little of almost all of them.
This might matter because those doctors are old men now, and they might actually care about the outcome of these murder trials by this point. And they speak Italian, and she needs to be able to hear what they have to say, I think, because it has played a part in this story. So, the Italian thing, it bothers me that they dropped the Italian bomb here in this first one, because it implies that I will have a language barrier problem with some of the witnesses of this murder trial, of whoever gets killed. It's probably going to be him. If I had to wager who gets killed, it's probably going to be him, that kid there. And they're going to have a crush on each other, and they're going to start up a romance, and then he'll get killed, I think. So, if I have to talk to the old Italian doctors about his autopsy, and then I can't understand what they're saying, I might run into a block in the story.
Option 2 of 3 Volksbücher Magdalene is familiar with the most popular, common books of the day. Assorted trivia, almanacs, common knowledge, and scatological stories.
I think this is probably the choice that all the muggles make, because it's safe.
Option 3 of 3 Reformation Magdalene has read a wide range of contemporary books on the Reformation and Counter-Reformation.
So, and the Reformation of the Church, that's Martin Luther, I believe. She's actually a Lutheran. This is a hidden implication that I mean, I don't know what the definition of Reformation is in their terms, right? So we're looking at like medieval reformation. What is medieval Reformation? What is medieval Reformation? Because Reformation was the start of the Protestantism and the split of the Western Church into Protestantism and what is now the Roman Catholic Church. It is also considered to be one of the events that signified the end of the Middle Ages and the beginning of the early modern period in Europe. So she's like a modern, that's questioning if would you like to be a modernist? And do you believe in the church kind of becoming Protestant as opposed to Lutheran, I believe? And so this would make her a forward-thinking religious thinker. And she knows a lot about where the church is going, and she'll be there when the Pope is, when the Pope addresses it and stuff, kind of thing. I mean, she just knows a lot about it. She won't be there when the Pope addresses it, but she'll know what he means when he talks. So, I mean, that's helpful in this religious era. Probably more helpful than Volksbücher, and probably way less boring.
Magdalene has read a wide range of contemporary. Option 1 of 3
but this thing about Italian, they dropped the bomb in a way where I don't believe I can let that one go. See, let her speak Italian, right? I believe it's going to matter because I bet the doctors do the autopsy on this next murder. This is a really crazy story because there's this implication that it's going to go on for 5 or 6 generations or some such, or no, it'll go on for, I'm on my 3rd chapter, but on my second character, right? So every character gets 2 chapters. They're young and old, right? And there's this implication that there might be 6 chapters and 3 characters, something like that, which I get. I think that's good math. But there's also this other implication that there's a murder every single time that there's a chapter, which means that this murder story is a serial killer story that has 6 victims. And the Italian doctors who might be doing the autopsy or some such, they might play a really important fucking role in this, which is why I chose Polyglot.
Kraft says Don what? Player says Forisel, like flower. It's a knightly romance written in Castilian. Such a beautiful language. Apollo says who speaks that? Player says people from Castile. Apollo says never heard of it. Kraft says right. Sounds made up. Don't you read all sorts of books about knights and whatever? Player says yes. Knights, princesses, gods, monsters, that sort of thing. Apollo says I'm named after a god. Player says I'm aware. Apollo. Yes. Your sister, too. Apollo says what's a good story about Apollo? Player says once he was so obsessed with a girl that she begged the gods to turn her into
His sister would be Artemis before she says it. Artemis, right? Artemis, whatever you want to say. Artemis, though. Artemis, I believe is how you say that, right? So Artemis would be Apollo's sister, I believe, if I remember my Greek theology well, or mythology, excuse me. Once he was so obsessed with the girl that she begged the gods to turn into a tree so he'd stop bothering her.
Craft says, haha, that sounds like you, Apollo. Apollo says, god damn it. Player says, wait. OTZ, aren't you supposed to be at the Rot House, too? You're on the council. OTZ says, sure, but it's pointless without your dad's plans. Let's go. Player says, ugh. Fine. Northtown.
They're
Klaus
cute,
says, I
they
don't
should
understand
marry.
how we're still arguing about this. These murals should depict the truth. What we know is the truth. Thomas says, I don't think it's so simple, Klaus. Paul says, are you afraid of angering our Lord, Father Thomas? Werner says, I think Father Thomas means that the truth is not so easily agreed upon. Big Yerg says, I don't know. I'm tired of arguing. I just want it to look nice and show what happened. Klaus says, Magdalene. Thank you for bringing these. Maybe illustrations will succeed. We're talking. I'm done arguing with them. I'll see you at home for
I
supper.
really hate the sounds in the background of this game.
Options,
It's almost
language.
a deal breaker for me. It's driving me
Easy read
crazy.
dial literatures.
That fucking...
Master volume. Sounds volume.
See, the ambience off and the sound. I want the sound off. I want the master on. But I don't really feel like... Fuck.
Options. Thomas says, I didn't realize we had upset him so much. OTZ says, sounds like things got worse after I left. Paul says, well, we've been arguing about this for almost 2 hours.
Has that guy lost an eye, or is there just a hair over his eye?
Werner says, for all the good it did us. He hasn't budged. What's the point of talking if you can't make any progress? Thomas says, Magdalene, could you speak to your father, help him see things from our point of view? Option 1 of 2, Father Thomas, I don't even know what you are all arguing about. Option 2 of 2, so in the end I ran to get plans that you don't want to see and now you want. Option 1 of 2, Father Thomas, I don't. Player says, what is your point of view? Thomas says, Klaus has strong, very strong, opinions on how the history of Tassing, of Kearsarge Abbey, should be portrayed. Werner says, and those portrayals may upset some of our neighbors. Paul says, isn't the real concern that it's going to upset the Lord? Isn't everyone really worried about him coming here someday and seeing the revolt memorialized on the wall? Big Yerg says, you keep saying that we all disagree with him. I don't think I do. Not entirely. Option 1 of 2, well, what do you think, Yerg? Big Yerg says, I know I'm not the smartest man in this room, but I know what happened to my own dad. I know what he did. It doesn't feel right to ignore what happened to him, what happened to Otto. OTZ says, look, you all knew my dad. I never had the chance. I don't want to make the people in this town angry. I don't want to make our Lord angry. None of us do. But maybe there's a way to tell this story in a way that's true without upsetting anyone. Thomas says so. It's all very complicated, you see. Magdalene, try to get him to consider a portrayal of our history that's a little less inflammatory. Option 1 of 3, my father was deeply affected by the revolt. It won't be easy to convince him of anything. Option 2 of 3, I don't think it's as complicated as you all think. Option 1 of 3, my father was deeply affected by the revolt. It won't be easy to convince him of anything. Option 2 of 3, I don't think it's as complicated as you all think. Werner says we need to come to an agreement, or call off the mural entirely. Player says he's been wanting to paint this mural for years. You can't tell him no all of a sudden. Paul says then help us, Magdalene. Your father will listen to you. Option 1 of 2, all right. I won't promise anything, though. He's already hard enough to convince. Option 2 of 2, fine. But only so he can paint it, not on account of your bickering like children. Player says now I'm going back home. This mess has taken up too much of my day already. Northtown. Klaus says Magdalene. Thank you for bringing the drawings to the Rot House. I'm sorry it was a waste of time. Those men don't know what they want. When I tell them what I'm trying to do, then they talk and talk and talk. They talk all day and we're never any closer to a decision. I'm sick of it. Sick of the whole thing. Option 1 of 3, Dad, I'm worried about you. Option 2 of 3, can you just start working on it? If they don't like it. Option 1 of 3, Dad, I'm worried about you. Option 2 of 3, can you? Option 3 of 3, they'd probably stop arguing if you just proposed something more predictable. Klaus says of course. Then what's the point of doing it? I've spent my whole life illustrating and printing other people's stories. For the first time, I feel like this is my story to tell. Player says I didn't know it was so important to you. Klaus says we hear all of these stories about what this place was, how it came to be.
What is that sound? It's driving me fucking crazy, dude. Pentiment. Drawer sound. Is that the totally freeze a drawer open, closing, closing, drawer sound from dialogue. Yeah, from dialogue. Yeah, why does it feature voice acting? Just basically the participants started with art and clever dialogue. Just so this fucking noise. What is this noise?
And it feels like history is something that happened before, happened to other people. But 18 years ago, we lived through something, you and I, everyone in Tassing. Everyone wants to forget about it, pretend it didn't happen. Player says you don't. Klaus says no, I don't. All those years ago, I did nothing. I was worried for you, worried for Benjamin and Rachel and Esther. I was so afraid that I'd lose you. I wouldn't have been able to bear it. In the end, so many people died anyway. Peter and Ulrich and Andreas A&D. All of the others. And we lived. Player says Dad, everyone says that it wouldn't have made any difference. Options, language. Master, sounds volume. Options. Player says if you and the others had fought, you would have died. I would have died. Klaus says maybe I could have stopped him from going to the mill, or maybe we could have stopped the peasants from burning it down. But we'll never know. Option 1 of 2, you can't change the past, Dad. Klaus says I know. The least I can do is make sure it's options, language, easy resolution, sounds volume. Options, options. Klaus says something happened here. We were part of it. I need to help people remember that. If I don't do it, who will? Option 1 of 2, you're right, Dad. Klaus says I wish the men in that rothouse saw me the way that you do. Option 1 of 2, they'll come around. Option 2 of 2, one way or another, you'll figure it out. Klaus says I hope so. All the arguing has left me beat. I'm going to bed early. Player says all right. I'm going to stay up for a bit and write a letter to Esther. Klaus says good. Please say hello to her from me. Player says and her parents. I know, Dad. Klaus says good night, Magdalene. I love you. Player says I love you, too. All this running around has left me tired, too. It will be nice to sit down at my desk and just write for a while. Drucker house upper. Church and Druckers. Right. Sleep. Right. Player says all right, where to begin? I should write to Esther. Player says dearest Esther. Option 1 of 2, I hope you've been well. Autumn has reached us here in Tassing at last. Option 2, player says I've spent the last few days collecting oak galls with Sister Gertrude. I don't suppose you have the chance to do that in Prague. Sister Gertrude has been teaching me how to grind them into a smooth ink. It's difficult work, but you'll find no better ink anywhere in Bavaria. I'll send along a bottle with this letter. Oh, did I mention? Dad started a new project. He's painting a mural of Tassing's history in our new Rathaus to memorialize the revolt. The whole thing has me thinking about my own family history, past, present, and future. Option 1 of 2, I don't think I want to stay in Tassing forever. It's a quaint place to grow up, but I'm 20 now. Option 2 of 2, the printing shop has been in the family for years. I'm looking forward to taking it over.
I want her around, so, and this mirrors more my own. This mirrors more my own personal life. My legacy has been in my family for years, and I'm looking forward to taking it over. That fits me a lot more than they both fit me. I don't think I want to stay where I'm at forever. I think I will go home eventually when I'm too old for them to persecute anymore with their false assault charges and false drug charges and shit. When I'm like, 50s or 60, I will go back home. That whole prohibition jail shit, that's a young man's game. When I'm too old for them to persecute anymore, I will go home. And I will die where I was born,
Player says of course, Dad will keep running it until he can't pull the levers anymore, but I'll take over sooner or later. Option 1 of 2, if I inherit the shop, I won't have to get married, either.
I'm so sick of getting blasted in the ass by the politics and the fucking in City Hall and the legal system, and it's nice to be out of that. So being totally sober, you know, and with no problems, like I could go back home. Could go back home right now today. It'd be okay. I'd stay sober. You know, I'd never breaking the law again. So at that point, you know, I don't know what I would do. I would ask for help and I would start working. I'd probably become a trucker, I would think. And I would base out of Denver and I would ask if I could stay in their bunkhouse in Henderson or something like that. And I would drive truck for 3 months until I could pay the rent on what's it called? Extended stay, and I would take a month off and I would work and I would stream and stuff, and then I would go and I would work for another 3 months. I would take a month off and I would stream and stuff, and my life would be very good. I could see doing that. Like, everybody thinks that I need this, that I need this life, that I need this house, that I need the money, or that I need my career to be successful, or that I need to inherit my family's shit or any of this other stuff, and I don't need any of it. It's all choices, you know? And so I think about it sometimes. I'm like, yeah, I could stop the disability appeal. And I could go back to work, and I could go, you know, get a wife and a life and a house. There's still enough time. I'm still young enough where I could dig myself up on my boot heels yet again for the 6th time in my life or something like that. Get back up into an apartment and live like a normal human being and not have people telling me what to do or have a family and force me to go to doctor's appointments or any of this other stuff. But, you know, yeah.
Option 1 of 2. Option 2 of 2. Of course, the print shop will be more profitable than anything else my husband does.
Yeah.
Option 1 of 2, especially if I have to marry OTZ. Option 2 of 2, even if I marry OTZ. Player says he's been courting me for some time now. Everyone in town knows we're a good match, and yes, before you break the nib off your pen, I will come visit you in Prague, I promise. I'll try to make time to visit before winter. Life has been bustling here. Dad's been busy with the Rothaus mural, so I've taken over in the workshop. I'm sure it will be a sight to behold once it's finished.
So it's, you know, like, my life could change very drastically here, and I need my audience to be aware of that. I trust that anybody here watching me on a Tuesday at 11 a.m. is probably my core audience. I think there's some friends who aren't here at the moment, but I would say you're kind of my core audience at the moment, and I will say it. You know, I might even have some friends here, you never know. My life is subject to change. Very fast here. My life's always been subject to change. I'm like, boom, got a new job, boom, see you tomorrow. And like I was like, I got a new job tomorrow, I'll see you later. You know, and just pew, poof, gone. I'll take it like that. If somebody offers me like a real job streaming something real, I'll take it like that and I'll be off this. You know, it's just sort of weird. It's like that. Like my life's like that. So I'm not waiting for it. And what I'm trying to do right now is quite the opposite, which is stability and no change. No change at all, right? Which is what my life's always sort of been. But this time around, it's not chaotic and crazy. You know, I don't want to change. I just want to like live my life here, do my thing, entertain you guys, be there for you, be your support and your guy that you put on in the fucking background and all that. And yeah. But I mean, I think about it all the time. I could go back to work and I could fight and hustle to try to take over the world. I think about it all the time. I could step back in their arena. I don't want to go back to the human race. They've outcast me. But I mean, I wouldn't mind making some money so I can buy games so I can further my streaming career, you know?
Right back to me soon. All my love. Magda.
All of my love. All of my love. All of my love to you, babe. All of my love. All of my love. All of my love to you, babe. I sing off key when I don't have music. It's annoying. I don't sing off key. I swear to God I don't. Unless there's no music. When there's music I sing beautifully. But I need something to pitch to, or I can't do it. I can't sing on key if I don't have background music.
Player says it's late. I should get some rest soon. Option 1 of 2, go to sleep. Option 2 of 2, stay awake.
Option, huh? I don't know what else she would do. Short of
Church
the
and
other
Druckers.
options in the house, I guess. There is
Drucker house
another
upper.
floor in this house. Let's go see. She's got a...
Drucker
so
house
she
upper.
owns this entire shop,
Church
and
and Druckers.
she's single, and she's
Church and
young and
Druckers.
successful. I mean, she
Drucker
hasn't
House
inherited the shop yet, but she's in line to. You stay with the shop.
Drucker House Upper. Drucker
If
House
you
Upper.
get offered the family business, you take it. You go work it. You don't do whatever job you wanted to do. If you get offered the family
Drucker House
business,
Upper.
you're being given a legacy, and you take it. You know.
Claw says hello. Magdalene.
That's her dad, but he didn't want to talk, I guess. This is his room, so he's about to go to bed, I guess.
Claws.
So, yeah, he's just standing there.
Drucker House.
It's kind of lacking. It's kind of lacking a little bit in some of its movement. But
Drucker House Upper. Church and Druckers. Sleep. Sleep. Player says it's late. I should get option 1 of 2 go to sleep.
I love my love. I love my love. I love my love to you, babe. Oh, 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 oh. You don't have to go. Oh, oh, oh.
Claw says
oh.
action.
You don't have to go. Oh,
Player says dad.
Oh, oh. Oh no, is it her dad?
Dad.
Dad? Oh no! It's a bed intruder! Which, you know, I can't drop that reference without watching it. It's a bed intruder, and that's not too good, you know? But when do you have the chance to do the bed intruder song, so... Oh, God.
Well, obviously, we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows, he's snatching your people up, trying to rape them, so you need to hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband, because they're raping everybody out here. You don't have to come and confess, we're looking for you, we're gonna find you, we're gonna find you. You can run and tell that, run and tell that, run and tell that, run and tell, oh boy. We got your t-shirt to the left fingerprints and all. You're so dumb. You are so dumb.
The man got away, leaving behind evidence. I was attacked by some idiot in the project.
So dumb, so dumb, so dumb, so dumb. He's climbing in your windows, he's snatching your people up, trying to rape them, so you need to hide kids, hide your wife, hide kids, hide your wife, hide kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband, because they're raping everybody out here. You don't have to come and confess. We're looking for you. We're gonna find you. We're gonna find you. You can run and tell that, run and tell that, run and tell that, run and tell home, boy.
Yep. Tell them. It's good to be strong and black in a rapist murderer world.
Claw says Magdalene. Player says dad. Hang on, I'm coming.
Oh, she done running. No!
Claw says Magdalene.
Why you gotta kill Klaus too? Who
Player
did
says
all
Magdalene.
this?
Are you alright?
Who did all
Magdalene.
this? I don't know. I've wagered like 3 different people, but it's been a terrible mystery. Who did all this? I wonder if it was the I don't believe the abbot ever. I don't believe. Was the abbot killed? No. The abbot was never killed. I didn't accuse the abbot. I accused Martin. So Abbott's still around, and I wonder if all these people died because I didn't know it was the abbot. It's
Claw
like.
says someone came into the house. They hit me over the head. Player says I'll go get Dr. Stalls. Claw says Magdalene. It's not safe. Whoever attacked me. Option 1 of 2. This wound is too deep for me to take care of on my own. We need Dr. Stalls. Option 2 of 2. I can't. Claw says Magdalene. Be careful. Player says I will. I'll be right back. I promise.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Kill her father? Come on, man. That poor girl. It's October 23rd. October 23rd.
Paul says, do you know why anyone would want to attack you?
1506 or something. 1406, 1206. I don't know what year it is. 1506, I think. Do you know why anyone would want to attack you, Klaus?
Klaus says no. Maybe someone didn't like one of the books I sold them. Big Jurg says, are you sure you didn't see a shadow and hit your head on the printing press? OTZ says, come on, Jurg. You saw the workshop. Somebody was looking for something. Thomas says, a burglar? In Tassing? That's preposterous. Paul says, well, if it wasn't an attack, what was it? Werner says, enough. It was a deliberate blow to the head, unless any of you wish to debate my diagnosis. Paul says, OTZ says, Thomas says, no. Werner says, as I thought. Truthfully, Klaus, I'm surprised the blow didn't kill you. You have a strong skull. It's a grave injury. Magdalene, you'll need to help take care of your father.
This game's so geniusly good. They made a very big point of mentioning that you could turn on the voice to chat, and now I guarantee it's blowing the minds of everybody in the video game industry. How simple games can be, very story strong, and some of the people who can write are going to step to the scene and they're going to make video games. I'm tempted to do it myself. You know what I thought about when I saw Pentiment? I was like, oh boy, I would love to have a text-to-speech situation going on there where I have it paid in a game that I made about my life. And you just play me, and there's no combat in it. There's just, you just play me throughout my entire life and everything that I did.
Option 1 of 2 I will. Whatever I need to do. Werner says good. Of course, the mural will have to be called off now. Klaus, you absolutely cannot get out of bed.
At least he's alive, huh? He's alive.
Klaus says no, it has to be done. This is too important, just give me some time to rest. I'll find a way to make it work. Big Jurg says I don't think we need to cancel the entire project. Can't we just wait? Paul says Klaus, your health comes first. Anyway, we haven't even been able to agree on what the mural should be. Thomas says indeed. It might be best to abandon the entire idea. Werner says with respect, Father Thomas, you are not on this council. Thomas says yes, just offering an opinion. Player says I can paint the mural. OTZ says what? Mags, quit joking around.
What, she can?
Big Jurg says well, I know you want to help your dad, but aren't you too young for something this big? Option 1 of 4 I've been painting since before I could walk. You don't think I'm good enough? Option 3 Option 4 of 4 let's skip this debate. We all know I'm capable of doing this myself. Dad knows I'm capable. Klaus says. If you don't trust Magdalene to do the mural, to hell with a lot of you.
Yep.
Thomas says Klaus. Klaus says if you don't trust her, you don't trust me. I'll never do any work for this council again. OTZ says. Alright. I say we let her. Paul says it doesn't look like we have much of a choice. Werner says, very well. Big Jurg says alright, Magdalene, you can do it. But you still need to talk to us about what you're doing, alright? Option 1 of 2, of course. Option 2 of 2, Paul says well, we'll figure it out. Big Jurg says thanks, Magdalene.
What a good story. She's got to paint a mural about the first 2 murders, and they don't know how to deal with this, because it looks like there's full-blown rebellion and traitor bullshit, and it goes against the crown and all this.
Rest up, Klaus.
It's evil, the whole thing, which could drive away the tourists.
Klaus says I'll do my best, Jurg.
And so the father is dead set
on
telling the truth about what happened at the Abbey, which I sort of am too. I've been. Oh no. Hello. Hey. Yeah. To which it is 8577-321336. To repeat, that's 8577-321336. All right. We're good? Oh, thank you so much. I love that. Now I have stupid memes stuck in my head. That Intruder was not the only song that I really, really like.
This is my first attempt at a eHarmony video. I'm nervous, but I'm excited at the same time. So I'm just gonna start talking about what I like. I love cats. I love every kind of cat. I just wanna hug all of them, but I can't hug every cat. Can't hug every cat. So anyway, I am a cat lover and I love to run. I'm sorry I'm thinking about cats again. I really love cats. I'm thinking about cats again and again and again and again and again. I think about how many don't have a home and how I should have them. I think about how cute they are and how their ears and their whiskers and their nose. And I love them, and I want them. I want them in a basket, and I want a little bow ties, and I love them. And I want them to be on a rainbow, and in my bed, and I just want us to roll around, round, round. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. I love cats. I like every kind of cat. I just want to hug all of them, but I can't hug every cat. Can't hug every cat. So anyway, I am a cat lover and I love to run. I'm sorry I'm thinking about cats again, and I really love cats. But I can't hug every cat. Can't hug every cat. Can't hug every cat. Anyways.
Player says yes. What is it? Werner says I didn't want to say this in front of your father or the others. Your father is lucid right now, but his injury is severe. His current demeanor is misleading. Option 1 of 2 I know the injury is severe, Werner. I saw all the blood. Option 1 of 2 I know the injury is severe, Werner. I saw all the blood. Option 1 of Werner says Magdalene, there is damage to his brain. Player says. Werner says he may have a few weeks, maybe even a few months left. But he's not going to survive. Option 1 of 3 no, there has to be something you can do. Option 2 of 3 can't we take him to see a surgeon? Werner says no. He can't be moved in this condition. In fact, he shouldn't move at all. Even if he could, I don't think the finest Italian surgeons would know how to deal with trauma like this. Option 1 of 2 so, he's just going to die? Player says and there's nothing I can do about it. Werner says you can make him comfortable and you can enjoy the time you have left. I can help with palliative care. But time will run out before long. I'm sorry, Magdalene. Player says. Drucker House.
The text-to-speech is very good. It's super good at it.
Player says Dad needs to be able to see the mural in its finished form. But I don't know how much time he has left. Werner said it could be a few months. God protect him. I'll pick up where Dad left off. He wanted to paint the history of Tassing, from its earliest days to the revolt. I'll start with the earliest part of Tassing's history, the pagan tribes and the Romans. Then I'll move on to the founding of the Abbey and Tassing's saints. After that, I should find a way to represent our recent history. Depicting the revolt is important to Dad. People in Tassing might know some of the town's history, but not all of it. Dad said the library in Kearsarge had those records. He was going to write to the last prioress to see if she had any information. I should write to her now, while I'm thinking about it. Right, Player says alright, where to begin? Dad told me the last prioress at Kearsarge knew something about the old. He said she became the abbess of a convent in Bologna. Mother Illuminata? Yes, at Santa Margherita. I should write to her. Option 1 of 3 Mother Illuminata, abbess of Santa Margherita, formerly prioress of Kearsarge Abbey.
want to mention that she was the prioress of Cursa Abbey.
Option 3 of 3 Mother Illuminata, Abbess of Santa Margherita. Option 1 of 3 Mother Illuminata, Abbess of Santa Margherita, formerly prioress of Cursa. Option 3 of 3 Mother Illuminata, Abbess of Santa Margherita.
People can trace it back here. If they read the letter, they see the letter where it's addressed from. They could read. They could follow it back to her.
Player says my name is Magdalene Druck-Aaron. I do not believe we ever met, as I was very young when you left Kiersau. You were acquainted with my father. He bought many books from the library before that terrible fire consumed the place. I am writing because my father and I are creating a mural in the Tassing Rot House. It's going to tell the history of our community and of Kiersau as well. We have only legends and folklore, since of course all of Kiersau's books were destroyed in the fire. I was hoping you could tell us something about the early history of the town, when the Romans were here. If you know anything about the early history of the abbey itself, we would also be glad to hear of it. We would appreciate any help you could give us, and we hope you are well. Option 1 of 4 my father always spoke highly of you, especially how you cared for the sisters after the fire.
I want to open my my shutters here. Excuse me for just a minute. I snap this? I did. Oops. Well. Oh, that sucks. Maybe I should anchor it in. Yeah. Like that, right? This. Yeah, that's okay. There we go. It's hard to get this up. This fucking share in the way. Plants are falling down. Be careful about this. So I can see more of the water, you know? Yeah, why not? Better. Out.
Option 2 of 4 my father always. Option 3 of 4 my father always spoke highly of your piety and intellect. Option 4 of 4 if you would not. Option 4 of 4 if you. Player says our circumstances are not that similar, but I wonder if I could ever leave this place, and if so, how it would feel. Option 1 of 3 keep well. Option 2 of 3 God bless you. Player says Magdalene. Player says if I want to finish the mural before Christmas, I should start planning tomorrow. I should head to bed and get as much rest as I can. Sleep. Player says it's late. I should. Option 1 of 2 go to sleep.
I hate the drawer sound. It's so bad. Oh, let your hair down. Yeah, it's cute.
Reich's postman says Mistress Druck-Aaron. I have a few letters here addressed to you. Take care now. Player says thank you, sir. Mother Illuminata wrote back to me. I hope her response helps me paint the mural. Illuminata says Mistress Druck-Aaron, thank you for your letter. I hope this reply finds you and your father in good health. I remember you both, as your father would carry you between the rows of our library in its final years. I also remember your late mother and brother, God keep their souls. While we did have some books that discussed Tassing's past, it's likely they were as mythological as what your neighbors believe. That said, I remember one of the peasants, Tillman Kreutzer, read about the history of the town. I know he died during the revolt, but perhaps his family knows some of what he learned. I should also say that it's not true that all of Kearsaw's books were destroyed by the fire. Andreas Mailer managed to save some from the flames, God rest his soul. In the aftermath of that terrible night, cataloging and preserving the surviving books was not at the top of any of our minds. Even so, this topic has stirred a memory within me. Several years before the fire, there was a death at Kearsaw, the murder of Baron Rothvogel. He had mentioned something about finding a copy of Historietasche, a comprehensive chronicle of your home. I had forgotten about it until now because the murder dominated all of our thoughts in the days and weeks that followed. It troubles me now because I recall that the late Father Matthias was also reading a copy of Historietasche shortly before he died. We never accounted for either book's whereabouts. They may have been hidden somewhere in the library and went up with everything else. Perhaps Lucky Steinauer took it from the Baron after the murder. Though given the stonemason's motive, it seems unlikely. Then again, only God knows what he did and why he did it. My Klaus Haberl, the Baron's manservant, believed it may have been stolen by the town thief, Martin Bauer. If Martin is still alive, I would ask him if he knows where the book is. Hopefully he didn't trade it for a mug of beer on his way out of Tassing. If the man has passed from this world, perhaps his family knows where the book wound up. As for the history of the abbey, I fear that was also lost in the blaze. However, as sacristan, Prior Matthew learned a great deal about the subject. I have not kept in contact with him, but I know that he is now the Archdeacon of Zion. He is no longer a Benedictine, but uses his family name, Fossiniso. If you write to him soon, your letter may reach him before snow covers Valais. Regarding your question about returning to Italy, it was leaving Kearsaw that was difficult. What happened during the revolt was a tragedy, both for the hateful violence and the destruction of our community. Perhaps Kearsaw should not have continued as it had for so long. Time caught up with us in the end. Only God is eternal. Snow will come soon to Bologna. Not like it did at Kearsaw, but it will remind me of better days. I must take comfort that wherever this frail body may be, as long as the Lord is with me, I am home. God bless you as well. Mother Illuminata, Abbess of Santa Margherita.
Home is wherever you are. Home is wherever you are.
Player says, oh, Esther wrote to me as well.
Aww, her sister.
Esther says, my dear Magda. My parents were glad to hear from your father. Please tell him they wish to hear from him soon. Speaking of printing, your ink was well received indeed. I've made several prints with it. They look lovely on. Elisha has taken to making his own ink from scraps he found around the house after he saw yours. Mother was furious when he spent several pfennigs trying to find lapis at the market. She set him scrubbing the floors for it. Took him 3 days. I am glad you are keeping busy, even though it keeps you from visiting. Father says we'll have room whenever you decide to make an appearance, and if you do take over the shop in Tassing, you will have to make visits to Prague for supplies. Who knows? Maybe you'll meet someone here. Though from the way you talk, it seems like you're a bit preoccupied with suitors in Tassing. I've made a good match, too. There's a young man at the synagogue, Simon, who caught my eye.
I absolutely love this game. It's so beautifully done. It's like how old movies used to be.
His father is a doctor, and his brothers have all gone to university as well. I'd quite like to marry him. Anyway, I hope this OTC fellow and his mother don't give you too much trouble.
Aww, sister tells sister. I quite like to marry him. Aww.
You really ought to give men a chance, Magdalene. They can be quite sweet. At least, the ones in the city here are. Please keep us abreast of your father's mural. We'll have to come see when it is finished. Blessings. Esther. Player says I'll have to write Esther back tonight. I should head home and check on Dad. Player says, hey, Dad. How are you feeling? Klaus says, ah, Magdalene. Sitting upright is still a struggle, I'm afraid. The dizziness makes my stomach turn, so I'd rather not eat at the moment. Player says, are you sure? I can bring up something light, like milk or broth. Klaus says, no. But tell me, where are you off to? Player says I need to get started on the first part of the mural today, the old history. Mother Illuminata didn't know much about Tassing's early history, but she did give me a few places to options, language, easy read, dialogue, historic ligature, dialogue speed, ligatures, historical lettering, head scale, virtual cursor sensitive, gamepad rumble, virtual head hist ligatures, resolution 2560x1440, 3840x21 resolution, master volume, high contrast, Texts, photo, voice assist speed, W/E, tab, options. Player says I'm going to ask Blacktail if his grandfather told him any stories. Illuminata said he used to read about the Romans. Claus says Mother Illuminata, Magdalene. Option 1 of 2 right, yes. Mother Illuminata. Claus says young Kreutzer has mentioned those tales from time to time, yes. He comes by to borrow books now and then. Usually when he's found some interesting old ruin out in the fields. You might ask him about that.
Oh, it's beautiful. I don't know why I didn't open them earlier.
Il Peter's always harrumphed about how no one paid attention to the old ways anymore, too. I'm sure he'll have some stories to tell about old Tassing. You might stop to talk to him. Option 1 of 3. I didn't think of that. Thanks, Dad. Claus says of course, Magda. It's nice to feel useful, even if I am stuck here in bed. Player says nonsense. I'm just glad you're awake. Claus says you might talk to Smokey, too. The old charcoal burner seems to know more about what's in the woods around town than anyone else. That, and he's a known gossip. Option 1 of 2. He's always been kind to me when I chat with him. I'm certain he'll know something about the ruins. Claus says you may hear something worth your while, at any rate. Player says I'll go talk to him. What about the ruins or the mines? I can't just use books and stories alone. I want to explore whatever is left over from the Romans and before. The salt mine and Roman ruins are the oldest parts of Tassing, so it only makes sense to see what they left behind. Claus says you take after your mother. She was always thorough in her research. Player says you always said that's what good artists do, Dad. Claus says be careful, alright? I know the twins mess around near the salt mine, but I don't want you getting hurt.
I'll be right back. Gotta pee.
I don't know why Yerk doesn't keep them in line. Always making trouble, those two. Option 1 of 3. Don't worry about me, Dad. I'll be careful. Claus says good. I still need you to run the press for a little longer, after all. Don't forget your other chores while you're running around town, alright? We still have option 1 of 3. Don't worry. I'll get everything done. Claus says that's my girl. Player says I better get going if I want to do all of that today. I'll see you later, Dad. Claus says good luck, Magdalene. Drucker House. Church and Druckers. Sleeve. Player says I'm not tired right now. Church and Druckers. Journal. Martinbauer Farm. Drucker House. Central Town Commons. Martinbauer Farm. Church and Druckers. Martin Bauer Brigida. Brigida says Magdalene. How are you keeping? Option 1 of 2. I'm eager to continue work on the mural. I have so much to do before Christmas. Brigida says I'm certain it will be the pride of Tassing when you're through. You've always had your mother's talent for art. And how is your dad? Option 1 of 2. You're one of the only people who've asked how I'm doing before asking about my dad. Brigida says, I know how it is to be the sole caregiver. Yourself disappears behind the needs of the person you are looking after. I worry about you, carrying that weight alone. Caring for someone can be an arduous task, even if you love them. It's alright if you find it challenging. The Lord sees your labors for your dad and admires them. But I believe God will pull your dad through, whatever the doctor says. We need him. Option 1 of 2. God willing, you're right. I am at his mercy. Brigida says God willing, amen. Have you thought about what you'll do if your dad doesn't come through this? Option 1 of 3. Dad would want me to keep up the printing press. Option 3 of 3. I can't think that far ahead right now. Option 2 of 3. I truly don't know. Option 1. Brigida says wouldn't that be a sight? Are you sure you could handle it? It's a lot to manage on your own. But you're a good girl, Magda. There are any number of families in Tassing who'd be happy to take you. You have someone in mind, don't you? Option 1 of 2. I promise you I do not. Option. Brigida says had. He's about as subtle as his father. God rest Otto's soul. Ah. I miss him. Player says I wish I'd got to meet him. Proper. Brigida says he made an impression. That's for certain. Oh, the girls around town knew better than to moon after him, though that didn't stop some of us. He was Eva's from the start. As OTZ appears to be yours, had. But if nothing ever comes of that, know that you're always welcome in my family, Magda. Kraft's a nice boy, if a bit immature. But he's still growing. Player says are you trying to set me up with your son? Brigida says can you blame a mother for trying? You're a good, respectable girl, Magda. Any family would be lucky to have as a daughter. Option 1 of 3. I guess I'll consider it. Option 2 of 3. I don't mean to be rude, but I'd prefer decide in my own time. Brigida says alright, alright. I'll let it lie. You know, not every marriage may start off on solid footing, but if you pray, and work, and trust in the Lord, you can find it in time. Believe me. Option 1 of 3. If it's not working out, how can you be sure a couple belongs together? Brigida says God knows. He brings people together for a purpose. We don't need to understand it, only to have faith in Providence. In any case, I should get back to the chores. Remember what I said. Whatever happens, you're always welcome in my home. Option 1 of 3. Before I forget, I actually had a question about an old book. Option 1. Player says Martin is supposed to have stolen it from that baron who was killed years ago. Do you know what happened to it? Brigida says oh. I hope this doesn't get me into any trouble, but I still have it, hidden in a drawer. Martin left it behind when he ran off. Player says why'd you keep it? Brigida says what was I supposed to do? The baron was killed soon after, and there I was, holding his stolen book. I didn't want Martin to get in any more trouble than he was already in. I never read it, though. I don't read well. Option 1 of 2. I could take it off your hands. No one would ever know you kept it. Brigida says. I trust you to be true to your word, Magda. I'd like to have nothing more to do with it, to be frank. It reminds me of difficult times. A stolen book of a dead nobleman in our home. Perhaps it spoiled our milk and turned our eggs all these years. Here you are. Please, don't tell anyone I had this. Player says off. Oh, it's in Latin. I can understand a few words and phrases. I'll take a closer look in the Thank you, Brigida. You've been a big help. Brigida says of course, Mag, be well now. God bless. Player says you too, Brigida. Until later. Kraft says hey, Mags. Martin says morning, Magdalene. House Kloss. Player says enduring. Even when his speech is slurred, he keeps a cheerful heart. I don't know what life would be like without him. Martin says Kloss is a good man, Magdalene. Tassing is a better place thanks to him. He's one of the few in Tassing who hasn't been on my back all
I
this
thought
time.
he was the killer. And I still sort of do.
Player says what do you mean? Martin says don't pretend like you haven't heard. Townsfolk have whispered shit about me for years.
Yeah, we all kind of think that you're the killer, man.
So what if I occasionally get into a few brawls? I'm an honest man. I wasn't involved with what happened to Otto Zimmerman. I supported his cause. I've pulled my weight around here. Tilled the soil, salted the meats. Provided for Brigida and Kraft. Don't even get me started on Agnes. Player says what about Agnes? Martin says always nagging at me, saying I'm a disappointment compared to Lucky. I wasn't even here when he died. Option 1 of 2 maybe that's the issue, you weren't here when you were needed. Martin says can't change the past, I was just a dumb kid. I couldn't have helped Lucky in any way. Agnes is a bitter crone who should leave me be. I've done enough backbreaking work for this family. Can't a man just have a goddamned rest? Option 1 of 3 why are you always getting into fights, anyway? Option 2 of 3 Brigida supports you in all this, doesn't she? Martin says that's a wife's duty. Take note, Magdalene, we get along, though she often spends more time with Veronica than me. Option 1 of 2, they've been good friends since childhood, yes? Martin says yeah. Good to have friends. Right, I've lost enough time to this as it is. Time for you to go. Player says until later, Martin. Craft. Brigida. Martin Bauer House. Church and Druckers. Church and Town Commons. Church and Druckers. Martin Bauer House. Church and Town Commons. OTZ. OTZ says hey, Mags, got your way with the mural, hey? I didn't expect you to convince the council like that. Option 1 of 2, I can be pretty stubborn when I want to, OTZ. Option 2, OTZ says no. I'm impressed, the rest of the council has been arguing over the matter for so long, even I couldn't get a word in. Then you come in and shut them up in a few minutes. We could use more women like you in the town. Option 1 of 2, what do you mean by that, OTZ? OTZ says well, you know, you're headstrong and willing to give your opinion, and damn what anyone else thinks. Option 1 of 2, you really think so? OTZ says well, yeah. I wouldn't tell you that otherwise. You're, an admirable woman. Anyway, standing up to the council like that was great. I know I'm on the council, but sometimes it doesn't seem like I have any influence. Option 1 of 3 you do, though. You vouched for option 3 of 3. Player says OTZ actually seems insecure about his place on the council. Option 1 of 2 he may be an ass sometimes, but I don't like to see him so upset. Option 2 of 2 he's always poking fun at me, too. Maybe I should remind him he's not that important after all. Option 1 of 2 he may be an ass sometimes, but I don't like to see him so upset. Player says maybe I should reassure him. Option 1 of 3 you do, though. You vouched for me to do the mural in the first place. OTZ says only after your dad did. I still feel bad about that. I should have stuck up for you. Being the youngest one on the council has been harder than I thought. I know Baltus and Werner don't think I'm capable, and even Paul has warned me about being too rash. My dad died trying to make a difference in this town. All I'm trying to do is carry on his legacy, but it seems like the others won't make room for any change. Option 1 of 3 keep pushing, OTZ. They're stuck in the past, but we're looking toward the future of Tassing. Option 2 of 3 you sound like my dad. He always said that the council was scared of doing anything important. Option 3 of 3 I don't think anything is going to change for the better in this town. It's stuck in its ways. Option 1 of 3 key. OTZ says thanks, Mags. Magdalene. It'll take time, but maybe they'll listen to me eventually. Well. Better get back to it. See you later, Mags. Kreutzer House.
Mags, that's good.
Journal.
Yeah, but... Oh, yes, and then I go and talk to Smokey.
OTZ.
Yeah, okay.
Martin Bauer Farm.
I think this leads to Smokey. I don't know. No. This doesn't... No, this is not.
Church and Druckers.
I'll go to Church is a good little
Mill.
warp.
Our Lady of the Labyrinth.
Through, you know?
Meadow.
But we're going to the
Forest.
Yeah. Go see Smokey.
Smokey's home. Vaxlov. Smokey. Vaxlov. Vaxlov says hello. Is there something I can do for you? Knives need sharpening. Option 1 of 2 and Magdalene Druck Aaron. Are you a friend of Smokey's? Vaxlov says I'd like to think so. I'm Vaxlov, I'm a tinker. Travel around and help people out with sharpening knives, little things like that. Druck Aaron. Are you a printer's daughter? Option 1 of 3 I am. My father is a printer. Option Vaxlov says do you sample the wares much? Option 1 of 3 yes, I read books. Smokey says Vaxlov, don't. You're going to get in trouble again. Option 1 of 2 trouble? From me? Smokey says no, not you Mistress Druck Aaron. This one can't help but talk to people about all of the strange things he believes. He reads all sorts of books, talks to odd folks, gets ideas brewing in his head. Now that doesn't bother old Smokey none. Bothers some other people a whole lot. Option 1 of 3. Option 2 of 3 it doesn't bother me any. Option 3 of 3 sounds like their problem, not his. Option 2 of 3 it doesn't bother me. Vaxlov says well if it doesn't bother you and it doesn't bother old Smokey. Sounds like there's nothing to worry about. Smokey says fine. You get run out of here again, don't blame me. Option 1 of 2 again? Do I want to know what happened? Options.
might actually
Language.
take a
Using
look at the
list
speed
head
of
for
the-
gamepad resolution. Master volume. Sounds volume. Icon text vote notif voice assist speed. Voice assist
Down a
options.
notch, right?
Option 1 of 2 again. Do I want to know what happened? Vaxlov says a long time ago, I got into an argument with some people in town. They told Father Thomas, to his credit, he told them to let it go, but somehow an inquisitor found out. Anyway, I had to leave for a while. Player says so. Books? Strange ideas? Vaxlov says yes. The host. The Eucharist. The bread and wine, body and blood of Christ. Player says Holy Communion. What about it? Vaxlov says more and more people are writing about rejecting transubstantiation. The idea that the bread and wine of the Eucharist literally becomes the body and blood of Christ. Smokey says here we go. Player says yes. Vaxlov says well, there are 2 ways to look at it. The first is on the grounds that Wycliffe and Hus rejected it. Using our eyes, our senses, there is nothing perceptible that changes in the character of the bread and the wine. Option 1 of 3 that doesn't mean it hasn't actually changed, though. Option 1 of 3 that doesn't mean it hasn't actually changed, though. Option 2 of 3 must our senses necessarily encompass all of God's miracles for them to be real? Vaxlov says no, not at all, but for what reason would he place them outside of the compass of our understanding? Option 1 of 2 is an act of faith. Blessed are those who believe but have not seen. Vaxlov says but if that is the case, of what importance is the material composition of the host? Even if the bread and wine turn to Christ's body and blood, why is that necessary for spiritual communion? We are bound by flesh, attempting to reunite with the light of God through the Eucharist. The act, the observance, unites our will with that of Christ. He is present in us through the remembrance, not the physical act. Option 1 of 3 are you following this, Smokey? Option 2 of 3 isn't that heresy? Option 3 of 3 so what does that matter? Are you saying we shouldn't take communion? Vaxlov says no, there's nothing wrong with taking communion as a rite or act. But if you accept what I'm saying, there are other things I'd like to discuss. Smokey says I'm not listening to any of this. Vaxlov says are you ready to hear why it's important to disbelieve in transubstantiation? Option 1 of 3 sure. Why not? Option 2 of 3 yes. Vaxlov says I can't tell if you are being sarcastic, but alright. This all starts with Lucifer creating the world. Option 1 of 3 excuse me? Option 3 of 3 say nothing. Option Vaxlov says God was the Word, and the Word was truth, and truth is light. The light is God's will. God's light contained aspects, what we consider angels, facets of his infinite intellect. One of these aspects separated itself from his intellect, and manifested in the darkness as the corrupt will, Lucifer. Option 1 of 2 the darkness. Vaxlov says to exist outside of the boundaries of God's infinite light, the corrupt will brought into being an equally infinite darkness. Within that darkness, Lucifer cast his false light, a corrupted imitation of the divine intellect, to create the world. All material in our world is inherently a corrupted manifestation of that false light.
This is profane what he's saying right here. All materiel in our world is inherently a corrupted manifestation of that false light. It's actually they misspelled the word, but it's actually materiel. All materiel in our world is inherently a corrupted manifestation of that false light. That is a profane sentence. In the respect that I'm surprised this game got released. It's a little Satanist. It's got some Satanism going on. But I mean, Satanism in and of itself is harmless. I would say people's fear of it is not, though.
We still have a connection to God through our intellect, but it is flawed by existing in our physical bodies.
Like, I've never known a Satanist to harm anybody. I mean, maybe it's happened. I'm sure it's happened. Some kind of Satanist cult thing, but you know, maybe like I wouldn't say Charles Manson was a Satanist, really. I just don't think it's I don't think it's a denomination or following that is known for violence or murder or rape or anything. So it's weird because Satanists tend not to be evil.
Option 1 of 4, so Genesis is wrong. Option 2 of 4, was Jesus flawed by being a man even though he was born of a virgin?
This crazy theological philosophy is actually pretty basic stuff in college.
Option 3 of 4, but you still believe we can be redeemed through Christ, right? Option 1 of 4, so Genesis is wrong.
So this is a classic phallacytical argument. I'm not sure phallacytical is a word, but it should be. It's a fallacy. So Genesis is wrong, right? This is a straw man, and she's straw manning so strong with this statement here. She enters a phallacytical argument that she couldn't possibly win, because it's a straw man argument. It has nothing to do with Genesis. Genesis is Genesis. Genesis is right. Genesis is wrong. It has nothing to do with Genesis being right or wrong. Excuse me, is a better way to say it. It has nothing to do with like what he's talking about, which is that transubstantiation is evil.
Option 2 of 4, was Jesus flawed by being a man even though he was born of a virgin? Option 3 of 4, but you still believe we can be redeemed through Christ, right?
This is also a phallacytical question.
Option 4 of 4, all right. Now I've definitely heard enough.
This one is closed-mindedness, and also most likely the next step in this is probably ad hominem.
Option 2 of 4, was Jesus flawed by being a man even though he was born of a virgin?
This is the question that's going to blow the godboy away. So let's do it.
Vaxlov says he was not born of a virgin. Smokey says I'm not hearing any of this. Vaxlov says, and it would not matter if he were. Lucifer was a rebellious splinter of God's will. The Christ appeared when God willed his divine intellect into Jesus. Option 1 of 2, but you said that physical bodies were all corrupt. Vaxlov says yes, but while we are the heirs of Lucifer's rebellious intellect, Christ received wisdom from the light of God himself. He did truly die and was truly resurrected in body. But his reappearance was only important for him to convey the message of salvation to the people. In truth, resurrection is always happening, since if we die without grace, our souls are condemned to be reborn.
It's a cyclical Ouroboros argument that doesn't technically work. It's like saying there's no hope in finding a number in pi. You know, I'm sorry, like finding a solution to pi or the end of pi or something like that. And in that grace, our souls are condemned to be reborn until we know the answer or some such. It's kind of like God or something. It's like God's in the numbers, if you want to believe it on like from a mathematical science perspective. We are always sort of condemned to be reborn until we solve the puzzle, I guess. I mean, it's kind of weird. We don't know what the answer to what is the meaning of life is. And until we do, we're just sort of condemned to be reborn, which is something that we can't prove. But it's something that I kind of do believe. I think we're kind of condemned to be reborn until we figure out the answer to the fucking question. And it's all some logic puzzle anyway. And it's sort of weird. It's sort of, you know, it's all like causality and stuff like that. If one force pushes in one direction, the other one has to adapt and be pulled or pushed towards a different direction as well. So any movement that we make towards the resurrection or towards being reborn, it just you know, like hits a brick wall. So we sit and we wait. And we die without grace, and then we're condemned to be reborn. And in there lies the answer to what is the meaning of life. Why continue the infinity symbol is sort of the question of why what is the meaning of life, sort of. And it is a good, interesting philosophical conversation from a Satanist with profane ideas that are sort of foul and anomalous and have to do with like. It's not that what he's saying is illogical or wrong, per se, which is, I think, the whole point. The things that he's saying, he shouldn't say them, because it breaks people's hearts. It's like saying, life always ends, so why try, right? Well, life always ends, so there's no reason to eat, drink, sleep, or get up each day. Life ends, so what's the point? It's sort of profane. Do you hear it? It's sort of profane and doomer. It's sort of shitty and bad and you know it's not healthy. It's and then at some point death does come. Like you know that one speaks to one of my favorite lyrics of all time. If life makes you scared and bitter, at least it's not for very long. Right? And I'll repeat it, that's bad religion. If life makes you scared and bitter, at least it's not for very long. Right? And so, you know, this whole thing about without grace, souls condemned to be reborn and all this, it's dark and it's negative and it's the glass half empty of piss. You know, the glass is half empty and what's in it is piss idea. That you can't necessarily build foundations off the idea that death is the only constant, and being born, that dying without grace is the only constant, and that our souls are condemned to be reborn is the only constant, and that all of that is sort of pointless and shitty and negative. No, you look for the light. You look for the light side of it. There is sunlight. There is beauty to be found in light. There is beauty to be found in truth. There is beauty to be found in God if you believe in such things. There is beauty and truth to be found in anything, even the evil things. And I would say that it's very difficult to balance all of that. God can't do it, and I don't think we can either. So I don't think God did balance any of that stuff. And I'm not a Christian, but I'll speak about God like I am because I hung around them my entire life. And I can have a feel I don't believe in God, but I do have a, you know, like an on and off again relationship with God, where when I'm in love, I do believe. I'm not in love, so I don't believe in God. And so to me, God is love. And you don't see God a lot of the time. You don't see God a lot of the time. You don't see a God in the rape or the murder or stealing the breast milk or any of the other shitty things humans get up to. You know, you don't see you see God in the bad things as well. But you see a lot more bad things than you do see good things. And your faith is shaken, and without love being present in this cold world, you begin to, and I mean, my family loves me, and I love my family and stuff, and my brothers love me, though they are not blood. And I love my brothers, like I would take a bullet for them, and I think probably vice versa. I don't know if they would do that, but I would do it for them. I think their lives right at this point in time are more valuable than mine. They have contributed to their community. Both of them have contributed to their. Excuse me. Both of my brothers who are still alive, 3 of my brothers, have contributed to my community more than I ever have. So I put their value higher than mine. So I wouldn't ask them to take a bullet for me, but I would take a bullet for them. And it's different like that. One day it'll be quite the opposite, I believe. You know, I played the long game. I think they went at the short middle road. I played the long chess game where I was like looking for some out to become limitlessly powerful, to fix everybody's problems and set about my best friend's problems and solve them, because my best friend's problems are the worst problems of the world. It is illiteracy and uneducation and like lack of education and lack of understanding and lack of acceptance and lack of fundamental understandings about things like meditation and Vedic rhythms and such. And those things are problems when everything is dissonance. You struggle to see meaning in the chaos of the, you know, the the Fibonacci sequences of the weird coding that's going on in the social interaction around you. And you're like lost in the math of it, and you're kind of staring at it. I'm trying to understand what it means, and you're kind of sure that you see destruction and being reborn in it, but you don't know what that energy is, and you see your friends calculating it all the time, and you don't really have a solution to their problems, like how to save massive amounts of people from their own lives, their own addictions, their own sadness, their own melancholia, and all this other stuff. You don't really like melancholy, and Smashing Pumpkins wrote an album about it. The melancholy and the infinite sadness. That's my best friend's problems are essentially melancholy and the infinite sadness, and I must fight it. And I must help them fight it. And I don't know how to do it beyond just talking all day and becoming famous, taking the money and going and fixing their problems. And I don't know how to do that. The money is the solve to the problem. It's weird that I like money's my god too, in the respect that like I believe it is the solve of most of the real problems that I have. And not in the respect that lack of money is causing problems. It's that the problems, the only way you can control the humans around you into convincing them to take the time to help you to solve them is money. Because that's their time. Time is money, friend. So it's not like, you know, it's not like this disgraceful thing trying to say that money's your god now. I'm saying money is time. Time is money. God and money and time are all basically the same thing. It's all God money, really, because it's you know, because those things are needed to feed your children, make sure that you can eat and that you can live and you can be a member of the society, not be a pariah outcat like me, pariah outcat, you know, like me. So, in truth, resurrection is always happening, since if we die without grace, our souls are condemned to be reborn. It doesn't really matter what we do. This is something that the Christians understood that was profound. It's that, in truth, resurrection is always happening, since if we die without grace, our souls are condemned to be reborn. You know, in truth, resurrection is always happening, since if we die without grace, our souls are condemned to be reborn. Yeah. I want to quote this on my Facebook, but it's too theologist, and I don't wish to get into a religious fight with somebody. I don't believe in God. I don't have any love. Don't have any love. I have my brothers who love me, and I've got my brothers and my friends who love me, and their sisters and my sisters and such. I've got my friends, got my you know, got my ex-girlfriends and my best friend and stuff. Got my friends, love my friends, but the love is not there. I want love in my life, and I have it, but I don't. You know, and until then, I don't believe in any of this. It's sort of like, what's the point?
This physical world is the only hell we know. Living again and again the only torment.
Listen to this nihilist negativity. I forget the name of the Schopenhauer or some. It's one of those philosophers, philosophy of life guys. I can't think of what his name. Schopenhauer, I think it was. Is this who he's quoting?
Option 1 of 3. I think that's a sad way to look at life.
It might be Nietzsche.
Option 2 of 3. So how do we escape it? Option 3 of 3. That's
the problem is, I
interesting
actually
idea.
kind of agree. The physical world is the only hell we know. Living in again, the only torment. It's weird because I agree. It is an interesting idea.
Vaxlov says, I'm glad you think so. I've spent a lifetime thinking about it. Anyway, thank you for indulging me, Magdalene. Option 1 of 3 is illuminating.
There.
Option 1 of 3. Vaxlov says until later. Player says until then.
They're like, do you want to be a Satanist? No.
Smokey says good day, Mistress Druck Aaron.
I don't believe in any of that fucking utter claptrap that you can't prove with science!
Player says I told you, Smokey.
No, I don't believe in God. Prove it with science and love. I don't see it, so fuck you. You don't exist.
Smokey says old habits, I suppose. What brings you to my corner of the woods? More gossip? Option 1 of 2 only ancient gossip. I was wondering if you knew anything about the old pagan and Roman mines.
The science doesn't support it. It supports everything else. The science supports the fifth element. It doesn't support a God. Science supports love. It doesn't support God. Sorry, it does. But it doesn't. You know? It doesn't, it doesn't. You know? It doesn't, it doesn't. It is, and it is, and it is, it is, and it isn't. You know, etc. But I don't know if science can prove love, but I know that science acknowledges that love exists. That's about as close to God as I wish to be. We don't understand these powers and these things that we meddle in. We don't understand the power of the spells that we cast on the fucking muggles around us. We don't really know where this shit leads or how much destruction it might cause somebody's life. But it's definitely a quantifiable dream. It's something that needs to be.
Smokey says the mines? Is this a new interest of yours, Magdalene? I don't see the townsfolk trek out there as much anymore. Last I saw were those two twins, making trouble. They know a way in, but I'll be damned if I ever set foot close to that place. What are you so interested in over there? Player says the mural in the Rathaus needs a section about the earliest days of Tassing. The mines are the oldest part of Tassing, and you keep a keen ear. I thought you might have heard something. Smokey says I don't know about getting down into the mines, but I do know a fair few stories about them, and the other Roman ruins around here. The old stories my father used to tell me when he was the burner of Tassing. The one about Mars and Tasha, the nymph, was always my favorite, though I blame that on my youth. Player says Tasha? Like Tassing? Smokey says MMHM folk named the town after a pagan god. A Roman one, at that. I don't mind telling you the tale, Magdalene, but I warn you, it's a bit body. Option 1 of 4. Count me curious. Option 2 of 4. Well, I need something about option 4 of 4. I've read plenty of Roman myths. Smokey says maybe not, but I won't have your father hounding me for coarseness. Folk in this town don't like me anyhow. But I'll tell the decent bits of what I remember. Option 1 of 2. All right. What's the story? Option 2 of 2. Ugh. Everyone excludes me from the fun. Smokey says you'll have your fun in time, Magdalene. You just wait and see. Player says all right. So, what's the story? Smokey says well, legend says that Mars was hunting in these woods and spied a fat boar for the taking.
What he just said was really beautiful. He was like, you'll have sex eventually, you'll understand it. He was like, you fucking noob. He kind of was like, you'll get there in time, relax. Old guy stuff. You'll go fuck someone, you're only 20, don't worry. You'll discover the sinful business that makes us all human. Sex. I had sex. I don't want to hear my elderly father talk about sex. I had sex. A lot of it.
He'd just pulled back his spear when he heard a woman scream in terror. Of course, the creature ran off, and the god was angry at the loss of his quarry. So he tramped through the woods to see why a woman was in the forest, and not in the local town. Option 1 of 2. Why would a god be hunting in Tassing's forest? Option 2 of 2. But I go into the forest all the time. Smokey says yes, but those were the old woods, Magdalene. The wilds, where spirits and ghosts prowled. Option 1 of 3. What do you mean, prowled? Option 2 of 3. Option 3 of 3. Ghosts aren't real. Smokey says so you say, and I agree, but other spirits still wander around. Demons and such. Besides, who doesn't love a good ghost story? Let a man have his fun. Player says all right. Keep going. Smokey says so. Mars found a nymph, Tasha, bathing in a spring with a fat, ugly satyr goading her from the shore. Enraged at seeing the trapped nymph, Mars transformed into a wolf and slew the satyr.
Spanish localization celebration with CCPB. CCPB. Ooh, status, huh? CCP. Let's go see what CCP has to say. Sure. I'm down to see some CCP if it's in English. Let's go look at CCP.
Issue.
CCP. Yeah, especially with CCP en español, huh?
EVE Online. Es un día muy grande porque no solo por los que hablan español, también por la gente que juega el juego, porque tenemos, o creo que vamos a tener más gente en nuestro juego aquí en Nueva Eden. You don't speak Spanish. Sí, no, un poquito, ¿no? Yo pretend to speak el español, ¿no? Mira, tengo muchos de los subtítulos, ¿vale? Mira, empezamos. Yo estoy en Gita y vamos a tener una celebración ahí en el on-dock de Gita, como lo dice en español. Tengo que cambiar eso si ves el juego. Perfecto. También tenemos que tener un poco de música, ¿no? Hacemos el Master Level con un poco de música, así. Perfecto. Yo estoy en Gita, en mi carácter de CSPB. Y aquí vamos a relajarnos por una hora, más o menos. En 15 minutos vamos a hacer una celebración en el hondo con los fireworks, o como se dice en español, los fuegos artificiales o algo así. También vamos a probar a hacer una conga line. Como lo dice en español, no lo sé.
This is for the people of the sun. You don't know it? Get to know it! This is for the people of the sun! La Raza, bitch. Welcome, La Familia. I know Trump likes to hate Mexicans. I don't hate fucking Mexicans. I hate Trump.
And in return, well...
You try growing up in the fucking ghetto and understanding it. I don't understand it. I grew up in America. I know Trump grew up in goddamn Mar-a-Lago or whatever the fuck. I didn't grow up with that, you know. I did grow up with the silver spoon, but I still grew up in America with lots of Spanish friends. I don't know what the fuck you were thinking about.
Hat.
You goddamn fucking xenophobic, racist, bigot, asshole.
Tasha bathed the god. Heh.
Tasha bait the god. Ooh.
Option 1 of 3 they.
They bathed. I get it.
Option 3. Smokey says hat. I did warn you, Magdalene.
What's wrong with bathing a god?
When
Who
Mars
cares?
left the pool, he dripped onto the ground, and it blossomed with flowers and crops.
Which is beautiful.
They say that's why this valley is so fertile. Option 1 of 4 Hui. Mars got around, didn't he? Was there any nymph he didn't have his way with? Smokey says hat. He was the god of virility, wasn't he? You can see why I liked that tale in my
It's a
youth.
good tale.
So much of what the Romans left behind was destroyed over the years, but I like that we still have these tales. You can never really destroy stories as long as there are people to tell them. Of course, the Romans left a hell of a lot behind, too. The town is more Roman than Bavarian, really.
Well, this is a Bavarian town. I thought it was, like German.
Option 1 of 3 well,
Bavaria
we are a
is
part of the
German.
Holy Roman Empire. Option 2 of 3 because of how long it was a Roman colony. Option 3 of 3 that's ridiculous. We're Bavarian, not Romans.
Yeah, they are Bavarian. These are not Romans. They don't have that.
Smokey says ha, I mean the town itself, Magdalene. Its structures, not those who live in it.
Oh.
Tassing is actually much smaller now than it was in the Romans' day. At least, that's what I make of it. The ruins go deep into the forest, and all the way to the old mine. Half of Tassing is built on Roman stone. Take a walk around town and you'll start noticing things. We used their stone to build. The old temple by Satia's shrine has grown over, but the aqueduct runs for miles. Even the abbey used to be an old Roman fort. You can see some of the Roman paved stones under the road if you look hard. We may not be Roman, but this town is. Option 1 of 3 Tassing has been building upon itself for hundreds of years. What a beautiful idea. Option 2 of 3 I never realized how much we relied on the Romans for our infrastructure. Option 3 of 3 old stones aren't much of a legacy. It's all rubble now. Reused and forgotten. Option 1 of 3 Tassing has been building upon itself. Smokey says that's the way of things. Most people don't notice the old stones. Too busy in town to notice what's right in front of their eyes.
Old stone remembers.
Player says maybe I should go take a look at the mine. I'd get a better sense of what things were actually like. Smokey says haha. Nothing will stop you, I see. Well, just keep an eye for any wolves or satyrs you might see down there. Option 1 of 2 I'll let you know if I see any. Thanks for your help. Smokey says good luck, Magdalene. Be safe. Smokey. Vax forest. Player says I can't believe how quickly the leaves changed this year. Meadow, Apollo, Shrine, Waterfall, Shrine of Saint Satia. Player says Agnes gathers chamomile here every year to prepare her cures for the coming year. Artemis says hey, Magdalene. Player says hey Artemis. What are you up? Artemis says catching frogs.
Told you.
Option 1 of 2 what do you need frogs for? Artemis says why should I tell you? You'll snitch. Option 1 of 2 I won't. Option 2 of 2 if you don't tell me, maybe I. Artemis says ugh. Mom won't care. She'll yell for a few days and get over it. Sorry Magdalene. You'll just have to wait and see with the rest of the town. Option 1 of 3 good luck, I guess. Option 2 of 3 careful. You've already gone to confession this year. Artemis says haha. Oh, we know.
This was how you got to it before, but I guess I'll have to enter through the church, I guess?
Artemis.
Was that the church that I did that?
Forest.
I'm gonna check all the secret spots in town now, because
Artemis.
it's weird because...
Player says Saint Satia's shrine. Martha especially likes to leave offerings for her. Forest.
So I really don't know.
Apollo. Apollo says hey. Player says hello, Apollo. What are you doing? Apollo says looking for frogs. Artemis says she saw one the other day, and we're trying to collect a bunch. Player says what do you need the frog? Apollo says like I'll tell you. You'll snitch. Option 1 of 2 I won't. Option 1 of 2 Option 2 of 2 if you don't tell me, maybe I will snitch. Your mother won't be happy to hear about whatever. Option. Apollo says Artemis always says mom doesn't care. Mom yells, but that's about it. Sorry, Magdalene. I can't risk this one. Try asking Artemis. Apollo. Meadow.
I don't honestly care what you want to do with frogs.
Smokey's
Just
home.
don't kill them.
Church and Druckers. Smokey's home.
Secret places through places. I have to dig it out of my
Lower
memory
Abbey.
where I saw it, because this whole place is a fucking, like a maze, exactly like Disco Elysium. This game's exactly like Disco
Upper Abbey.
in many, many ways. It's definitely the second Disco Elysium. I can't go in the church. Church doesn't exist anymore.
Lower Abbey.
Is that the
Shrine.
idea?
Martha. Martha says oh, hello. You wouldn't happen to be going to the convent? Option 1 of 2 I wasn't planning to, no. Option 2 of 2 perhaps later. What brings you here? Martha says I don't know if I should talk about this. I'm, thinking about joining the Poor Clares. Option 1 of 2 oh, that's a nice idea. Option 2 of player says I never expected Martha to become a sister. She's always been so timid. Option 1 of 2 this could be a good choice for her. Perhaps I should encourage her to join. Player says she's the oldest unmarried woman in town. Her choices here are limited, but joining the order is a big commitment. This may not be the wisest plan. Carl needs help around the house, and she seems unsure. Option 1 of 2 oh, that's a nice idea. Option 1 of 2 option 1 Martha says you think so? Be honest. What do I have to look forward to? With Dad's injury, and me unwed at 25. Older than all the boys in town. If they don't see me as a sister, they see me as a mom. And when Dad dies, not anytime soon, God willing, I won't be able to claim the farm. I'll lose my home. With Anton gone, there's nobody to take it over. Option 1 of 3 you could still get married before that time comes. Option 2 of 3 I understand times are tough. Option 3 of 3 that's unfair. You should be able to inherit the property. Martha says the law of man seems cruel compared to the law of God. If I'm destined to poverty, why not live with those who do the same? Why not withdraw from the trials of the world? You know as well as I it's not safe out here. Option 1 of 4 you could do so much more. You just need to be more ambitious. Option 4 of 4. Option 3 of 4 I don't know what to say. I suppose you should follow your heart? Martha says can I trust it? It's a nervous and confused thing. Option 1 of 2 is it is often before difficult decisions. Option 2 of 2 if you are not driven by a consuming. Martha says maybe so. But joining the Poor Clares is a lifelong commitment. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Option 1 of 2 I think you should join the sisters. Option 2 of 2 I don't think you should join the order. Option 1 of 2 I think you should join the sisters.
I think I'm gonna push her into church because I think that's maybe the best thing for a woman her age, unwed, in this terrible chattel system that women are essentially like chattel, and if they're unwed, they're basically worthless goods. And I'm gonna sexistly propose she joins the sisters so she at least has some place to go.
Player says Paul said there is no greater purpose than living a life dedicated to the Lord. I think it's brave of you. Martha says you do? Player says of course. Not many people have the courage to seek a higher purpose in life, much less go after it. Martha says I suppose you're right. I want to live a life with meaning, and I've always admired the sisters. Dad won't have to worry about me, either. I'll pray about it, but I think it's time I talk to Mother Francisca and the others, so, I will gather my courage. What little of it I have. Player says good luck, Martha. And God bless you. Martha says thank you, Magda.
Our societies used to be a lot better about keeping people busy. It was considered kind of, like idle hands were the devil's plaything, kind of. And there was nobody was allowed to just sit around and pursue their passion without huge results. You had to show results if you wanted to sit around and do something like chess or, whatever, something ungainly that didn't really give you any money or anything. Like for me, I consider being a video gamer kind of like being a chess player. It's not the same thing, but it's definitely kind of like that. What possibly could chess offer the world? What could video games offer the world? And I think it's a lot of things, but I don't think any of those things have been defined in the public's eyes. We're still in this shaky way where people haven't started to hear those stories that make you think, oh, video games really improved the situation. Like, eventually I expect to hear, like, oh, a video game taught me how to pay my taxes, and now I'm really good at paying my taxes, and I became a tax accountant, and I make 7 figures a year now because I picked up a video game that taught me how to pay my taxes, right? I expect it to go that deep. I think it probably will, and eventually society will see video games as this way to teach us and entertain us and, you know, get us interested and keep us, you know, engaged. It's got to be tricky. It's got to be a game, if we, you know. And so...
Until later. Be well.
I did not expect to talk a woman into joining the convent. That was not
Shrine.
That was not my intention or desire or drive, and I was very surprised when it happened. And I fear it's going to have far-reaching circumstances on the story, and I don't know why.
Claire says the hand of Saint Moritz. The poor Claires take care of it now that the Benedictines are gone. Upper Abbey. Martha.
I
Convent
could
guard
visit
Martha.
the convent garden, but I'm looking
Shrine.
for
Lower Abbey.
secrets, which seems to be like if... See, she has no reason to go in there, but I bet it's actually
Lower Abbey.
The main goal is getting back into the church and understanding what happened. And, you know, and that's cool, you know, understand. Because, like, now, she's
Guest
the...
house.
It's got all the... Like, this game pays homage to so many wonderful little games, such as Pathologic 1 or 2, and Disco Elysium, and they stood on what other people did, and I would say they perfected a bunch of it. Like, while this game looks base, I would say that it would run on a potato and is an excellent game for kids to play. There's nothing profane in it. It can only teach you things about medieval culture. There's nothing, I mean, there is profane stuff in it, but I mean, you wouldn't really, like, nothing that would, like, you know, nothing that they can live in as, like, a lifestyle or anything. It just educates it, that it educates you that it was there. There's some dark mysticism. People believed back then that they could gain something from it. And so it was there, you know? And the way she walks and the way the character looks might look base to you and potato, but I would say this is far better than how gritty and annoying and CRPG-ish that Disco Elysium was. And I noticed that they want you going down paths, and they do walking sim you, but they don't do it in a bad way. You can pretty much get across all of this in, like, inside of, I would say, a minute and 15 seconds. And it's got some beautiful, like, design, like, perfections here in that respect. It doesn't waste your time with walking sim at all, and I would say that's something that Disco Elysium did do quite a bit. Is walking sim. Like, for instance, every time you have to go talk to Everett Claire, it is like a 4.5 minute run through some painful 3D architecture that their engine was never that good at helping you navigate anyways. So this one's very beautiful in that respect.
Church and Druckers.
It's weird because she's got this, like, mandate. I'm sure there's some goal that she wants to do, but she's got some mandate of basically talking to everybody in town. And I actually kind of dislike that. I wish she would, I should have found a way down into the salt mines. People who used to work at may have left something behind. So she suspects,
Our Lady Mill. Martin Bauer Farm. Drucker House. Central Town. Town Commons. Central Town Commons. Central Town Commons.
I don't really have a goal. I don't know about the salt mines, so we're going to look at the maps and just confirm to see if it's actually... Oh, no. So I do have a goal at the Kreutzer House, which is south and then west. So we got to go, what, like, I guess west and then south. What's this again? It's like...
Martin Bauer Farm.
Martin Bauer Farm.
Journal.
Now I'm going to the Kreutzer set. Oh, it's late. I should go to bed soon, huh? That's about Tassing's early history. No,
Maps.
this is not the yeah. So I now want to go east, which I think is maybe this
OTZ.
one here.
Kreutzer House.
Yeah, see, it is that one. So what do you have to say?
OTZ says hey. Kreutzer House.
Something here, something to talk to this guy.
Black Till.
Yes, Black Till.
Black Till says God bless you, Magdalene. Player says God bless you, Till. Do you have a moment? Black Till says of course. What do you need? OTZ says you've been obsessed with your painting. Option 1 of 3 I'm looking into the early history of Tassing for the first part of the mural. Option 3 of 3 OTZ is just jealous that I spend more time. Black Till says he is fond of you. You can't blame the boy.
There's these little perfections that Obsidian did do, I would say. It's much easier to transverse this world than it is in Disco Elysium. Much easier. Way faster, way easier, way simpler. A lot of us hate the walking sim, and you guys kind of have to understand that. You abused us with too many years. Like 20 years of WoW and FFXI walking sim, where we just don't really want to do it anymore. That's not too good. So, you know, now we're looking at lazy games where I should be able to get from beginning to the end of the game in a minute and 15 seconds and everything in between, so that you can just think hub world. We understand hub worlds much better. There's no reason why I should have to walk for 45 minutes to get to some camp to get XP, when the hub world shouldn't be more than a minute and 30 seconds large anyways. Not in its true realities of travel, you know? Fuck the walking sim. I know you guys like it and you think it makes a good game because it limits things, it makes things consequence based, but I think it's actually just a direct waste of our time, and that's just me. He is fond of you. You can't blame the boy.
Anyway, what was it you wanted to know? Player says I'm looking into the early history of Tassing for the first part of the mural. Mother Illuminata said your grandfather read about the history of the town. Black Till says fertile fields, that is. Seemed like old pot shards and Latin trivia were all he ever talked about. All of Granddad's reading came from the Abbey's library, though. And you know what happened there? Poof. Up in smoke. Option 1 of 2 so you don't have any of his old books? Black Till says only a few. Granddad tried to buy some when the Abbey fell on hard times, but they were too expensive. But I can show you something better than books. Option 1 of 2 anything would help. Black Till says didn't your dad ever teach you patience? I'm trying to build up some anticipation here, right? So, we don't have any books on the old pagans, but we do have their stuff. Shards of ceramic pots and animals, bricks from what looks to be an old forge, mountains of salt, even found a little bear carved from amber. Option 1 of 2 where did you find all this stuff? Black Till says it's not just me. Carl finds things. Fabian, too. Any farmer would tell you the same, it's all out there in the fields, under the dirt. Can't go one season without turning up something. Player says where are you keeping these things? Black Till says nowhere. We just toss them into piles with the rest of the rocks and root clumps. Sure, it's interesting, but we can't do much of anything with the stuff except look at it. Player says what do you think it all means? Black Till says I don't follow.
She's asking, like, what do you think it all means? Like, people from previous civilizations, archaic possessions, tilled into the soil eventually, not tilled, like decayed into the soil to the point where a farmer tilling the soil finds those items. And what does that all mean? And he's like, I don't follow, and I don't really either. It doesn't mean anything. It just means that things get old.
Option 1 of 3 how do you think these people lived? Option 3 of 3 where do you think they all went? Black Till says I expect a lot of them were killed by the Romans. Or each other. We find bones, too. Player says like, humans. Black Till says no. Feels like more skirmishes, or regular burials. They're arranged all nice, or else in big clumps. All mixed up with spearheads and axes and shields. Not so different from today, really. Option 1 of 3 earlier you mentioned something about salt. Did the pagans start the mine? Black Till says had to have, I'd say. Most people think it was a Roman project, but I think the Romans just dug out what was already there. That's why Tassing was so important to the Romans in the first place. Salt. Player says I've always wondered why they'd settled in such a small alpine town. Do you think there's anything left of the pagans down there? Black Till says I don't know. But anything they left would have to be better preserved than what we dig out of the fields. Magdalene, tell me you aren't thinking of going down there. Option 1 of 2. What if there's stuff that could help me with the mural? Blacktill says Magdalene, that mine is hundreds of years old. You could break your neck just getting in there. Option 1 of 2. Orpheus made it back from the underworld, didn't he? I'll be fine. Blacktill says maybe so, but he mocked the gods and failed in his quest. Magdalene, don't take him as an example. Imagine how your dad would feel if you got hurt. Player says then help me get down safely, and he won't have to worry. Blacktill says you're bullheaded, just like your mother and your father. Probably couldn't keep you out of there if I tried. Player says please, Till. Blacktill says alright, don't know how to get down there myself, but I know those twins have gotten in a time or two. No doubt they have a trick, and Baltas might not be the most reliable man, but I don't doubt he could rig something up for you. Option 1 of 2. Thank you, Till. Option, Blacktill says I'm holding you to that, young lady. Option 1 of 2. This has been a big help. Option 2 of Blacktill says the past never is. You think all this pagan stuff will make it in the mural? I can bring some of the things the boys and I have found over to the Rothaus tomorrow, if that'd help at all. Option 1 of 2. That would be great. Blacktill says I'm glad you are taking an interest, Magdalene. I thought no one cared about the pagans but me and Granddad. I should warn you, if you do head into the forest, keep an eye out for the Lord's men. They're strict. Worse now than they used to be. Player says I'll be careful. Until tomorrow. Blacktill says until then. Blacktill. Eva. Player says hello, Eva. Eva says Magda, darling. OTZ isn't here, I'm afraid. Option 1 of 3. Oh, that's alright. I can find him later, if I need to. Option 1 of 3. Oh, that's all. Eva says I think he wandered off toward the Rothaus. Something about the council, but if you ask me, I think he's looking for you. Option 1 of 3. That's sweet of him. He has been dropping by the Rothaus more often as of late. Eva says he's quite fond of you. I'm surprised he has any time to visit. He's always working on town council business these days, and he's still working at mastering carpentry, too. I suggested a few years ago that he take up an apprenticeship, but he was determined to remain in Tassing. I think he's more comfortable here, even if that means he'll never be the craftsman Otto was. I help him how I can, but there's only so much I know how to do. Besides, I think he feels like he's taking care of me, instead of the other way around. Funny how time does that. Option 1 of 3. It's good of him to stay. I would worry that you'd be lonely, otherwise. Option 2 of 3. I think Dad misses Mom, even after all these years. Do you ever miss Otto? Eva says every day. I see him in the little things OTZ does. The way he smiles, or how he laughs. I miss my husband, but I'm proud of OTZ. He's growing into a capable young man. I'm excited to see him grow into a husband and father. He'll make a wonderful partner. Option 1 of 2. Whoever he marries will be a lucky woman. Eva says it's about that time to start finding a match, too. It's wonderful that God blessed Andrus with a wife at last, but I'd rather not have OTZ be in his position. Better to marry earlier while he can raise a family. Anyway, I'm sure you have things to do. I'll let you get back to them. Always good to see you, Magda. Player says you too, Eva. Christina. Christina says hi, Magda. Player says hello, Christina. What are you doing today? Christina says helping Mom. OTZ is right. You're really pretty. Option 1 of 3. Oh. Thank you, Christina. Option 2 of 3. Hi. Christina says uh-huh. I heard him in craft. Option 1 of 2. Oh, I see. Christina says he. Don't tell. It's a secret. Option 1 of 2. Oh. I'll keep it secret. Christina says haha. You're funny, Magda. Eva. Blacktill. Eva. Blacktill. Town Commons. OTZ says hey, Mags.
Some of it's sort of a little bit, like, you could tell it's a budget game from them. They couldn't invest that much into this, and that's fine. Baltus, which is, like, I don't even know.
Maps.
Tell me where to go. I need to go to Baltazar, which is around and then north past the Album Bakery, past the Rat House to Warner, which is like this way.
OTZ. Kreutzer House. Hans Bauer Farm. Woj Matilda.
Am I supposed to talk to these
Matilda
people?
says
Fuck.
God bless you.
I guess
Magdalene.
I am. Fuck.
Player says hello. Matilda. Hello, Woj Slav. How are you two? Woj Slav says very well. The Lord has blessed us more than we deserve. Matilda says, and how are you, Magdalene? I was worried with you keeping the house and the workshop all on your own. Let me bring by some soup for you and your father. Option 1 of 3, you are very kind, Matilda. Thank you. Option 2 of 3, Dad would love that. I've hardly had a moment to cook a hot meal. Matilda says, between your father, the shop, and the mural, I'm surprised you are not dead on your feet. He's very lucky to have such a devoted daughter. Woj Slav says, and before you worry about imposing, you're not. Taking care of our neighbors is how Tilda and I serve Tassing. Matilda says our vocation may have changed, but our gratitude to God and the town has not. Option 1 of 2, you've always been so dedicated to the town. Option 2 of 2, it's hard to imagine you two ever lived in the Abbey.
Aww.
Woj Slav says, ha. Sometimes those days feel like another lifetime. A harder time, to be sure. Option 1 of 3, life feels pretty hard now. Option 2 of 3, I thought the Abbey was better off than the town in those years. Option 3 of 3, were the Benedictines anything like the poor Clares? Matilda says we lived simple lives of devotion, but... Woj Slav says not that simple. Matilda says I'm given to understand they don't make art in the convent now. Such a shame, in that beautiful workshop. In any case, a nun's vows include dedication to a simple life, with all the challenges that entails, but I struggled. With my vows, my discipline. I couldn't live as my sisters did. I broke my vows. As did Woj Slav. Player says you fell in love. Woj Slav says he. We did.
Aww.
Well, I seduced her. Matilda says you certainly did not. Woj Slav says, are you telling young Magda here that you seduced me, then? Matilda says, Woj Slav, please. Haha. Player says, so you left the Abbey? Matilda says, though no one learned of what we did, the matter ate at my heart. Woj Slav says that, and being falsely accused of murdering the old Baron terrified you, and rightly so. Matilda says we all must account for our sins, Magdalene. I was afraid I would account for mine sooner than I thought. Woj Slav says those were the hardest years of my life. Matilda says I repented and prayed to God to absolve me. Woj Slav says but the Lord always provides, even in the darkest days. Matilda says the Abbey's destruction gave us a second chance. Option 1 of 3, I can't imagine that the townsfolk were too happy to let you stay. Option 2 of 3, it must be strange to leave that life after so long. Option 1 of 3, I can't imagine that the townsfolk were too happy to let you stay. Option 2 of 3, it must be strange to leave that life after so long. Option 2 of 3, it must be strange to leave that. Matilda says, ha. Well, I will admit, it's been strange not being able to enter the convent. I miss the sisters terribly some days, but, truthfully, it's been a relief not to be constrained by my vows. The Lord forgives more readily than man, Magdalene. Never think that you must remain in a place that causes you to sin, even if others think it godly. Option 1 of 2, I'm glad you two are finally able to live life together. You both deserve it.
It thinks that I is an O. No, it said live life. Never mind. It just didn't know live. It meant live or not.
Option 2 of 2, I never realized you two went through so much together. Woj Slav says the revolt covered up many sins, yes. Including many of our own. Matilda says only by the grace of God are we in this life together. Woj Slav says may it be many more years before we part. Matilda says God willing. Anyway, Magdalene, I'll send that soup over to you shortly. Option 1 of 2, thank you, Matilda. Woj Slav says God bless you, Magda. Matilda says God bless. Matilda, else. Anna, else. Else says Magdalene, dear. Anna says good day, Magdalene. Andreas says, hi. Else says, how is your father? Player says he's doing better. I think. Anna says we're lucky to have Dr. Stalls in Tassing. He's a hard worker. Else says may God bless Klaus with a speedy recovery. Player says may he be gracious. How are you two? Else says I am delighted to enjoy another beautiful autumn day. Anna says I'm just glad to be sitting down for a moment. I'm so tired. Wrung dry. Andreas and Ulrich can wear down even the most vigorous person. Else says not even young OTZ could keep up with these two. The blessing and the curse of small children, hee hee. Ulrich says muam. Player says alright. Is she alright? Anna says oh, yes. She wanted to run off and hide so I could find her. After I've caught my breath for a moment, haha. I don't think she appreciates me taking this long. Option 1 of 2 you're not playing along, Andreas. Hiding like your sister? Andreas says, no. Else says this young man won't lose sight of his mom. Anna says say, Magdalene, could you perhaps go find Ulrich in my stead? Option 1 of 2 oh, of course. I'd be delighted. Anna says wonderful. She's somewhere in town, although I'm not sure where by now. Else says she ran up the street, toward the bakery. I imagine you can find her by the giggling. Player says I'll be off then. Else. Matilda. Gertner Farm, Resi, Central Town. Resi says hello, Mistress Druck Aaron, how is Klaus? Andres and I have been terribly worried. Option 1 of 2 Dad's spirits are high, but he still gets headaches and spells of dizziness. Resi says if there's anything we can help you with, let us know. Andres is always ready to provide. He and Klaus have been friends for a long time. Option 1 of 2 my thanks to you both. We're certainly grateful. Option 2 of 2 if you don't mind. You weren't born in Tassing, am I right? Resi says no I am originally from Innsbruck. Player says how did you arrive here? Resi says the twists of Providence are sudden and unpredictable. I was but a young girl selling all manner of wares on the market. Pots and the like. One day this man appears to the stall, all jitters and nerves, stammering over his words. But charming, in a way. We spoke at length. I was intrigued, and soon enamored, as if a candle had been lit. Andres is a man of talent and means, after all, blessed with a kind soul. Option 1 of 2 how did it feel to leave home for someone, somewhere far away? Uprooting yourself from the life you had? Resi says frightening, to be sure, leaving Innsbruck, my friends and family behind, but it was exciting as well, going off to find new opportunities and build a new life. There wasn't much I had to look forward to in Innsbruck, few prospects for a poor girl. I couldn't see myself sitting at the market, continuing to sell odds and ends. Sometimes there are risks we just have to take. Option 1 of 2 that's very inspiring, Resi. I'm glad you found happiness here. Resi says we all struggle in this world, but the moments of joy outweigh the bad.
That's beautiful.
It's how God has set the world, His benevolence guiding us through it all. I feel I've been blessed, and it's not been all bad for Andres either, hehe. I assist him with the bookkeeping side of the smithy, and other things. Option 1 of 3 you must be very good with numbers, then. The smithy provides a crucial trade. Resi says the markets taught me well. I'm a fair bit more comfortable with numbers than Andres, to say the least. I can't tell you any true answers, but I hope I've provided some encouragement. Don't forget you are important as well, and deserve to live your life. Alright. I have to assist Andres with a few things. Be well, Magdalene. Player says until later, Therese. Gertner Farm. Town Commons. Gertner Farm. Andreas. Andres says hello, Magdalene. How is Klaus? Resi and I are very worried. Option 1 of 2 alive, and that's what matters. Andres says did you discover who attacked him? Player says no. Whoever it was, they left no sign. Andres says a terrible crime. Terrible. May God look after you both. We've had enough tragedy in this town. Fortunately, Dr. Stalls appears to have found his purpose. Option 1 of 3 I remember him being so sad when I was a girl. Option 2, option 1 of 3. I remember him being so sad when I was a girl. Endris says, ha. You're still a girl. He was once the picture of arrogance. Masked to sadness. Liked to talk about how he was destined for better places than this backwater alpine town. How he was meant for the courts of kings. No longer. He grew up. Player says, what changed? Endris says, the revolts, no doubt. Changed everyone, but he's the one who saw the bodies. He's not a heartless man, Magdalene. He deserves our compassion, but I shouldn't gossip. If there's anything Resi and I can do for you, let us know. Player says, I will. Thank you for your kindness, Endris. Endris says, it's nothing. I owe your father more than I can say. Take care, Magdalene. Gertner Farm. Gertner Farm, Resi, Central Town. Player says, aha. There you are. Ulrich says, he. You found me. Bet you can't find me again, Mag. Town Commons. Alban Bakery. Gret. Gret says, Magdalene, darling. Player says, good morning, Gret. It smells heavenly in here. Gret says, oh, haha. I've just finished rolling out some raisin bread. I thought that Andreas and Ulrich could use a treat today. Option 1 of 3. Oh, what a sweet idea. Gret says, I had some spare time today, and I like to stay busy. The soul of the diligent shall be made rich, after all.
That's so wonderful.
Besides, I like to drop in on Anna and see my grandchildren.
Diligence. Oh good, stream's good, stream's good.
I'm more blessed than I ever imagined I would be. Paul and Anna make such a lovely pair. Ulrich wouldn't believe his eyes if he saw us now. I wish he could see his grandchildren. Option 1 of 3. I'm sure he's rejoicing with the all saints in heaven, Gret. Option 2 of 3. I did always think it was strange that your daughter married the son of the man who killed your husband. Gret says, you're right. I was angry when Anna first took a liking to young Paul. He was always a quiet boy, but I was afraid he'd turn out like his father. Well, I needn't have worried. Paul is a good man, and a good father. He's built this town back up from what it was, and Els dotes on those children more than I do. She's certainly come a long way from the meek woman I met. Option 1 of 3. Actually, have you seen Ulrich? Els sent me to look for her. We're playing hide and seek. Gret says, haha. Well, I may have heard some giggling on the north side of the commons a little while ago. But I won't go spoiling her fun. I've been chatting too long. My does need tending. Please excuse me, Mac. Player says, of course, Gret. Until later. Central Town. North Town. Carl says, good day, Mistress Druck Aaron. Rathaus. Stahl's house, Isenkopf Ulrich. Player says, got you. Ulrich says, you found me again. Wait here. I will find better spot. Isenkopf house. Stahl's house. Isenkopf house. Natsiu says, ciao, Magdalene. Baltasar says, Magdalene. Option 1 of 2. Yes. Baltasar says, the cinnamon just arrived for the beer. Option 1 of 2. Isn't that a spice? Option 2 of 2. You're making beer? Baltasar says, well, yes, it's for the Christmas celebration. Player says, already? We're barely into November. Baltasar says, the wheel of time stops for no man, but it's going to be wonderful. Cinnamon, coffee from Ethiopia, cacao from the New World. Natsiu says, Gso Christo, ach Hadanara face tutu. Jesus Christ, he who has the money can do everything. Baltasar says, problem? Natsiu says, of course not. It's your money, Baltasar says. Anyway, I'm quite excited about it. Natsiu says, clearly. Baltasar says, as such alchemy is not normally my strong suit, and for all of Natsiu's complaints about the cost, the base rye we're using is free. Option 1 of 2. Given the other ingredients, I'd imagine it doesn't make much of a difference to the cost. Natsiu says, yes. At least someone around here is aware of the costs. Baltasar says, do I or do I not have more than enough money to cover everything 10 times over? Natsiu says, of course, but... Baltasar says, then I don't want to hear another word about it. The farmers had so much rye this year, they just couldn't use it all. Gret made as much bread with it as she could, but she wound up having to throw a lot out. So why not make beer? Option 1 of 3, yes, why not? Baltasar says, thank you. Player says, do you know Tassing's salt mine? I need to find a way in. Any chance you could help me? Baltasar says, to get into the salt mine, yes? You must be on quite the advent. Ideally we could rig up a double pulley system to lower and raise yourself in the shaft, but that might take a while. Player says, well, I would like to go in today if possible. Baltasar says, of course, of course. Would a good length of rope suffice? You could brace against the wall of the mine shaft. Are you strong enough to support your own weight? Player says, against the wall? I think so. Baltasar says, excellent. Player says, thank you, Baltas. Baltasar says, of course, of course. Here you go. Do be careful, though. Make sure the ropes are secure. Player says, I will. Until later. Baltasar says, good luck, Magdalene. Baltasar. Player says, what a mess. I don't know how Baltas can get anything done with all this in the way. Natsiu. Natsiu says, ciao, North Town. North Town. Stahl's house, Rot house. Rot house. Rot house. Carl. Carl says, good day, Mistress. Rot house. Stahl's house, Isenkopf house. Stahl's house. Werner. Werner says, hello, Magdalene, how are you? Option 1 of 2, well enough, considering the circumstances. Werner says, I'm glad to hear it. You're being admirably level-headed, given your challenges.
She's got an advantage over Andreas because Andreas was not from this town.
For what it's
Slasser
worth, though
or
Klaus and I
whatever it
haven't
is.
always seen eye to eye, I've always respected him. Option 1 of 2, Dad respects you as well. Option 2 of 2, Werner says, you already know it's not that simple. The mural will tell the tale of Tassing for generations.
Tassing, right? Tassing.
Option 1 of 2, Dad knows that. I know that. We're both serious about our craft. Option 2 of 2, exact. Werner says, God knows the truth. Men only have interpretation, and you must be careful with yours. Player says, Dad knows that. I know that. We're both serious about our craft. Werner says, you're just as stubborn as he is. Option 1 of 2, thank you. Werner says, this must be part of the Lord's plan. I must trust that he put you in this position for a reason. All the same, the council does not want to regret their lenience. Option 1 of 2, you all have so little faith in me. But I'll prove you wrong. Option 2, Werner says, that remains to be seen. Go on then, I've patience to attend to. Player says, until later. North Town.
Dismissive, huh? That's a doctor.
North Town.
Yeah, that guy's old now and he speaks English.
Rot house.
He's like,
Rot
why
house.
does that guy have a wood spoon in his hat?
Carl.
Why
Rot
you got
house.
a wood spoon in your hat, Carl? Straight empty. Nothing. I suppose
North Town.
I actually like that. I like that I didn't have to do
Carl.
anything.
Central Town. Steinauer House. Church and Druckers.
Motherfucker, dude, I don't know where like this little girl went anymore.
Drucker House.
She's
Mardenbauer
probably
Mill.
gone. She's probably at the mill.
Muller House.
Muller House.
Paul. Petsus. Meadow. Petsus.
Oh. Good dog.
Petsus. Paul. Paul says, good morning, Magdalene. How's the mural coming along? Player says, well, I think. I'm off to start the first part of the mural today. I'll paint the founding of Tassing and the Romans. Paul says, well, you won't want for any models. Tassing is littered with Roman ruins. It's almost a nuisance. What sort of mural are you creating, Magdalene? I believe Klaus was planning on a fresco. Option 1 of 3, well, I'll start with the intonatio, and then paint the fresco over it, so that I have a clear consistency. Paul says, ah, I see. Do you have enough plaster? The rothouse wall is so large, I was worried it wouldn't stay wet for long. Player says since when did the town miller know so much about art? Paul says it's been an interest of mine since childhood, but my father disapproved. After my mother and I left Tassing, we stayed with her family for a few months before we heard what happened. Your father's friend, Andreas. He encouraged me to draw. While we were away, I studied in my uncle's library. I've collected books about various art styles since we returned. Option 1 of 3 I had no idea, Paul. Why didn't you want to paint the mural yourself? Option 1 of 3 I had no idea, Paul. Why didn't you want to paint the mural yourself? Option 2 of 3 I can't imagine what I would have done if Dad didn't let me learn how to print and paint. Option 2 of 3 I can't imagine what I would have done. Paul says oh, it didn't stop me. I just became better and better at hiding my art. That's why Anna and I have decided that whatever Andreas and Ulrich show interest in, we'll support. It may not be something that they can make a life from, but I'd rather nurture that interest. Well, anyway. I'm glad the mural is going well. Forgive my sudden questioning about it. I've been so busy preparing for the council's next meeting, I haven't had as much time with Anna as usual. She says I get a bit frantic when I'm overwhelmed. Option 1 of 3 is the council working on something new? Paul says we're considering yearly maintenance checks on every house in Tassing. The ideas had quite a bit more pushback than we'd anticipated. Option 1 of 3 new ideas always face some kind of opposition. Option 2 of 3 I can understand the utility of the proposition, but it might feel like a nuisance. Paul says it's a matter of safety, Magdalene. The old widow's house was practically falling apart before she died. This would help protect those in Tassing who don't have the skill to fix things themselves. Widows like Agnes, or Gret. In any case, the matter is far from resolved. I imagine spring will come before anything is actually done. I had better get back to work. Thank you for letting me interrupt your day,
The stuff that it
Magdalene.
talks about, you would find in an old rustic TV show about some Scottish television show about about like doctors or something like that. It's so beautiful. It reminds me of Downton Abbey or something like that. It's very good like that. It's definitely steeped in historic leanings and writing, and the style is very historic. It's very good.
God bless you. Player
God
says
bless
until
you.
later, Paul. Petsus. Meadow. Petsus, Paul. Muller House. Muller House. Paul. Petsus. Meadow. Forest.
Now, there's something up there.
Player says snow is creeping down the mountains. Winter will be here. Forest.
Well, so now I've gotta go down the
Forest.
pulley hole, I
Forest.
guess, I think. But let's double check with the
Journal.
journal and just see. We make for space in the but it's just showing out what's a good thing. You get down the phone to the mirror. I bet well, this is something that can help me. Yep, so I think if they'll let me, I'll make my approach.
Shrine of Saint Sasha.
I'm gonna double check here now.
Forest.
This won't be it. I'm going
Waterfall.
waterfall. I haven't been to the waterfall in a while. We're just gonna double check here too.
Player says a pig. Out here, it must have broke out of its pen. I wonder who it belongs to. Old salt mine.
Down
Mine
the hatch, you know.
Mine shaft. Player says Baltus gave me this rope to climb down, but it might take a while. Should I go now? Option 1 of 2 climb down the shaft.
Yeah, it's time. Let's get it done. Down she goes. Oh, that was lucky.
Player says there are a lot of different coins down here. How odd. It's not like this is a Saints Well. Oh, a tablet. There's still writing on it. Player says oh, it's a poem. I think it's a love. Option 1 of 4 off. That's cute. Option 2 of 4 hee hee. Options. Option 3 of 4 poor J. I hope her lover was better at things other than poetry. Option 4 of 4 ugh. I would have chucked this shit down a mine shaft. Option 1 of 4 off. That's cute.
I miss whatever it is.
Player says oh, this looks like a larger version of some of Balta's contraptions.
That was kind of buggy.
Now that I'm down here, I should see what I can find from the Roman era and before. Oh, bones. They're far too big to be human. Cave. Cave. Player says oh, a piece of pottery. It's beautiful. This pottery is scattered everywhere. Oh, these must be the same kind of figurines Till and the other farmers find in the fields. To think that there are so many remnants of our ancestors scattered in fields and caves like this. Oh, these must be the same kind of figurines Till and the... To think that there are so many remnants of our ancestors scattered in fields and caves. Another piece. I wonder if they're all the same pot. Mine shaft. Player says another shard. Cave. Player says yet another pottery piece. Here's another piece. Cave. Player says ooh, another piece. There's a Latin inscription here. Tasha give me water or Pluto preserve me, this salt is drying me to death. Yikes. Doesn't sound like working down here was pleasant. Oh, another shard. Player says oh, this looks like a Roman map of Tassing. I wonder what's changed. Let's see if I can map everything out. There's the aqueduct and the spring. The abbey was an old fort up on the hill, and there's the rest of town. Wait, what's this building? I don't recognize it, that's so odd. Player says another inscription. It's not very formal. A worker must have carved it. Laetus soul ascended in the Mithrium, my soul will descend in this damned hall of salt. Christ, that's rough. Mithrium, like a temple to Mithras? Hey, this piece looks like it matches the other piece I found. I have a lot of these pottery pieces. I should find out if they're all from the same pot.
Oh no, this looks fucking horrible. This is hard. Dear God, why? Oh, I don't know if I really want to do this, but if it was here, it would seem that it would be like that, because that piece upside down? It kind of looks like it is. There's like a big body. That's weird. I don't think that's it. Come on, man. So I think that goes there. And I think that's like over here. Yeah. And I think that's gonna be like up here maybe, or I don't know. Something like that, yeah. And then I don't think that's it. But it's getting better. Oh god. This is the sort of puzzle that my Asperger's can't do. It's annoying. This spatial reasoning disorder, do you see it? My brain can't do this sort of shit. It's sort of annoying. I saw this puzzle and I was like, no. And I think I'm really supposed to get it, but it also is like fairly hard. I don't know. I'm gonna just try and piece my way through it. I really don't know. I really don't know where all this is supposed to go. So... So that and I think that are connected somehow. Is that right? I don't know. And I mean, I'll fuck around with it for half an hour, I guess. And try, like, because it has to do with my ego. I need to be able to, like, know that I can do this. I might not be able to do this, but I'm gonna try, you know? I'm gonna fucking try. Oh god, it's so... Here, like, yeah, can we... Yeah, like a little bit. Yep. There, does that make a little bit more sense? It sort of does. His body... No, wait. His body is like that. Is that right? Yeah, I think that is it. Okay, his body... That makes sense, yeah, I think. So... Good, good. And then, I don't know... Maybe... Fuck. It's annoying, but... Maybe I can manage it. I don't know. It's so hard. It's hard. It's not too good. I might have a real problem here. I might not be able to do this, and it might bum me out. I might not be able to move forward with the storyline without this, and that's not too good, because, man, I don't know. So now I'd move that. That seems right. But now, yeah, put it there for now, and move you up. Wait, oh, yeah, up, right? And then, I think that is it, yeah. Yeah, like that, wait, like that. Oh, is that it? Yeah, that might be it, I guess. No, I don't know, like, you're all fucked up, I guess. Try that, yeah, and then move this, yeah. And try that. Does that work? I don't know, seems like it kind of does. Seems like it kind of does. I don't know, it's... Try that, yeah, and then... That seems to be right. So then, now we can kind of piece that this belt. I don't know if that's it, but we're gonna try. If it's not that, then let's see. Is it that? Right? No. That'd be over here on the other side, I think. So I don't know what's. That might be right. And then, okay, I don't think that's it, right? Oh, yeah, maybe it is it. Yeah, it is it. I'm starting to get it, thank God. This puzzle worried me. I was like, what if it's a puzzle I can't solve? And it's never that. It's just, you know, but now it's kind of annoying because like moving this stuff around is actually kind of hard. So I don't know. That's not right. That's, I don't know where to put this. Kind of, it's annoying. I think I've got to put you. Yeah. Oh, you can switch them. Oh, you can switch them. Well, there you go. Shit. Okay. Well. Okay. That's not it, but one of these will be. I just don't know. I think that's it, right? I don't know. No. And that's wrong. It might be right. Or right. It might be right. It's just. Yeah. And then this looks right, but it's not. Maybe we try that. Right? Yeah. And you, like, I don't know, try that. I don't know. It's kind of annoying. Is that right? That's not right. So we come up here. I don't know. This one. Okay, maybe that's right. Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't know. This needs to come over. I don't know. I really don't know. It strikes me. Oh no. Okay, so if that guy is right up, then it's going like right there or some such. I don't know. I think this would have to be over here in the respect that. Yeah, very good. And then this one's fucking hard. Like I didn't like this puzzle. Like my brain doesn't do these sort of puzzles very good. That's not it. So try that and flip it. It's not it. That's not it. What about that? Do you flip it? Yes. Well, I don't know. Is that it? No, that's not it. Try that. Yeah, that's it. There we go. And then, I mean, it took a while, but I did it. I mean, it's a hard puzzle, but it's fine. People used to love puzzles like this. It's kind of funny. I used to like puzzles like this from time to time, but it's not amazing. It's pretty hard, this stuff. Is it that? I don't know. Is it that? Does it seem like it might be? It's not. It's gotta be like that. Is that right? No. I think this belongs here, though. Is that right? No, that's not right. I don't know. It must be... Right? I don't know. Oh, it's hard. I used to never be able to do these. Other people were so much better at this than me. It's so annoying. Oh, no. It really feels... That must be it. Okay, so this, I think, belongs here, right? No. So is it that? I don't know. One of these has gotta belong. Like, it must be that one. Let's see. Yeah, that is it. That's it. There we go. Got a little bit of a better foundation. Stupid-ass Asperger's makes it so hard. Yeah, like that. Then... No. Take that there. Yeah, that's good. And then you. Yep. And then you, except... Now, how does that work? I wonder if it's blah. No, it's not that, though. It's... See, that's not it, though. Is it? It seems... right, but it's not, though. That seems right, but... not that one. That one does not seem right. That one... Oh,
Player says got it.
Yeah, nice. We did get it. It was hard, but we got it.
The figures on this pot lid look like they're telling a story. These paintings must depict an early myth, even before the Romans. Let's see. This must be Perchta, and those must be forest spirits. Part of the wild hunt? Oh, God. The next part looks like a human sacrifice. Someone, maybe a chieftain, is sacrificing a man to Perchta. The bottom half of the lid continues the story. These look like spirits. They must be coming in to feast on the sacrifice. That must be how our ancestors tried to keep Tassing safe. They offered sacrifices to Perchta. Option 1 of 3 to think that our ancestors made this and I'm holding it now. Maybe this is what I could paint in the mural. Player says I'll have to think more about it before I decide for certain. Alright, I'd better keep going before I run out of oil in my lamp. Player says more Latin writing. If we cannot enter the Mithraeum, we will make our own altar to the gods. It sounds like the Mithraeum was some kind of temple. Hey. I've never heard the word before. Maybe that's the building I didn't recognize. I should see if I can learn more about it. Player says this almost looks like an altar. But what would an altar be doing in a salt mine? It's even carved out of the salt. I think it's a statue of Mithras. He's usually depicted with a dagger and torch. It's less detailed than I expected. Mine shaft. Player says oh, a cave-in. The wood here looks newer than the first part of the mine. I won't be able to go any further with all the rubble. I suppose this is as far as I can go. Still, the murals on the wall showed me what Tassing was like when the Romans were here. I wonder if I can find out where the Mithraeum was, or what it is. And putting the pottery shard back together showed one of the earliest stories of Tassing. I think I've seen everything I can down here, and my oil is running out. Time to climb back out.
Oh, this
Cave.
No, I don't want the. Yeah, I don't want sticky keys. Oh, bitch.
Cave. Exit mine. Player says off. Wait, who's that? Hello? Is someone there? I'd better get out of this shaft before another rock comes crashing down. Player says who is that? Even Apollo and Artemis would have helped me out of here. Well, now that I have more information, I can make some decisions on the first section of the mural. I should get back to the Rothaus and get to work. Mine shaft.
November 1st? 6th?
Mine shaft. Waterfall. Holler says you. Option 1 of 2 why yes? Holler says I'm Holler Brandt, the Lord's gamekeeper. Why are you grazing pigs in the woods? Option 1 of 4 I'm not. That's not my pig. Option 3 Holler says I didn't ask for your name. I asked why you were grazing pigs here. Answer me. Option 1 of 3 that's not my pig. Holler says I've been walking around this forest for hours. Other than the charcoal burner and the tinker, you're the only other person I've seen. If the pig doesn't belong to you, what are you doing here? Option 1 of 3 I was, in the salt mine? Option 2 of 3 lie I'm with child. Option 3 of 3 does everyone have to justify? Holler says if I think you're stealing the Lord's wood or illegally grazing your pigs. Yes. Alright. Let me ask a different question. Whose pig is this? Option 1 of 3 I don't know. The pig was in the woods when I came in here. Holler says ah. A mysterious lost pig. Who apparently belongs to no one. Option 1 of 2, I suppose so. Holler says if I find any more pigs in these woods I'll kill them on the spot. And those who brought them here. Do you understand? Option 1 of 2, why yes. Holler says good. Remind your neighbors what happens when you break the Lord's laws. Player says I knew the Lord's men patrolled these woods but I've never seen one before. I didn't realize they were so strict. I suppose I should consider myself lucky. Anyway, time to get out of these woods and back to work at the Rothouse.
Wow. Savage.
Forest.
Kill that pig for it, dude. That pig do
Apollo,
you, man.
Meadow. Ex Libris.
Fuck, man. The pig isn't your property. You can't
Meadow.
shoot it. That's,
Smokey's home.
That's abuse of power, man.
Church and Druckers.
I guess if you're the Lord's man, you
Meadow.
have permission to do that, but
Arc
did the
Mill,
Lord tell you
Martin
to
Bauer
do it?
Farm. Journal.
So said I should head to the rat house and finalize my plans, alright.
Drucker House. Central Town. Steinauer House. North Town. Alban Bakery.
Alban Bakery, I want
Alban
the
Bakery, North Town. Carl. Rothouse.
Begin.
Work on mural. OTZ says hey, Mags. How's the mural coming along? Option 1 of 3, Magdalene. OTZ says can't you let it go? Mags is so much easier. Player says no. Otto Zimmerman, I can't. OTZ says ugh, don't, fine. Anyway, Magdalene, how's the mural going? It doesn't look like much yet. Option 1 of 3, well, of course it doesn't look like anything now. Option 3, OTZ says I mean, one has egg in it, I guess. Player says you're hopeless. I only just finished priming the wall. Now I have to decide what to depict. It's hard to piece together the history of Tassing when it happened since the Abbey Library burned. I can only rely on stories from people around Tassing. Even what I could find out about the Romans and pagans was obscure. I had to go into the old salt mine to find anything. At least now I know what to paint for the first part of the mural. OTZ says so? What is it? Option 1 of 3, I'll use the pottery and tools the farmers have found to show how we lived before the Romans. Option 1 of 3, I'll use the pottery and tools the farmers have found to show how we lived before the Romans. Option 2 of 3, Smokey told me a story about the god Mars as a wolf, the nymph Tasha, and how the spring was blessed. Option 1 of 3, I'll use the pottery and tools the farmers have. Option 3 of 3, I'll recreate an image I found in the mine. It showed how our ancestors made human sacrifices to appease Perchta and the spirit. Option 2 of 3, Smokey told me a story about the god Mars as a wolf, the nymph. Option 1 of 3, I'll use the pottery and tools the farmers have found to show how we lived before the Romans. OTZ says I'm sure Father Thomas will approve, but I don't know, just sounds kind of boring. So what made you choose this story, anyway? Option 1 of 3, it has the strongest connection to our farmers. Things that they've found. It's the most real. OTZ says that makes a lot of sense. Other stories might feel like they don't really have anything to do with us. Thanks for explaining it. Option 1 of 2, of course. I want you all to understand why I'm making these choices. Player says well, now that I've figured this portion of the mural out, I'd better start thinking about next section. OTZ says I'll leave you to it, Mags. Magdalene. Player says good night, OTZ. OTZ says good night, Magdalene.
I don't know how to
Player
read
says
that
now that
block.
I've decided how to depict Tassing's earliest history, I should decide how to paint Kearsaw's history. Mother Illuminata's letter mentioned that a Matthew Fossiniso used to be a brother in Kearsaw. She said he knew a great deal about the Abbey's history. I should write to him and ask him what he remembers. Oh, and I have Esther's letter to answer, too. I should write to them both now, before bed. Oh, before I write, I should read that old book Brigida gave me. Maybe I'll learn something pertinent for the murals. Right. Sleeve. Right. Church and Druckers. Drucker House Upper. Drucker House Upper. Church and Druckers. Right. Sleeve. Right. Journal. Maps. Journal. Ex-Libris. Journal. Journal. Ex-Libris. Journal. Maps. People. Glossary.
Where did I read that book? She gave me the book, but I did something.
Church
with
and
it.
Druckers.
Fuck knows it.
Drucker House
Where's
Upper.
the book? Where's the book? Where is this book that I must read?
Klaus. Klaus says Magdalene. Player says hey, Dad. How are you feeling? Can I get you anything? Klaus says no, no. I'm fine. You go on. Player says alright. I'll come back and check on you later. Klaus.
Yeah, it's good that they did it because it would have fit the story.
Drucker House. Church and Druckers. Right. Player says alright. Where to begin? Right. The old book. It was the Barons, before Martin stole it. When the Romans, having conquered the town, built up the walls around it, they established many temples there. This is harder to read than I thought. The book isn't in great shape either, since it's been sitting in a farmer's house for so long. Let's see. Oh, here's a section about the various dedications erected in the town. That might be easier to read. Ergo simulacrum in ager ut Mars nostrum operum conspiciat. I raise a vision in a field so that Mars may behold our work. Hey. Sedite Diana locos cache originosa ipsa. Diana sat in a place with water oozing up from herself. What does that mean? Ormus ut defendat oppidum. Let us pray so that he, or she, may defend the town. None of this really makes any sense. Maybe someone with better Latin than me could help me read it. The book is so big, though, it would be a lot of work. I could ask Sister Gertrude or Baltus for help. Werner, too. He's much better at Latin than anyone else in town. Maybe even Father Thomas, even though Dad warned me not to bother him with secular books. Chances are slim they could help, but it might be worth asking about. I should finish writing my letters, first. Mother Illuminata told me that Matthew knew some of the Abbey's early history. He's the Archdeacon of Zion now. I should write to him before the snows come. I'll write to Esther, too. Option 1 of 2 Most Revered Matthew Fossiniso, Archdeacon of Zion. Player says my name is Magdalene Druck-Aaron. I'm the daughter of Tassing's town printer. My father and I are creating a mural for Tassing's Rathaus. We want to show the history of the town and the abbey. Option 1 of 2 Mother Illuminata told me that you might be the best person to ask about Kearsaw's early history. Player says I understand you are a busy man, but we would be most appreciative of any information you could give us. If you know of any other places where we might learn about the Abbey's history, we would appreciate it. Option 1 of 2 Thank you for your help and consideration. Option 2 of 2 Player says Sister Gertrude is still here, with the poor Clares, and she speaks fondly of the old Abbey. Thank you for your help. Magdalene. Esther. Please forgive me for not writing sooner. Option 1 of 2 So much has happened since I last wrote. Player says even as my last letter was en route to you, Dad was attacked in the workshop in the middle of the night. He survived, thank God, but his injuries are terrible. I worry about him. He's so dizzy he can't get out of bed. Some days his eyes become foggy, and his memory fails him. Dr. Stahl said that he's not going to recover, that it's only a matter of time before he succumbs to the injury. He's going to do the best he can to make things comfortable for Dad. I'm glad he's here to help. I have no idea who could have wanted to attack my father, or why.
Is this her sister?
I found a note by him, too. All it said was stop. It wasn't from the shop, because the script was written in the most elaborate hand I've ever seen. No one in Tassing has such skill in script, as far as I know. And anyway, I don't have the time to wonder about it. I've had my hands full running the workshop alone while tending to Dad. What's more, the town council intended to cancel the mural entirely. I had a hell of a time convincing them to let me paint it instead. They made a fuss about my being too young, not experienced enough, not strong enough to be on the scaffold. You know how it is. Option 1 of 2. I suppose I shouldn't have expected any better of them. Player says working on the mural has been a welcome distraction from the naysayers and my chores. And worrying about Dad. OTZ has been coming over under the pretense of helping me prepare my paints. To option 1 of 2. It's sweet and I'm glad for the company. He makes the days easier. Player says I'd like to have the whole mural finished by Christmas, if I can. I just want to finish it in time for Dad to see it. It would mean so much to him. If Dr. Stalls is right, I don't know how long I'll have. I hope you are faring better than we are here. All my love.
You know what this reminds me of is M with an E.
Magda. Sleeve. Church and Druckers. Drucker House Upper. Drucker House Upper. Church and Druckers. Sleeve. Church and Druckers. Sleep. Player says it's late. I should get option 1 of 2. Go to sleep.
Some 3 months later, something?
Reich's postman says Mistress Druck-Aaron. A few more letters for you.
Oh, so yeah, 3 months later she gets her
Take
letters
care.
back. Okay.
Player says thank you, sir. Safe travels.
Indeed.
The first letter is from Reverend Matthew. Matthew says Mistress Druck-Aaron, I was not acquainted with your family during my years at Kearsarge. Even so, I remember your father was one of the townsfolk who prevented the peasantry from burning us alive. I am not overly inclined to assist the people of Tassing in their endeavors to catalog the origins of the abbey they destroyed. Even so, it was a long time ago. In the interest of posterity and Christian charity, I will tell you what I recall. Some time after the Romans left, Christians settled in the region and built Kearsarge Abbey on the ruins of a fortress. The abbey was founded by a noblewoman of the Kearsarge family. She was both its patron and its first abbess. Perhaps 2 centuries ago, Kearsarge changed to being run by an abbot. I do not know the reason, but many other double monasteries did likewise around the same time. It may have been done out of fear of being shut down, as double monasteries were frowned upon by the Pope. Sadly, that is the extent of my knowledge. Your neighbors put any other records about the abbey to the torch. Sic arsit historia Kearsis. Thus burned the history of Kearsarge. Even so, I have heard that Sisters of the Poor Clares have formed a new chapter at the abbey. I can only hope that their love of apostolic poverty has not driven them to impoverish the shrine of St. Moritz. Assuming they have not consigned the contents of Kearsarge's former occupants to a bonfire, you may find something there. It is hard to be overjoyed at the news of your neighbor's late regrets. Many of the injuries inflicted 18 years ago will never heal. Regret cannot undo what has been done, but we can all find redemption through Christ. We must pray for love and reconciliation in the days ahead. In the end, that is all that matters. Winter comes swiftly. Huguenots and Lutherans plague my homeland. Thank the Lord you still live in a land ruled by the one true church. I hope this has been of some help to you and yours. May God keep and protect you. The Most Reverend Matthew Fossossigny, Archdeacon of Zion. Player says another reply from Esther. Esther says Magdalene, I am terribly sorry to hear about your father. My parents send their deepest condolences. If we can provide you anything from Prague, you need only send word. I know we are further away than is easy to travel, but I will see that we can do what Hashem allows. Father says that he remembers no one who would want to harm your father. Yet, the night I was born, he remembers great strife in town. Perhaps there is old blood over depicting the night of the revolt. That is all he could suggest. We pray for you and your father every day in our offering. Hashem will make all things right, in time. He will exact justice on the culprit. I am encouraged to hear that the town council let you continue the mural at all. The guilds here would protect your right to complete a job, especially once a contract has been reached. You give the men of council too much grace. Why should you be forced to settle for their old ways of thinking? We live in a new age. An age where art and science have come together. An age when all may read the works of the great sages in their own language. Truly, when your father recovers, I urge you to come visit me in Prague. But I am glad you found some joy in your work on the mural. We are all well here. Elisha has been carving a new set of wood cuttings, and father has agreed to a new contract with the university. I found Simond. His family didn't move far away after all. He's planning on working as a doctor in the city once the expulsion order ends. His parents have been meeting with mother and father quite often now. So I hope that I will be sending good news in my next letter. With Hashem's help. Please inform us of your father's condition in your next letter. Be well. Esther. Player says that's all the letters I have for now. I should head home and check on Dad.
Excuse me for just a moment. It's actually not that bad of an idea. Tilt it a bit more. Yeah, tilt it a bit more. Right. That's not the worst idea. Yeah, I don't think so. Just get back there. Who cares? Right? Yeah. And yeah, check this ass out. Yeah. And yeah. Yeah, check out that, huh? Alright. Sorry for hitting the mic. It's not my intention. Just, you know, always tweak it with my setup. Always trying to make it better. So if I anchor to pull like that, right? Oh. Oops, my phone. I dropped my phone. Oh. So there we go.
Werner says good morning, Magdalene.
Lots of stuff.
I am here, right on time. I hope you are well. Player says well enough. How's my dad? Werner says that is what we were about to discuss. How are you feeling? Player says his fever broke at dawn this morning. That's good news, right? Klaus says all things, in time. I still feel weak. The dizziness has not receded. My head continues to spin whenever I try to sit or stand up for too long. Occasionally I am struck with sudden and severe headaches. Werner says the damage runs deeper than I first thought. Let me be honest here, with both of you, I am worried. The circumstances are not unfolding to our benefit. Klaus, your health is not mending. Perhaps it is due to your age. Perhaps. We have passed numerous critical days, with no change for the better. Meanwhile, the winter draws closer. And I am, running low on medical supplies. With the roads into town likely snowed in, especially the pass, supply shipments will not arrive for months. Option 1 of 3. How did this happen? Option 2 of 3. Don't you have a stockpile? Option 3 of 3. Werner says I have. Option 1 of 2. Truly? Things really must be dire. Option 2 of 2. I'm surprised. Werner says we have consulted on matters. She has seen head injuries before, and remembers what Brother Florian told her. It has been a difficult year. Even with the patrols in Bavaria, many merchants have been struck by bandits. French troops have periodically raided the western holdings of our empire. With the fall of Esztergom and Székesfehérvár to the Ottoman Turks, many trade routes from the east have been cut. The pillage of Nice by Barbarossa's corsairs, and our losses in Italy have also put us into a predicament in the south. Klaus says as always, we suffer from the wars of others. Option 1 of 2. The empire struggles, but can't you gather supplies around here? Werner says I will do what I can, but our options are limited. I wish I already had a copy of Vesalius de Humani Corporis Fabrica. In the meantime, Klaus, Magdalene, pray to God. I must take my leave. I will come by again next week. Klaus says thank you, Dr. Stalls. Option 1 of 2. I thank you as well. Werner says I am only doing what I am meant to do. For this town, stay out of trouble, Magdalene. Klaus says he worries too much. I'll be alright. Player says do you want anything to eat before I leave for the day? I'm working on the next section of the mural today. Klaus says I'm not so hungry right now. I'll be alright. Your letter from the Archdeacon. Yes, that's right. What did you learn from him? Option 1 of 3. He seemed sad over what happened during the revolt. Option 1 of 3. He seemed sad over what happened during the revolt. Hesitant to tell me anything. Option 3 of 3. Well, I'm pretty sure he still hates everyone in Tassing. Player says he did say the abbey was founded by a noblewoman after the Romans left. Everything else burned in the fire. Klaus says how unfortunate. I know the brothers kept careful records of the monastery. So much lost in one night.
Fix my tablet so I can see my shit, you know.
Player says the Archdeacon did suggest the poor Clares might have held onto some of the records from the convent. I should be able to learn more about Tassing's Christian history there. Klaus says an excellent place to start, Magdalene. Player says Sister Gertrude doesn't come out of the convent much, but I think it's worth asking her. Maybe Father Thomas knows something, too. I should talk to him. Klaus says if I recall correctly, the miller's wife has a long family history in Tassing. She may know something of the local history that the others have forgotten. Player says else? I thought she moved here when she married. She doesn't have any relatives in town. Klaus says not anymore. Age, illness, and marriage took the rest of her family. But the Caviezel's used to live all up and down this valley. Go talk to her. Option 1 of 2 I will. Thanks, Dad. Player says Maybe something remained in the Abbey's ruins. I should definitely see what's left. Klaus says Magdalene, you be careful. Those ruins are dangerous. Option 1 of 3 I won't go far into them, Dad. Just to take a look. Klaus says alright. Wear a scarf, too. It's getting cold out now. I can feel it in my old bones. Player says don't worry, Dad. I'll see you tonight, alright? Klaus says alright. Good luck.
Sunday frogs.
Drucker House. Church and Druckers. Player says I'm not tired right now. Church and Druckers. Martinbauer Farm. Mill. Journal.
So... Sister Gertrude.
Our Lady of the Labyrinth. Our Lady of the Labyrinth.
Oh yeah, whatever happened to what's her name? Oh, hey.
Thomas. Thomas says God bless you, Magdalene. Player says and God bless you, Father Thomas. Do you have a moment? Thomas says of course. What can I help you with? Player says I wanted to ask you about Tassing's saints. I'd like to represent them in the Rathaus. Thomas says I'm thrilled to hear it. The saints will make a wonderful centerpiece for the murals. Option 1 of 3 you misunderstand, Father. I may incorporate them, but there are other possibilities. Option 2 of 3 no. Option 3 of 3 let's make a deal. I listen rapturously as you tell me about the saints, and you don't press me about putting them in the mural. Thomas says very well, but you know there is one saint you're overlooking. Option 1 of 2 Option Thomas says why, the Blessed Virgin, of course. Mary. Many people forget that Mary is the greatest saint. And she visited one of the peasants here in Tassing, centuries ago.
Oh wow.
Option 1 of 2 what, really? Option 2 of 2 the Virgin Mary appeared in Tassing? Why? Thomas says yes. She appeared to give a message. Centuries ago, a farmer in the fields behind us had 3 visions of Mary. In the first, she told him that she wanted him to tell the Bishop of Freising that she had appeared. The peasant traveled down to Freising, but the bishop would not see or hear him. Option 1 of 2 that's not a short trip. Thomas says it certainly is not, but the peasant had received a holy vision. What else could one do in the face of a divine revelation? Option 1 of 2 well, when you... Thomas says the peasant returned to Tassing and had another vision in the field. The Virgin showed him a pattern, a labyrinth. She told him to draw it on a sheet of birch bark and bring the drawing to the Bishop of Freising. Option 1 of 2 why didn't she just give him the labyrinth the first time? Thomas says. The bishop attempted to turn the peasant away, but he could see the drawing of the labyrinth in his hands. It was the same image that the bishop had seen in a dream 3 nights earlier. He met with the peasant, who told him of the 2 apparitions he had seen here in Tassing. The bishop was moved by the peasant's story and he came here, to Tassing. Option 1 of 2 the bishop came here? Thomas says he did. It's the only time the bishop has ever come to Tassing, and when the bishop came, Mary appeared to both of them. She told the farmer that the town needed to build this church. She told the bishop to support the town. Option 1 of 3 was the town so poor that they couldn't have built it on their own? Thomas says oh, I don't know, but certainly the support of the bishop must have made it much easier.
Yeah.
And so the bishop helped fund the creation of this church. The people of Tassing have been using it ever since. Option 1 of 3 You're not from Tassing. How did you hear the story? Thomas says true, I am not. The people told me when I came. And the former priest told them when they were children, and so on. The priest and the flock have shared the responsibility of passing on the story over the centuries. Player says thank you for the story, Father Thomas. Thomas says you are most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you in your work. Player says God bless you, Father Thomas. Player says Mary, Mother of Jesus. Her painting has been here as long as I can remember.
Beautiful.
Church and Druckers. Meadow.
No, it's okay to him. Now I gotta go to Else up at the mill.
Art Mill, Martin Bauer Farm.
Oops.
Mill. Muller House. Paul, Andrea, Petsus, Andrea, Paul.
At the mill, I'm attempting to see
Muller
Else
House.
at the Muller House. Yeah,
Else,
there's
Mill,
Else, and
Mill,
there's Anna.
Else,
But let's see what
Mill,
Anna. Let's see
Dolreich.
what Ulrich has
Dolreich
to say.
says Magaline. Player says hello. Dolreich says hello OO. Player says what are you doing? Dolreich says watching. Player says very well. Keep up the good work. Dolreich says work. Haha. Just like mom, I will work now. Dolreich. Anna. Anna says God bless you, Magdalene. Player says hello, Anna. How are you? Anna says oh, keeping busy. There's always plenty to do around the house. How is the mural coming? Paul mentioned your progress is quite impressive. Option 1 of 3 oh, I'll have to thank him. That's high praise from a councilman. Option 2 of 3 I'm making steady progress. I think I'll be finished just before the new year. Option 3 of 3 I didn't realize the council cared so much, especially since I wasn't their first choice. Anna says oh, Magdalene, Paul told me about the debate you all had after Klaus was attacked. Forgive them their doubt. It was an abrupt turn of events, and they never considered that you'd be able to do the work. Option 1 of 3 I know. I only wish that the debate wasn't needed in the first place. Anna says as do I. You're a talented young woman. But consider how you've changed Tassing for the better. Not only do you get to paint the mural now, you also changed the minds of the council. They'd been arguing over what to paint for ages. I can't tell you the headaches you've solved, truly. Option 1 of 2 thanks, Anna. I hadn't considered it in that light before. Anna says of course, Magdalene. I'll have to bring Andreas and Ulrich by some time to see your progress. We won't get in your way, of course. I'm sure they'd love to learn about the process. Player says you're all more than welcome, but watch your step. There's plaster everywhere. I've just mixed a new batch to keep the wall moist. It's hard to maintain the right texture when it's so cold out. Anna says oh, I can imagine. I had a similar problem when I helped my mother in the bakery. Rolling dough in winter was such trouble. We had to throw out so many batches that wouldn't rise. Your discipline is admirable. You know, I was a real rascal back in the day. Skipped on working with my parents more times than I can count. Option 1 of 2 but you're so hardworking, Anna. I can't imagine you making trouble. Option 2 Anna says oh, no. Jörg has always been more hardworking than me. I was a thief and scoundrel. It started with cakes from my mother's table, still hot from the oven. Soon it was silverware, mugs, trinkets I found around town. Ulrich's little hat once even belonged to Andreas Mahler, your father's friend. I stole it from his head.
Yeah, remember though, that hat, poor Andreas. I can't believe Andreas burned to death in the fire. I really liked Andreas. It's so sad that he died. It's so sad. He was such a wonderful little hero, and he burned to death. It's terrible.
Of course, stealing is against the Lord's commandments.
Stupid video game characters, stupid stories.
So my
I
father
get all
would make me return
invested.
everything if I hadn't eaten it already and marched me to church to pray.
Poor Andreas burned to death in the church as it engulfing in flames. You know what I'm saying? like Ricky. It was golfing. It was golfing in flames because it was, you know, and he was engulfed. Poor Andreas, burning to death. What are we, fucking Joan of Arc?
Father Thomas grew accustomed to seeing me more often than Sunday mornings. Option 1 of 2. What changed? Option 2 of 2. I guess you got tired of saying Ave Marias. Anna says haha. That was part of it. I grew out of the habit over time. I think I started to see why my parents had such a devotion to the Lord. Stealing was my way of acting out. But when the troubles started in town, I realized that my thieving wasn't doing any good. Not to mention, I saw what happened to Martin Bauer. I decided I'd rather honor my father and mother, as God commands. It gives me grace with Andreas and Ulrich on the hard days. And with the rest of the town. Option 1 of 3. I think Ulrich would be proud. Option 2 of 3. I think everyone can learn from your example, Anna. Anna says hopefully from my present one, rather than my past. Haha. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I'm sure you have plenty of mural work to do. Player says I'll see you later, Anna. Anna says God bless you, Magdalene. Anna. Mill. Else. Else says Magdalene, dear. What brings you up the hill? Option 1 of 3. I wanted to ask you some questions about your family. For the mural. Option 2 of 3. Dad was telling me your family's been in Option 3 of 3. Dad suggested I ask about your family for the mural. He said your sister used to tell him about your family history. Player says your family name was Caviezel, wasn't it? Else says oh. Not a soul in town has asked me about my family in years. I was beginning to think my neighbors had forgotten us. I am not surprised your father remembers the Caviezels. He was sweet on my sister before he met your mother. I am the last of us left now. Option 1 of 2. Caviezel doesn't sound like a local name. Else says why wouldn't it be? I am Bavarian. It is my name. So, it is a Bavarian name. Player says no one else in town has a name like that. And shouldn't you be Caviezelin? Else says I have always been called Caviezel, as were my sisters and mother, and her mother before her. My grandfather told me the Caviezels have lived in this area for hundreds of years, perhaps even 1,000, though it seems impossible to imagine a time so long ago. Option 1 of 2. The Caviezels were pagans? Else says yes, the original Bavarian people. Here even before the Romans. My grandfather said his grandfather told him the Caviezels resettled the town after the Romans left. Built their new home right on the spot where they had been living when the Romans arrived. Option 1 of 2. That's a remarkable story. It reminds me of Parzival's quest for the Grail. Player says he is driven from the court of King Arthur and wanders the countryside, honorless. He meets a holy man who brings him to God, and through regaining his honor Parzival completes his journey to the Grail. Else says what a lovely idea. When I think of the ancient Caviezels driven from their land, only to find it again and become Christians, they feel nearer to me. Do you understand? Option 1 of 2. I think so. It's like when my dad tells me stories about courting my mom. Player says I don't remember her face, but when he tells me about her smile, I can almost recall it. Else says yes. It doesn't matter whether you really remember. When I sing my sister's favorite songs to Ulrich, I may not know all the words anymore, but that's all right. Just as I may not know exactly how the Caviezels resettled Tassing. What matters is that I feel close to her, and them, even though they are so far from me now. That is what stories are for, Magda. Now go on. You've got a mural to complete. Option 1 of 2. Thank you, Else. You've given me much to consider. Else says God bless you, Magdalene dear. Else. Mill, Anna, Ulrich. Anna, Mill, Else. Else. Mill. Paul, Andrea, Petsus. Andreas. Petsus. Andreas. Andreas says, hello. Option 1 of 2. Good day, Master Muller. Option 2 of 2. Andreas says Maglen. Player says Magda works, 2. Andreas says Magda. Player says there you go. What are you up to today? Andreas says drawing. Player says anything interesting? Andreas says no. Secret. Option 1 of 2. I'm good at keeping secrets. Andreas says, I'm drawing Seuss. Player says oh. I see. I'll leave you to it, then. Paul. Paul says hello, Magda, Andrea, Petsus, Meadow. Carl. Carl says, but it's still so beautiful here, Martha. One more moment. Martha says all right, take your time. Oh, hello, Magdalene. Dad, look who it is. Carl says good morning, Mistress Druck Aaron. Player says hello, Martha. Carl. How are you today? Martha says on our usual walk around town. November hasn't grown too cold yet. Dr. Stahl says Dad needs to keep using the leg or the pain will get worse. Carl says and I'm getting old. Hat. Martha says not so old you can sit around at home telling stories. Hat. Option 1 of 3 you listen to your daughter, Carl. Option 2 of 3 you're about the same age as my dad, aren't you? Carl says ha. Klaus has always been too stubborn to grow old. Shame what happened to him.
My fucking tablet keeps falling. It's so annoying. Please stop falling, please.
Martha says as if you're not stubborn, too. Carl says No arguments from me there. Option 1 of 2 Peter survives through sheer stubbornness. Carl says I thought that's what Werner and his ghastly tools were for. And leeches. God, the leeches. Where does he even find them around here? Player says I have no idea. Carl says ugh. They're horrible. Cold and wriggling, just like the doctor's fingers. Martha says Dad. Carl says hat. He's the kind of man I wish Anton would have grown up to be. Martha says. Carl says ah, Anton, my poor boy. Martha says it's all right, Dad. Option 1 of 2 I'm sorry, Carl. Carl says I think about him every day. I can't. It's my fault that he died. Martha says it's not, Dad. You know it's not. Carl says he shouldn't have been with me that night. He shouldn't have. I was a fool. Option 1 of 2 what happened? I know I was there, but all I remember is the flames. Carl says what a fire it was. The whole abbey, engulfed. I was bleeding. Anton tried to drag me out of the fight, then that godforsaken Landsknecht stepped between us. I hope he burns in hell. Player says I can't even imagine what that was like. Option 1 of 2 how old were you during the revolt, Martha? Option 2 of 2 I still think of my mother every day. Carl says I pray I will see him in death. Martha says Dad. It's not good for you to dwell on these memories. Carl says I know. Permit an old man his weaknesses.
Yeah, let him be mad.
Player says how old were you during the revolt? Martha says 7 or so. I didn't understand what was happening. Someone brought Dad home in the middle of the night. It was dark, confusing. There was screaming outside. Mom and a couple of the men who brought Dad in were trying to patch up the wound, but it wouldn't stop bleeding. She kept shouting, "Where's Anton? Where's Anton?" There was blood on the floor. Carl says, "You cried so much you threw up. We couldn't get you to stop." Martha says I couldn't understand where Anton had gone. Dad tried to explain. Carl says Martha. My dear, enough of that. Option 1 of 2 I'm so sorry. Player says how did you go on? Carl says did I? I don't know. Some nights I think I am there still. The abbey is always burning. My Helena passed not long after. I was left alone with Martha to care for. Option 1 of May 2nd the Lord bless and keep her. Carl says as he keeps your mother, Magdalene. I had to keep going for Martha. And somehow, my daughter grew into a wonderful woman despite it all. I suppose that was all Helena's doing. Martha says Dad. If I'm any good, it's because of you. Option 1 of 2 thank you for telling me about the night, Carl, Martha. Carl says time doesn't heal, Magdalene, but it does dull the ache. Martha says. It's time we continued with the walk, Dad. Carl says yes, dear. I'm feeling much more alive now. Player says be well, you too. Carl. Mill. Journal.
Ah, yes, visit Sister Gertrude.
Forest. Lower Abbey. Upper Abbey. Claire says I should talk to Sister Gertrude since she was a Benedictine nun at Kiersau before the poor Claires arrived. She would be able to tell me all about the convent's history for the mural. Shrine, craft, convent garden. Up convent Gertrude.
Oh, I like Gertrude. Hi, Gertrude. She's such a cute little squat woman. She's like a Russian doll. I fucking love her. There is an image that will always live indelible in my mind when I think of this game. When I think of Pentiment, I'll be like, remember Gertrude? She had the cute little mushroom cap nun habits, and she was about 3 feet tall.
Gertrude.
She always had cats. Cats were always around her.
Gertrude says God bless you, Magdalene.
God bless you, Gertrude, Sister Gertrude.
Player says hello, sister. I have a favor to ask of you. Gertrude says of course, Magdalene. I'll help however I can. Player says I have a book, the Historia Tasha, and I can't read it very well. Can you help me translate it? Gertrude says oh, I'm afraid my Latin isn't good enough to translate something like that. Its grammar structures are far too complex. I'm sorry, Magdalene. Player says that's all right, sister. I'll have to find another way. There was one more thing, if you don't mind. It's about the Rathaus mural. Gertrude says oh, did you need more paint? I believe I have enough galls stored away. Player says no thank you, sister. I have more than enough paint. I wanted to ask you about the history of Kiersau, actually. I'd like to include the Abbey's founding and the history of Tassing's saints to the Rathaus mural. I wrote to Reverend Matthew, since he lived at the Abbey, but wanted to see the place firsthand. Gertrude says ah, Brother Matthew became a reverend, did he? He was always suited to such a role. But I don't suppose that's what you came up the hill for. You're curious about the saint's history, yes? Player says yes. I was hoping you could show me around the convent and tell me about its history. Gertrude says The poor Clares don't allow outsiders within the convent, even other women. Mother Francisca wouldn't like anyone coming in for such a worldly concern. Option 1 of 3 I understand. Option 2 of Gertrude says let me finish, Magdalene Druck Aaron. However, Mother Francisca always welcomes those who are considering joining the order. If a young woman sincerely considered joining the convent, she may be allowed to enter and observe the sisters. Who knows what else she may discover while contemplating the holy life? Option 1 of 3 yes. Option 2 of 3 well, I suppose exploring all of my options can't hurt. Gertrude says touring the convent will take some time. Would you like to go see Mother Francisca now? Option 1 of 2 yes, let's go. Gertrude says Mother Francisca, I'd like to introduce Magdalene Druck Aaron. Francisca says the printer's daughter, yes. God bless you, Magdalene. Father Thomas told us of your father's condition, and we pray for his recovery daily. Option 1 of 2 oh, thank you, Abbess. Francisca says such is our duty to serve the Lord and the community that provides for us. Now, what is this about? Sister Gertrude, you know our holy rules. Why bring young Mistress Druck Aaron to me? Gertrude says forgive me, Mother. Magdalene is searching for a place in the world, and is contemplating the holy life. I thought observing the sisters might aid her in her spiritual search. She was encouraged by the idea. Player says right. Yes. Francisca says I wonder that you've never come up to the Abbey before, Mistress Druck Aaron. If God is calling you to the convent, I am more than willing to help you fulfill that divine cause. What brought this change on? Why are you interested in joining the Poor Clares? Option 1 of 3 I'm worried that helping my father, running the shop alone, and finishing the mural are too much for me. Option 2 of 3 well, if I become a... Francisca says Magdalene, I do not encourage such a reason for joining the order. Remember, the Lord commanded man to be fruitful and multiply. However, I understand if the Lord brings you to the convent for such a reason. Some women are born barren. If you truly desire the holy life, then you are more than welcome to observe the sisters. Please, come, I am happy to tell you more of our order. Francisca says our small convent used to be part of the larger Kiersau double monastery, as I'm sure you've been told by Sister Gertrude. However, the Poor Clares live far differently than the Benedictines that once lived here. We believe that it is not ours to produce, and live solely on the alms of the community of Tassing, as they see fit to give. Likewise, none of the sisters here own any personal property. We share this convent as a gift from the Church. We believe that the Lord called us into a life of poverty and service. Does such a life appeal to you, Magdalene? Player says I'm not entirely certain yet. I'd like to explore and look around, get a feel for the place. Franziska says, Magdalene, you must not have understood me. We have deliberately closed ourselves off from the world. I won't have a laywoman bothering the sisters from their duties or disturbing our options. Franziska says, however, I will allow Sister Suzanne to show you our duties. Please take your time. When you have finished, please come find me, and we will discuss your decision to join. Player says, finally. I thought she'd never finish. Suzanne says, what? Player says, truthfully, I'm not here to join the convent. I'm looking for references for a mural I'm painting in the Rathaus. Option 1 of free time to start exploring. You can either come, or not. Up to you. Suzanne says, but Mother Franziska said. Player says, she said that as long as I'm with you, it's fine to look around. Are you really going to get us both in trouble? Suzanne says, no. I always follow Mother Franziska's orders. The convent has many parts. The kitchen, the loquarium, the chapter house, the yard, and the old workshop, though no one uses that old shed anymore. I'll leave it to you to decide where to go first. Convent chapel. Convent courtyard. Convent courtyard. Marguerite. Player says, hello, Marguerite. It's Magdalene. Marguerite says, oh, Magdalene. God bless you. You don't normally come to the convent alone. What brings you here? Not that you're not welcome, of course. It's always wonderful to have visitors. Player says, I had some spare time and thought I would say hello. Marguerite says, oh. Haha. It is good to hear your voice, though. I enjoy it when outsiders visit the convent. Player says, do you miss the outside world much, sister? Marguerite says, yes, sometimes. I miss the other Benedictine sisters especially.
I love this stuff. The stuff women used to have to do. It's just crazy. Now, they wanted to do it, I think a lot of them, but it's still...
She'd never admit it, but Sister
For it
Lisbeth
to
had
be
the most wonderful voice.
expected of them.
I always stood next to her if I could. Player says, why stay, then? Why didn't you leave when the Benedictines left Kiersau? Marguerite says, ha. Truth be told, I was too frightened to leave. Kiersau is my home. I didn't like the idea of becoming accustomed to a new place. Learning the convent's ins and outs was hard enough. I never went outside the convent much anyway. I know where everything is here, even if it's changed over the years. Sister Gertrude had already planned to stay, too. The garden always needs tending, and 2 hands make light work. Besides, I can't leave Mosfanger behind. Option 1 of 3 Kiersau is a wonderful place to call home. Option 2 of 3 of course. She truly is Queen of Kiersau. Player says, has the convent changed very much since the poor Clares arrived? Marguerite says, yes. The food is simpler, and some of the prayers are different. But all the chores and gardening is the same.
She has a wonderful cat. It's so cute. It's so wonderful.
Gertrude misses making ink for the scriptorium, but I've enjoyed learning the sisters' new customs. Speaking of which, I should probably return to my chores. Player says, of course, sister. Apologies for interrupting. Marguerite says, not at all, Magdalene. God bless you. Convent kitchen. Suzanne says, this is the kitchen. There's not anything that interesting here. Sister Marie and Sister Isabeau take care of most of the kitchen duties, but everyone pitches in when needed. Marguerite. Convent courtyard. Suzanne says, BRR. It's colder today. There's not much in the yard that could help you, I think. Anything that was here has long been covered in weeds. All I know about this place is that the walls were added when the convent was built onto the monastery. Oh, God bless you, Sister Benedicta. Benedicta says, Sister Suzanne. God bless you. Ugh. This ice is hard. Player says, do I recognize you, Sister Benedicta? I think I've seen you in town once or twice. Suzanne says, yes, you'd have seen her. Sister Benedicta is the youngest of the sisters. Mother Franziska allows only one sister to deal with the townsfolk. Benedicta received this privilege. Benedicta says, burden, more like. I have to run around everywhere, gathering all the food and doing all the chores. I'd rather be inside, where it's warm. What are you doing up in the convent, anyway? Option 1 of 3, I'm considering joining the poor Clares, actually. Option 2 of 3, Mother Franziska said I could. Option 3 of 3, Option 2 of 3, Benedicta says, oh, well, don't let me get in the way, then. Player says, actually, Sister Benedicta, I wanted to ask you some do you like being a nun? Benedicta says, oh yes, I don't mind it at all. It's far quieter than home, and I don't have to share my bed with my siblings anymore. I like to help the older sisters, and I don't mind the chores, except when it's cold like this. Player says one more question, Sister Benedicta. Have you seen any mysterious figures or ghosts lately? Benedicta says ghosts? No, everything has been normal recently. I haven't noticed anything odd. Is this about Sister Marie's ghost? I think it's Mauritius. Suzanne says oh, no. Option 1 or 2 who? Option 2. Benedicta says well, I haven't seen anything myself, but if there is a ghost, I like to think it's Mauritius. Don't tell Mother Francisca this, but I found an old book about Christian legends hidden in the workshop. It said that a Roman commander named Mauritius conquered Tassing, but the colony failed. Most of the town was empty until Christian refugees found the town hidden in the valley. It was a miracle. Option 1 of 2 Christian refugees? Option 2 of 2 I wonder if this is a different retelling of St. Moritz saving Tassing. Benedicta says oh, maybe. I don't remember if the book mentioned any saints. The Latin was hard to read. Anyway, when Sister Marie said she saw a ghost, I thought it must be Mauritius, trying to get us out. A Roman ghost couldn't be happy about his tower being turned into an abbey, could he? Option 1 of 2 definitely not. Option 2 of 2 what? Benedicta says oh, well. I had it with me in the kitchen one day, and I accidentally laid the fire poker on it. Option 1 of 3 well, that's unfortunate. Option 2 of Benedicta says I tried to fix it, but it's unreadable now. Sorry, Magdalene. Option 1 of 3 that's alright. That book would probably have gone unread otherwise. I'm glad you were enjoying it. Option 2 of 3 I suppose it's better that the book got some use before it was Player says besides, that story gives me ideas for the Rathaus mural. Thanks for telling me about the book, sister. I won't tell Mother Francisca. God bless you, sister. Benedicta says haha, thanks, Magdalene. God bless you. Convent Art Studio. Player says cough. The workshop is covered in dust. Suzanne says yes. This was the Benedictine sisters' workshop. They used to make badges and art for pilgrims coming to see the hand of St. Moritz. Player says it looks like everything was just left here after the fire. Nothing's been used in years. Suzanne says we can't subsist on painting, and the poor Clares don't produce goods for sale, so we have no reason to be in here. Option 1 of 3 but art allows us to find beauty in life. Even Christ said the Father clothed the lilies of the field in beauty. Option 2 of 3 just because art. Suzanne says we have other ways to make art. Singing, telling stories, things like that. But yes, the workshop is off limits. Mother Francisca doesn't let us come in here, unless to put something in storage. I've come in a few times and noticed some of the brushes have gone missing. Paint pots, too. Option 1 of 3 you think one of the sisters is secretly painting? Suzanne says oh, Lord, no. We all live too close together in the convent for something like that to go unnoticed. In any case, I think it's sad the workshop is left like this. Truthfully, Magdalene, I don't think you should join the convent, even if that's not what you were here to do anyway. Gertrude talks about you, and you seem to love your art. Without it, you'd hate it here. Player says such valuable paint, left to dry and crack on the palettes. There's an old parchment scrap here. It's different than the others. Player says it looks like a scrap from a manuscript. There's something written in Latin in the margin. The Mithraeum of Tassing had been destroyed by a flood. Mithraeum. That's the same word I saw in the Roman section of the mine. Option 1 of 2. Wait, this might be from the book Sister Benedicta found. I wonder why it would mention the Mithrium. Suzanne says I don't know. It's not a word I've ever heard before. There's certainly nothing in the convent by that name. Player says well, the note says the Mithrium was destroyed, so I suppose it doesn't matter much now. Player says these old badges are beautiful. I hope the pilgrims who bought them love them, too.
I have to pee, guys. Please excuse me. I'll be right back. I am loving Pensonate. I think it's a great game, though I might change up the pace here in a minute, because it's been a while since I've seen combat, and this is the most peaceful game. This and Disco. They're the most peaceful fucking games, man. I need some combat. It's kind of funny. BRB. I forgot.
Convent Cloister. Convent Art Studio. Convent Cloister. Convent Cloister. Convent Chapel. Suzanne says this is the chapel, where we all gather for Mass and liturgy. It's the oldest part of the convent. Gertrude says in the most drafty. Player says hello again, Sister Gertrude. Gertrude says the sisters have done some minor retouches over the years, but it has represented the abbey from its earliest days. Player says, oh, there's the tower and the library. The cloister is still being constructed here. Gertrude says yes, the tower was a Bergfried long before the structure became a monastery. Suzanne says the duchy gifted it to the Benedictine order after the Holy Roman Empire grew. They had no use for it as a keep. Gertrude says these walls have protected Tassing from attacks of spirit and steel for generations. Option 1 of 2 A noble history. Comparable to Aeneas' founding of Rome, truly. Option 2 of 2 H. Player says God called Lady Sabine to lead our sisters and brothers in 1261. Lord Kearsaw's castle was destroyed by fire in the year of the death of Emperor Frederick II. Only the tower remained. Suzanne says well done, Magdalene. Yes, the first lists the abbey's founding date. Gertrude says the Lady Kearsaw was actually the one to suggest the old castle be turned into a double monastery. We added the second shortly after the revolt. Mother Illuminata thought it would be fitting. Even if the sisters were not here, some record of what occurred would remain. Kearsaw is unique. A double monastery with 2 saints, 1 male and 1 female, to guard the town and abbey.
Oh, so cute. 2 saints. What a wonderful little story.
Option 1 of 3 So the foundation of the abbey was even older than the Holy Roman Empire. Gertrude says many things have been built and torn down on this land over generations. Who knows what else used to be here? Player says You were right, sister. This mural will be a great reference for the Rathaus. Gertrude says then I'm glad to have helped. God bless you, Magdalene. Gertrude says God bless you. Player says God bless you, Sister Gertrude. Gertrude says how are you faring? The sisters and I have been praying since Father Thomas informed us of your father's attack. You were incredibly courageous to run to Dr. Stahl's so quickly. Especially when the attacker could have been about. Option 1 of 3 I had to do something. Even if whoever attacked Dad was still there, I had to do something. Gertrude says the Lord was with you that night. I'm thankful you were not in harm's way. I lit an extra votive candle in Saint Satia's shrine for each of you this morning.
Aww.
Option 1 of 3 Thank you, Sister Gertrude. Dad's spirits have been up, but I know he doesn't have much time. Option 3 of 3 He hasn't been Gertrude says oh, Magdalene. I wish I had better words to share with you, child. All we can do is follow Dr. Stahl's expertise and trust in the Lord. I'll see if I have any psyllium left in the convent. If you blend it with broth or warm wine, it will boost his brain and prevent infection. Option 1 of 3 Thank you, sister. I'm grateful for all the help everyone in Tassing has provided. Option 2 of 3 I pray you're right. Option 3 of 3 It's just not fair. Option 1 of 3 Thank you, sister. I'm grateful for all the help everyone in Tassing has provided. Gertrude says the church is body of Christ, Magdalene. We are all one community, and want to help Klaus before his time. God will turn this for good, no matter what things look like now. He sees beyond time itself, but we are constricted by the present. I have been around long enough to see his fruits even when I thought the devil had burned the fields. Keep faith, Magdalene. Option 1 of 3. Thank you, sister. Your words warm my heart.
I've been around long enough to see the fruits, even though I thought the devil had burned the fields. That's about right. Even though I thought the devil had burned my country, I'm still here, we're still alive, we're doing okay.
Player says God bless you, sister.
Indeed.
Gertrude says God bless you, Magdalene. Convent cloister. Convent loquarium. Suzanne says here's the loquarium. Most of the Abbey's visitors come in here, but aren't allowed to enter. We aren't allowed to go into the outside world, either. Like Mother Francisca said, isolation is a part of our vows. Sister Gertrude once told me the old Benedictine sisters used to go out into town sometimes, and even talk to men on occasion. And I'm stuck here, staring at these walls for the rest of my life. Option 1 of 3. Are you unhappy here, Sister Suzanne? Option 3 of 3. Player says it doesn't seem like Sister Suzanne thinks much of her life here. Option 1 of 2. I can't blame her. Option 1 of 2. Player says even so, she doesn't seem to have the passion that Sister Gertrude and the others have. Option 1 of 2. If she hates her life here so much, maybe I should encourage her to leave the order. Player says better to leave while she has a future ahead of her. After all, there are plenty of young men in Bavaria who would make good husbands. Still, there may be some reason she chose to stay. I don't want to overstep my bound. Option 1 of 3. Are you unhappy here, Sister Suzanne? Option 2 of 3. You didn't always. Option 1. Suzanne says I don't know. My father promised me to the church as a baby. Some oath he swore when my mother struggled in her pregnancy. So there I was, dropped into the Poor Clares the summer I turned 17. Option 1 of 3. And they took you in, just like that? Nobody asked what you wanted? Suzanne says why should they? The Poor Clares rely on the offerings of others, even their children, to subsist. My family is devoted to the church. I've only been in the convent for 2 years, but I'm trying my best. I don't mind the prayers or the hours, and I'm sure of my devotion to the Lord, but this isn't what I wanted. But since when did a woman ever get what she wanted without being punished? Eve couldn't even manage it. Option 1 of 3. We can only do the best we can. I pray that one day it'll be different. Suzanne says maybe, but we certainly won't ever live to see it. Sometimes, I get jealous of Sister Gertrude and even Sister Marguerite. At least they got to see something of the outside world before they were 20. Option 1 of 5. Hey, you're protected here from the plague and the Protestant rebels. It's a good life. Option 2 of 5. Why don't you leave? Option 4 of 5. If you could do anything else, what would it be? Suzanne says I would have liked to go to one of the big cities, at least once. I would have been happy just to be a shopkeeper's wife.
Let's see, if there was something I wanted to be that I'm not, it would be a lawyer. I think in a different life, I would have gone and I would have gone to school and I would have been like a lawyer, I think. I got the passion for it. I like the law.
Sigh. Thanks for listening, Magdalene. Anyway, let me show you the rest of the cloister. Player says lead on. Convent cloister. Convent cloister. Convent cloister. Convent chapel. Convent courtyard. Marguerite. Convent kitchen. Marguerite. Convent courtyard. Convent chapel. Convent loquarium. Convent chapel. Convent cloister. Convent courtyard. Marguerite. Convent kitchen. Marguerite. Convent courtyard. Convent art studio. Convent cloister. Convent cloister. Marguerite says God bless you. Convent courtyard. Convent chapel. Convent chapel. Convent loquarium. Convent cloister.
Oh no, I can't find my way out of here.
Convent
I don't
cloister.
know of any other door.
Convent cloister. Convent chapel. Convent
I think
courtyard.
I'm done here, but
Marguerite.
I really don't know.
Convent kitchen.
I can't leave, can
Convent
I?
cloister. Isabeau. Marie. Marie says God bless you, child. Are you delivering some? Option 1 of 2 no, sister. I'm learning more about the convent's history, so that Marie says I see. This kitchen has been used for decades. Longer than I've been alive, to be sure. I enjoy preparing meals for the sisters that nourish us, but I can never bring myself to butcher the animals. Sister Isabeau has graciously taken on that task for me. We need sustenance, but I feel butchering any animal is wrong according to the rule of Saint Francis. To cause suffering to any living creature is unnecessary and evil, even if God granted Adam and Eve dominion over the animals.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way too.
Player says the kitchen seems fairly simple. Is there anything here from the convent's founding days? Marie says no more than the structure itself, I'm afraid. Cookware needs replacing over the years. Though, some nights, a ghost appears to me by the cook fire. A lost spirit, trapped between heaven and hell. Suzanne says Sister Marie, not this again. Not to Magdalene, please. Option 1 of 3 could it have been a ghost of one of the sisters from the founding of the convent? Maybe even Saint Tasha? Marie says if it was, she has never said a word to me, though I fell prostrate in prayer before her. The spirit, whoever it is, rose up through the ground at vigils. Dawn and dusk are the hours when the boundaries between this world and the spiritual world are weakest. We may be the newest arrivals here, but this convent is very old. Perhaps there was something Roman underneath this foundation centuries before. The spirit may seek to know the presence of God now that it rests on holy ground. Option 1 of 3 a spirit, in Kiersaw. Why would it come to the convent, though? Option 2 of 3 a Roman spirit might be a great addition to the mural. I don't know that. Option 3 of 3 I really think it must have. Marie says it breaks my heart to think this spirit was crying out for help, trapped beyond heaven's reach. Suzanne says why don't we keep going, Magdalene? It's better not to get Sister Marie too upset. Player says of course. God bless you, sister. Marie says God bless you, child. Suzanne says well, you've seen the entire convent. There's not much here. What do you think it? Option 1 of 3 I understand the appeal of such a small life. It offers its own freedoms from the world, even if I'm not drawn to it. Option 2 of 3 Suzanne says I understand. You've dedicated your whole life to your work. You'd struggle to give that up now. It's been so long since I've spoken to anyone from outside the convent. I'm reminded of the life I once had. Now you have me thinking about whether or not I should remain with the sisters. Option 1 of 2 I think you should stay. Option 2 of 2 Player says you never chose this life. You deserve to have the life you truly want. Suzanne says Magdalene, I think you're right. My family's devotion doesn't have to be mine. Maybe I can find a way out, in time. Player says I'll help however I can, Suzanne. I'm sure we have some spare provisions at home. Suzanne says really? That would be wonderful, so long as no one found out. Anyway, we should return to Mother Francisca before she suspects something. Option 1 of 2 I learned a lot today. Thank you for showing me around the convent. Suzanne says no, thank you, Magdalene. Today has been more interesting than any I can remember in the abbey. Come, let's find Mother Francisca. She'll be wanting to hear what you thought of the place. Francisca says well, Magdalene? What is your assessment of the poor Clares? Is the good Lord calling you to a life with us as a sister? Option 1 of 3 I am compelled by the devoted life the sisters lead, Mother Francisca. Option 2 of 3 I think I prefer my books and printing. And in any case, I need to finish the mural. Then I might take over for my father. Option 1 of 3 I am compelled by the devoted life the sister. Francisca says of course, I understand. However, if your heart leads you back up the hill, the doors to the convent are always open to you. Our community is quite modest compared to the splendor of an old Benedictine house operating under the rule of a powerful abbot. I see why fewer women are drawn to the order these days. Player says thank you for allowing me inside. Suzanne says you are most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you.
None
Gertrude says,
rebellion!
Magdalene. How did your little expedition go?
Cast off the frock and go have sex and make love. Be a human. Come back to us, and in time, you will understand that God was always there no matter what you did.
Option 1 of 3 I learned a lot from seeing the Abbey. I have a good idea of what I'll depict in the mural now. Option 2 of 3 well, I learned about the poor Clares, but not as much about the history of the Abbey as I wanted. Option 3 of 3 I'm frustrated that there's so little left of the old Abbey and saints. Player says, but sister, there's something I don't understand. The Abbey was so prosperous, why didn't the monks rebuild it after the fire? Gertrude says, what a task that would be. The chapel was beautiful. The stained glass always caught my eye in the mornings. There was a great deal of anger and sadness in Tassing that night. The abbot felt the brothers and sisters were no longer welcome in Tassing, and moved on. In truth, the abbey's dissolution was inevitable. Kearsarge was running out of money and patrons. The riot and fire were simply a particularly awful and painful way to end the monastery.
And poor Andreas's life.
Player says, did anything survive the fire? Gertrude says, Some of the buildings are intact, but all are terribly overgrown. I haven't dared forage in the rubble. I doubt you'd find anything of help for your mural inside, other than charred wood and parchment. Option 1 of 3 that's a shame. Option 3 of 3 the twins have explored all sorts of dangerous places. I'm sure the Abbey isn't so bad. Gertrude says, I worry after you sometimes, Magdalene. I really do. Player says, thank you for all your help, Sister Gertrude. Gertrude says, you are most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you. Prioress House. Upper Abbey, Up Convent Loquarium. Pet son of Mossfanger. Pet son of Mossfanger. Convent Upper. Player says I should gather some mudwort to help break. It might not be as powerful as when we gather it on St. John's Eve, but it should still work. I should gather some mudwort to help. It might not be as powerful as when we. I should gather some mud. It might not be as powerful as when we gather it. Upper Abbey. Prioress House. Upper Abbey. Up Convent Loquarium. Convent Upper Abbey. Upper Abbey. Player says, well, that was. I don't know. I did learn more about the founding of Kearsarge, and that illustration from the manuscript, the Mithraeum. It was like the one in the mine. Is it part of the history of the Abbey? Of Tassing? It must be written down somewhere. If only the library hadn't burned down with everything in it. The ruins are right there. Maybe not everything was destroyed. Craft. Craft says, oh, hey there. Player says, hello, Craft. What are you doing here? Craft says nothing. Option 1 of 2 aren't you supposed to be, well, doing whatever you do all day long? Craft says what I do is none of your concern, Mags. Player says if you're doing something improper, it'll soon be the concern of Big Yerg, to begin with. Craft says damn, caught by the imperial law herself. What? I'm not allowed just stand near the shrine and the convent. Player says yes, maybe you'd enjoy doing whatever you do somewhere else. Craft says HMH. Any place is better than here. Until later, Archdeacon Druck Aaron. Shrine. Upper Abbey. Upper Abbey. Upper Abbey. Lower Abbey. Church.
Oh, she can go inside the church now, huh?
Church. Player says, my god, this is amazing. I wonder what it must have looked like before the fire. Everything collapsed in the fire. I'll have to be careful climbing over this rubble to get past. Oh, shit. Oh no, I can't get back up there. If I climb, it might collapse further. I'll have to find another way out. Tower. Vines. Player says there's nothing left of the old staircase. I guess I can't go this way. These vines go all the way to the top, though. They look sturdy enough to hold my weight. Well, there's no other way out. I can see all of Tassing from here. I wonder if I can piece together the foundations of the abbey and find a way to get to the library. I bet I could get down this way. The roof looks pretty stable. Player says, oh, God. I remember when the library burned down. Dad told me I was just a baby, but I remember the flames coming out of the window. So many people were screaming and running around. I cried myself to sleep that night. I haven't seen this place since then. It doesn't look like there's anything left inside. I suppose it was too much to hope for. Well, Magdalene, how are you going to get out of here? Cemetery. Player says these roses seem to have made the abbey their home. I'm glad something beautiful is still growing here.
That was beautiful.
Cemetery. Player says these roses seem to have made the abbey their home. I'm glad something beautiful is still growing here. Old Bailey. Cloister. Player says this place is a mess. How sad. Chapter House. Player says, oh, an old mural. It's worn, but I can still see some of the figures. A Dance of Death? What? These figures look new. The paint can't be more than a few years. Someone's been adding to this. This feels wrong. Who would add new figures to the Dance of Death? And why? These look like people from the town, from here. People who died. That must be the Baron. And that, wait, is that? Someone's here. Hello. Who are you?
Oh no! Magdalene! This is not too good. Sick person. Fire.
Cloister. Player says the door. Whoever was watching me must have opened it. I don't like this. I think I've seen everything left of the Abbey. I want to get out here.
Yeah.
Upper Abbey. Player says, when did it start snowing? I should get back to the Rathaus and get to work. Lower Abbey, Shrine, Craft. Shrine, Lower Abbey. Player says even the old guest house is falling apart. Abbot House. Player says the vines have grown over the entrance to the old abbot's. The vines have grown over the entrance to the old abbot's house.
Free house.
Guest house. Meadow. Forest. Mill. Player says I love watching the violets bloom every year. They match the purple of the mountains. Golden Hand Inn. Killian. Killian says hi, Mags. Sorry, I can't talk for long right now. Option 1 of 2 Magdalene. Option 2 of Killian says you know, it's almost December. Preparing for the festivities is hard work. Mom and Dad need my help. They're not as spry as they used to be, haha. Option 1 of 2 I know how that is. Dad's not as quick as he used to be, even when not bedridden. Killian says Still no idea who attacked him? Player says no. Killian says he'll be fine, though, right? Option 1 of 2 Dr. Stalls told me not to get my hopes up. Killian says just because he's a doctor doesn't mean he knows everything. I'm sure you're taking good care of him. And I bet he can't wait to see that mural. How is the mural coming along anyway? Player says one step at a time. Learning about the history of Tassing is a challenge. Killian says hat. At least you can read in other languages. What if there's a history of Tassing in one of those books that no one here knows about? Player says hardly. I don't think this town has ever been important enough. Killian says suppose so. Oh, I'm sorry, Magdalene. I really have to get back to work. Player says be well. Killian says hi. Hannah. Hannah says hello, Magdalene. How is your father? Option 1 of 2 unwell still, and getting worse. Option 2 of Hannah says good. You must make sure that he eats hearty meals. I know the season makes it difficult, but he needs the best of what you have in storage if he's to heal. I'll send Nico over with a few of our good apples later. I'm sure Klaus would appreciate the visit. Option 1 of 2 I'm very grateful to you both. Hannah says well, it's mutual. Your father has done much for me and Nico these past few years. He even counseled us in our never you mind. Player says you're what? Hannah says oh, it's only that, well, your father is a learned man. In books, yes, but in matters of family, too. You're proof enough, I should think. A respectable young woman like you, raised all alone.
Aww.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought up your mother. I know it's still her Klaus. Option 1 of 2 it's alright. Option 1 of 2 it's alright. Hannah says you've grown into quite a woman, Magdalene. I hope you find a happy marriage with a man worthy of the woman your father raised. Option 1 of 2 I suppose we'll see. Hannah says as God wills it. But that's enough talk from me. There's work to be done, the inn doesn't run itself. Until later, Magdalene. Player says until then. Casimir's. Casimir says. Can't talk. Option 1 of 2 I'm sorry. Option 2 of 2 I see. Casimir says. I'm Casimir's. Musician with Alexander. Player says I'm Magdalene Druck Aaron. I live here in town. Option 1 of 3 are you Polish? Casimir says. Yes. From college. Option 1 of 2 alright. I won't take up any more of your time. Option 2 of 2 what are you two doing in Casimir says. Ask Alexander. Sorry, player says alright. I won't take up any more of your time. Casimir says. Thanks. God bless you. Casimir's. Alexander. Alexander says hello. Are you one of the burgers? My man and I are in need of refreshments. Option 1 of 2 no, I just live nearby. Option 2 of 2 there are 3 burgers. Alexander says but you could be Nico or Killian in an elaborate disguise. Option 1 of 2 sounds far-fetched. Option 2 of 2 truly, Alexander says exactly. The improbable is not the impossible, and through such incredulity may the accomplished deceiver succeed. Option 1 of 3 if you say so. Option 3 of 3 I met Alexander says from the print shop we passed on the way into town? Option 1 of 2 yes. It's my father's. Option 2 of 2 yes, Alexander says terribly sorry to hear that. I hope he has a swift recovery. Player says thank you. Alexander says not much business for a print shop at this time of year, is there? Nor for a land house. It looks like the travel has all dried up. Option 1 of 2 it happens every autumn. Option 2 of 2 how did you wind up here? Alexander says no. I should think not. No, this was just a stop on my way back to Würzburg from Padua. I am Alexander. This is my partner Casimir's. We are musicians by trade, travelers by necessity. We just purchased a new instrument for Casimir's in Padua. Their luthiers are extraordinary.
Ooh, new instrument.
We're heading back to Würzburg for the Christmas celebration.
Oh.
Quite an important competition there for the Meister singers. The weather turned rotten so quickly. The rain has been awful and the roads through the passes have all been mud.
Travelers.
I don't know if we'll be able to make it to the competition now. If the passes do close before we're able to move on, will they open up soon? Option 1 of 3 never lose hope. Option 3 of 3 Alexander says I was afraid you'd say that. I suppose I should plan for us to stay here through the winter. Sorry, Kaz. Casimir says it's all right. Alexander says do the people here like music? Option 1 of 3 yes, of course. Alexander says excellent. Then we will endeavor to entertain you and your neighbors with our songs. Option 1 of 2 I look forward to hearing it. Alexander says thank you. Until then. Alexander. Casimir's. Hannah. Killian. Meadow. Church and Druckers. Journal.
Okay, so but now what though? Now what?
Art
I think
Mill,
they said
Martin
check
Bauer
on my
Farm,
father, I guess.
Drucker House. Drucker House Upper. Klaus. Klaus says hello, Magdalene. Hello, Magdalene. Journal. Drucker House. Church and Druckers. Central Town. Steinauer House. Apollo, North Alban Bakery. Apollo. Apollo says hey, Magdalene. North Town. Carl says good day, Mistress Rot House. Work on mural. Werner says good evening, Magdalene. Player says good evening, Dr. Stalls. Werner says I see you're progressing on the town mural. You've made rapid progress. Option 1 of 3 I'm trying to finish it in time for Dad. You understand? Option 2 of 3 it's taken longer than I've wanted. I have to get option 3. Werner says you seem to be balancing taking care of your father with this project. I see no reason to protest. Now then, the council has asked to hear about your progress. Player says I've been researching the early Christian history of Tassing, after the Romans left, learning how people settled in the ruins, how the abbey was founded, why our saints are so important to us. It was a lot to take in, but I've settled on my subject. Werner says and what have you chosen, if I may ask? Option 1 of 3 I'll paint St. Moritz, St. Satia, and Our Lady of the Labyrinth receiving the Christian settlers. Option 2 of 3 I want to show history how it happened. Werner says him. That might rub some people in town the wrong way. The saints are a core part of Tassing's history, after all. I would be careful in how you choose to paint such a piece. Our Lord is a staunch Catholic. One could interpret the absence of the saints as, well, Lutheran. Option 1 of 2 clearly that's not what I'm intending. Werner says it may not be so clear to our Lord. It may reflect poorly on Tassing. Remember, these murals are for all of us. Option 1 of 3 I remember. Werner says very well. Player says after this section, there's still so much work to do. I haven't even figured out how I'm going to portray the revolt. Werner says ah. I imagine it poses difficulties that the other murals do not. Player says it's a strange thing to tell a story that still lives in the hearts of so many people here. I don't think anyone wants to talk about it. They've all just locked it. Werner says him. It sounds like you have your work cut out for you. I'll leave you to it, then. Player says oh, Dr. Werner says yes. Option 1 of 2. Have you ever seen someone lurking around the Abbey? Player says or heard about it. Werner says I haven't been up to the Abbey in years. And no, I haven't heard of anything like that. Why? Player says I've seen someone following me. A few. Werner says I'm sorry to hear that. Didn't you run into that odious woodsman, Holler Brandt, not long ago? Option 1 of 2. I did. It wasn't a pleasant experience. Werner says him. Well, if you have concerns, you should ask one of the boys to escort you when you're out. There's no need to risk your safety. Player says you're right. Good night, Dr. Stalls. Werner says good night, Magdalene. Player says now I only have the final part of the mural to finish. How should I paint the revolt? Dad always talked about how the Archdeacon was the only one seeking justice in those days, but what was his name? The only name I can remember is the name of the Archdeacon who came to Tassing when that Baron was killed, Jacob Essler. Maybe he wrote an account of the revolt as an Archdeacon. I'll write to him and ask, and of course I need to write back to Esther, too. I'll write to them tonight, before bed. Right, Player says all right, where to begin? I'll write to the Archdeacon, Jacob Essler, and see if he can tell me about the revolt. I'll write a letter to Esther, too. I hope the courier can make it through the passes before winter. Player says Jacob Essler, formerly Archdeacon of Freising. My name is Magdalene Druck-Aaron. I am an artist in the town of Tassing in Upper Bavaria. I believe you passed through our community when you investigated Baron Rothvogel's murder at Kiersau Abbey in 1518.
1518, see, it was like, it's 15... It's like 1530 now or something.
Do you remember anything about that case that the people in Tassing might not remember? Option 1 of 3 in particular. Do you remember anything about someone writing notes to provoke the killer? Player says more have appeared in Tassing in subsequent years, seemingly harbingers of death. Thank you for any help you can give. Magdalene Druck-Aaron. Dearest Esther, I hope you are well. You must know how tremendously happy I am for you and Simond. And Alicia too, of course. And your parents. It warms my heart to know that your family is doing so well. By the time this letter reaches you, I expect winter will have enfolded Tassing. It's already freezing at night, so I've reorganized the workshop so that the inks don't deteriorate. Do you have to worry about that in Prague? You've said it snows, but I always imagined it was warmer in winter. Dad is doing poorly, but at least he seems comfortable. He's sleeping more, but Dr. Stahl says that's a consequence of the colder weather. I do what I can for him, but this winter has been hard. I've asked Agnes for help, but there's only so much she and Dr. Stalls can do. He's not going to make it, and there's nothing I can do. Christ, I'm scared, Esther. The mural is progressing well, but I can't shake the feeling that someone is following me. I keep seeing this figure around town. After I explored the mines to see Tassing's early history, and then again in the Abbey ruins. Option 1 of 3. No one else in Tassing has seen anything, but some of the nuns say they've seen ghosts. Option 2 of 3. If it's the person who attacked my dad, why are they following me? Option 3 of 3. Whoever it is, I'm sure it's not anyone from Tassing. Player says it's the strangest thing. Given me a fright a few times already, but I don't mean to worry you. Nothing's happened to me yet, so I think I'll be safe. The only good news I can share at the moment is that the mural is almost fit. I should have it completed by Christmas, or soon after. Before the new year, at least. Then perhaps, at long last, I shall be able to visit you, and meet this Simond. Anyway, I fear that this will be my last letter of the year. The Reichspost has already been late, and reported worsening snows through the passes. We seem to be stepping into a harsh winter. Stay warm, and give my regards to your family, and Simond. Yours always, Magda. Player says how did this get here? Player says stop. Player says this is just like the note Dad found. Option 1 of 2 who's doing this? Option player says and if I don't stop, are they going to try to kill me next? I need to ask Dad about this. But he's been so weak. I don't want to I just need to wait for the right time. I hope there is a right time. Sleep. Church and Druckers. Drucker House Upper. Klaus says hello, Magdalene. Drucker House. Church and Druckers. Sleep. Player says it's late. I should option 1 of 2 go to sleep. Sleep.
Sleep. It's going to be about 26 days later. Something, nah, not that many. Like
Reich's postman says
18
Mistress Druck
days
Aaron.
later, like 3
Only
weeks
one letter
later.
for you today.
Salvaguardia.
The pass is nigh impossible to traverse, and the heavy snow is hard on the horse, and me. Anyway, happy Advent, my player says thank you. The same to you. Ah, a reply from Jacob Estler. Jacob says Mistress Druck Aaron, I do
I
recall
love
the Rothvogel
this.
case, though it has been over a decade since I have served as an archdeacon. I am no longer associated with the office of the Prince Bishop. In fact, I am no longer associated with the Catholic Church. If you do not mind conversing with a Lutheran, I will tell you what I remember. The notes you mentioned do stir something in my memory. One of the men I questioned at Kiersau was an artist from Nuremberg, Andreas Mahler. He mentioned finding notes, written in a fine hand, inciting individuals to violence against the Baron. While the scope of my investigation was too narrow to look into the matter, it did concern me. Finding more notes now, after so many years, must mean that their author is still active. If this is the case, a serpent has lain coiled in the bosom of your community for decades. It may lay there still. What causes this serpent to awaken every few years to stage a new killing? I fear that finding the answer to that question may draw you into its reach. However, if you are determined to find the source of the trouble, I believe you must inquire with your neighbors. I urge caution in your investigation into this matter. If the serpent merely sleeps, it may be dangerous to poke into its old resting places. I hope this has been of some help to you.
Wow.
May God bless and keep you safe. Jacob Estler.
Creepy.
Player says no reply from Esther this time. It must have been delayed due to the heavy snow. The postman said I won't receive any more letters until spring. I'd better get back to the Rathaus, then. Still more work to be done.
Days and a quarter later.
Player says good morning, Dad. I finally caught up on the mural, and now I can start final part today.
Oh, damn.
I promise, I'll get it done. Klaus says Magdalene. I'm proud of you. Player says thanks, Dad. I'm sorry Dr. Stahl said you can't come to the festivities tonight. I know how much you love the Perchtenlauf. Klaus says there's always. Player says, right. How are you feeling? Dr. Stahl said he would come by again today. Klaus says fine, fine. I'm fine.
Bavarians. Simple, hearty culture.
Option 1 of 3, are you sure? Do you need anything? Klaus says no. Go on. I'm all right. In fact, my spirits are lifted today. It's Christmas Eve, after all.
is it Christmas Eve? That's right, December 24th. Duh.
Player says of course.
I forgot what month it was. Sombre.
Klaus says what's wrong? Player says Dad. I found a note, back in November. Klaus says a note? Player says it was like a note I found in your plans for the murals. Just a scrap of parchment. It looked like it came out of an old manuscript. Elaborate writing, purple ink, Klaus says. Player says do you know where they came from? Klaus says. Magdalene. Player says oh, God. That must be OTZ. He said he'd drop by with more firewood. Klaus says. Player says if you know something, I'd like you to tell me, alright? Klaus says I know. I will. Can we talk about it later?
Yeah, my nails got out of hand. I let my thumb grow.
Option 1 of 2 Dad. Klaus says I'll tell you. Player says alright, I'll be back later. Klaus says good.
The sound.
Take
it's
care
like
of yourself out there.
through a drawer. It's hard to take for long periods of time. God damn it. There's something I want to look at. I'm thinking about transitioning to a different game. I should work on Shadowlands, but I'm scared of burning out on WoW before the expansion even hits here in a few days. And I'm just not trying to do that. I can tell already I'm a little bit burnt out on WoW already. It's gotta be... I'm trying to get this Dragon's Dogma Darker Prism. Space required is 20 gigs. Yeah. The new Steam Music Player, huh? Steam Music Player. What is the Steam Music Player? Oh yeah, I guess you can own soundtracks to games and stuff, yeah. In any event, I would like you to install Dragon's Dogma Darker Prison. This would. Hurry up, you. What are you doing? There you go. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I got the room for it, sure. Yeah, run it on the C drive for now. In the meantime, this was good. Talk to the dad. Got some rest. Looking good.
Drucker
Time
house.
to go be a pet slave and finish this mural.
Church and Druckers. OTZ says morning, Magdalene. Player says morning, OTZ. Cold out, isn't it? OTZ says freezing. Makes me envy Nico, able to stay inside all day. Even Endris has his forge to keep him warm. Anyway, here. I brought some firewood for you and your dad. Option 1 of 2 thank you, OTZ. OTZ says you're welcome. Player says. OTZ says so. How's your dad? You think he can join everyone for Christmas mass? Player says I think he'll stay in bed tonight. I need to keep working on the mural, though. I'm working on the final section. OTZ says about the peasants' revolt, right? It feels weird to talk about. It affected Tassing so much, but we were just kids. I can't remember what happened, since I was just a baby. I never even knew my dad. Player says that's what makes it difficult. I need to ask those who were already adults that night, but don't want to touch raw nerves. OTZ says What if you spoke to people while everyone was preparing for the Christmas festivities? Clara sometimes talks about that night. Mom, too. You might be able to ask them. Player says Wojslav and Matilda are the only 2 Benedictines left living in Tassing. Maybe they'll talk to me. OTZ says hey, I didn't think of that. Still, the mural is for Tassing, not the old abbey. Agnes has always been in Tassing, right? I'd go to her if I were you. Option 1 of 2 Dad said she helped bury everyone who died that night. I wonder if she'd talk about it. OTZ says it's your project, Magdalene. Might be worth a try. Player says I wrote to the old archdeacon about it too. He thinks that the Baron's murder and Otto's death are connected to the revolt. OTZ says the who? Option 1 of 3 the man who came to Tassing for the Baron Rothvogel's murder. Option 2 of 3 it doesn't matter. What if all the deaths in option 2 of 3 it doesn't matter. Option 1 of 3 the Option 2 of 3 it does. OTZ says I don't see how that old baron has anything to do with the revolt. Are you feeling alright? I think you're looking for connections that aren't there. Maybe this mural project is getting to you. Option 1 of 3 I need to get to the bottom of this, OTZ. There's something more to all this. I know it. OTZ says if you're sure. Player says I'll figure it out somehow. Thanks for the wood. OTZ says see you later, Mags. Player says, ugh. OTZ is right. I should start talking to people around town. I'd better get started if I want to talk to everyone before the Purchtenlauf. Drucker House. Central Town. Drucker House. Central Town. Town Commons. Central Town. Town Commons. Central Town. Town Commons.
I don't
Journal.
really understand what... Agnes Steinauver in a bush with the glare says right in the middle of the touch was there. Probably a lot of people gathering at the Golden Hand to pray for the Christmas. Golden Hand, so I need to talk to...
Central Town.
Somebody, I just can't remember. Church and Druckers...
Steinauer House.
Oh yeah, Steinauer. Yeah.
Veronica. Veronica says hello, Magdalene. How is the mural going? I hope my husband hasn't been bothering you about it too much. Option 1 of 3 is that a concern? Option 2 of 3 no, the council has left me to work for the most part. Veronica says that boy has his eye on you, Magda. At least he's using his authority to do some good. Usually that lot just meddle around in things that are best left alone. Those men are bad influences on each other, if you ask me. Now they're chattering on about a yearly check of the hinges on every door in town. Hinges. Who gives a damn if the hinges on our front door creaks? Option 1 of 2 they're just trying to keep the town in order. Veronica says humph. They'd do better keeping themselves in order, first. Anyway, I think it's good of you to be working on the mural. I wish Artemis and Apollo would take interest in something like that. Speaking of, have you seen them around anywhere? I asked them to look after the chickens, but they've disappeared. Player says they're catching frogs in the forest, for some reason. Veronica says ugh. Those two. What do they even need frogs for, anyway? Father Thomas says they're only so much trouble because I named them after Greek gods. He says those names have power, but I still like them. Besides, Apollo and Artemis were gods of virtues.
They were.
If anything, they should be more well-behaved. Option 1 of 3 names do have power, though. Maybe the spirits of the gods are affecting the twins. Option 3 of 3 Artemis was the god. Veronica says are you suggesting I appeal to their Roman gods like patron saints? Option 1 of 2 why not? If Father Thomas thinks names are so powerful, maybe this will help. Veronica says haha. How inspired. Maybe I will. That will get them all in line for a while. Anyway, I'd better go find those rascals. Good luck on the mural, Magdalene. Player says thanks, Veronica. Until later. Veronica. Brigida says hello, Agnes. Agnes says Magdalene Druck Aaron. I didn't expect to see you today. How is you? Option 1 of 3 he's not well, honestly. Option 2 of 3 he. I'm sorry, I'd rather not. Option 1 of 3 he's not well, honestly. Agnes says oh, no. I'm so sorry.
Hello? What? Oh, good. Yeah, I'm looking. Oh, yeah, no problem. I haven't received the text though. Oh wait, yes I did. I'm sorry. Yes I did. Okay, so here we go.
Brigida says he'll be in our prayers tonight. Veronica says ours as well. Agnes says now then, is there something we can help you with? Option 1 of 2 I have a small favor to ask. Agnes says oh? Go on, then. Spit it out. Player says if it isn't too much trouble, I'd like you all to recount what you remember of the revolt. I'm nearly done with my mural, but I need more details. I was so young I don't remember much of that night. Agnes says oh, for that project of yours in the Rathaus. I'm afraid I won't have much good to say about the matter, but all right. Veronica says come sit down, Magdalene. Don't worry about helping with the wreaths. Brigida says it took me years to get the technique up to Mom's expectations, so you're better off not helping. Agnes says Pa. You always did fine, Brigida.
Aww.
Veronica says so, Magdalene, what do you need to know to finish the mural? Player says I was hoping to ask you more about the revolt. It seems so important, but no one ever talks about it. All I can remember was the flames when the abbey burned, because I was so young. Veronica says what part of the revolt? The abbot starving us out of house and home? Otto's murder? I doubt that would be a good painting. Option 1 of 3 I thought the abbot of Kiersau was acting in his rights. Option 3 of 3 I thought there was an attempt to talk to the abbot. Option 2 of 3 it seems like the abbot at Kiersau wasn't. Veronica says everyone but that fucking Miller hated him. With good reason. Agnes says yes, well, for an abbot he was very unchristian, he only ever cared for how many pfennigs he could get from us. Brigida, don't forget to twist the ends in. Can't have it looking like a Christmas hedgehog. Brigida says I'm getting there, Mom. I've looked after Martin and Kraft well enough, haven't I? I can manage this. Agnes says yes, well, after your father died, I've got no one left to nag besides you and that husband of yours. Thank God I have the both of you, as a matter of fact. Let an old woman have her vices. After that bastard artist got your father killed. Option 1 of 3 you mean Andreas? I thought he was my dad's friend. Option 2 of 3 you mean Master Mailer? Dad said that none of that was his fault. Option 1 Agnes says yes, he was your father's friend, though I don't fault Klaus for that. How could he have known what that little shit from Nuremberg was going to do? He accused my husband of killing a noble, of all things. And the archdeacon. Brigida says Mom. Agnes says God forgive me, but I could kill that man. And then to come back and start a riot amongst the peasants. Ooh, he deserved that fire. Brigida says Mom, calm down. It was 20 years ago. Agnes says the Lord sees justice done in all things. He knows my Lucky's heart. Option 1 of 3 did the revolt accomplish anything? Option 3 Agnes says they were in a riot, burning down the abbey. What more could anyone do?
This disturbs me a bit, makes me uncomfortable.
A shame it had to happen at all, I think. I knew the revolt was a bad idea from the start. Brigida says old Wojciech would be the only one to know what happened inside the old church now, before the fire. Agnes says some like to say things were always this bad, that violence was the only way, but it wasn't. Life got worse over the years. It wasn't like this when I was a child, not in my grandparents' time, either. Sure, the abbot was pinching the townsfolk and the peasants were suffering, but to go against the church? Veronica says but like you said, things weren't always so bad. We fought to make things right. Agnes says a foolish fight. And to think I delivered a baby, your friend Esther, in fact, during the whole event. Player says that's right, the Sommerfelds were in town because of all the revolts around then. Her parents couldn't get home. Agnes says praise God she made it home. A babe on the road in those days? A miracle, I say. Option 1 of 3 but things got better in the end, right? Even if so many people died? Brigida says what kind of good comes from violence? Veronica says I've never seen Peter so angry. Agnes says well, what can one do against a mob holding torches? That soldier even warned Peter, but nothing would stop him besides steel. Player says so, nothing got better? At all? Agnes says no, not as I see it. The Lord is just as severe as the abbot was, and threatens force at every turn. Brigida says that's life. You can struggle and die to accomplish something, and nothing changes. Fighting or working, it never matters. We starve and die in the end. Agnes says the dead are luckier. They died believing they changed something. We're stuck with the harsh reality. Brigida says this is all you've known, Magdalene. You've grown used to it. Option 1 of 2. Thank you for sharing your story with me. Agnes says it's important to share our suffering with the younger generations. Maybe they can change something. Veronica says good luck on the mural. Agnes says good luck, Magdalene. Agnes. Options. Make quit.
Ooh, autumn sale, 22nd, 29th at 10 a.m. Let's go take a look. Yeah. Monster Hunter Rise for $20. Destiny 2, The Wish Queen for $20. Grand Theft Auto Freemium Edition for $15. Damn it, this sale's gonna end like right after I need it. Cooperative, 14 online. Zomboid. I don't know. I just couldn't get into that game. I think we'll select the good. Conan Exiles. Age of Sorcery, Guild Wars 2, End of Dragons, DC. Suspectory, Skiro for 30. Arma 3, Gunfire Reborn. But I'm trying to get to Grid on Deck, Strategy, Cooperative Anime, Adventure, Open World, Virtual Sci-Fi, Fighting, Cooperative, Adventure, Horror, Sci-Fi, but no RPG at all. No RPG? Come on, RPG, man. Role-playing, there we go. Autumn sale for role-playing. Remake Intergrade is Oblivion. Caves of Good will be is how much? I mean, how much is this right now? Worm Unlimited, $30. But see, on your wish list, yeah. Yeah, Worm Unlimited. I have Fallout, or no, I don't have Fallout 4. Inquisitor and Caves of Cud. It's cheaper right now. How much for Caves of Cud? How much for this right now? $18. God damn it, man. I'm not paying that. It's a one-player game. No thanks. So there's some good stuff here, but I think I will fire up Dragon's Dogma. There's another one I want to see. I was just thinking about that would be really good with. See, Caves of Code would be. So like I want to go into accessibility. Right? Accessibility services, accessibility. Yeah, speech settings, right? Voice access. Modern voice commands with you dictate to us currently available in the startup voice settings to your PC. Voice typing. Dictate text with your voice. Windows speech recognition. Classic voice computer dictate text. Let's say I'm looking for a sound. Say I'm looking for in accessibility. I want a narrator. Keyboard shortcut for the narrator press the Windows logo key, Control Enter to turn the narrator on and off. So, narrator. Will narrator work for games? Will Microsoft see? I gotta Google it here, but will Windows narrator work for games? Games. Text to speech or narrator on there. There it is. Through the reads text buttons and other elements. If I use a control person to hold the Xbox. Ooh, maybe it will work. But the only time it is on when I'm playing Forza 4. I'm on a Windows set. I'm going to control it's turned off. Where else can I look? It's driving me crazy. It's going to have to turn on everything. So it would be cool if it would work. In the respect that certain games, like for instance, but I don't know. I want to try something else like that, like a screen reader on a game that I already have, but I don't know what it would be. We should go into. No, I can't do cloud gaming for that per se, but let us try. You say that the key get control. Oh, okay. Wow, that enter, right, so.
Narrator dialog, skip for now, button, Alt plus S, alert, OBS WebSocket integration now requires OBS WebSocket plugin v5. If you, alert, this thread is locked from future replies, group, this thread is locked. You can follow the question or vote as helpful, but you cannot reply to this thread.
Select a natural voice to install window. Microsoft Aria, Microsoft Jenny, Natural, English, United States, Female, 12.38 megabytes, 3 of progress status, 0%, installing natural voice, window, cancel, button. Progress
status, 100%, settings window, add natural voices, add button. New notification from Microsoft Store, Microsoft Jenny, Natural, English, United States. Just got installed, check it out. 1 of 1 window. 3 all control details, verbosity 3 all control details, 3 of 5 selected. Verbosity level, 5 all text 2 immediate context, context level for buttons and controls, 2 immediate context, combo box, collapsed.
Caps lock or insert.
Caps lock or narrator key, caps lock or insert, combo box, collapsed. Settings window, read it, mouse mode on.
Font Sego UI variable, size 14, screen. Font Sego UI
read and interact, mouse mode off. Read and interact with the screen using the mouse, toggle switch off. Exiting narrator.
Cool. So Now I want to go in and see if I can just get a fucking read on. Now I want to repop Pentiment. Right. Your game needs an update. Why would Pentiment need an update? 2.4 gig update. What? I was just playing it. What are you talking about? Update? Yeah, you need to get that horrible sound. Maybe they just patched it for the horrible sound. Maybe they fixed the horrible sound, huh? Using a key, the 3 certain principal not your new keyboard. I'm just going to block this with the be revived by a new post. That's a cool little tool that I do want to use, I think. Why would Pentiment need a patch? Maybe they patched that terrible shit where that, like, sound was driving me crazy. Maybe they patched it. It might actually be really cool. There's a lot of changes, like, and stuff, I guess, maybe. What are we patching Pentiment for? That's kind of crazy. Well, alright. So, play Pentiment, I guess. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, nah. So what else did we do here?
Language. Resolution. Master volume. High contrast.
What did we touch?
Voice assist. No. Tech. High contrast.
Okay, so go back in, but I'm curious.
Agnes.
Like,
Options.
what happens if I,
language. High contrast. Text. Photosense. Note. Voice assist. Note. High context. Note. Voices. Microsoft. Off.
Off, right? And then I go. What is it? It's like.
Starting narrator heading level 1. Welcome to narrator. This is narrator home, where you can get help, access your settings window, narrator toggle switch on.
Yeah, I'm looking for
narrate. Start window, search box, add pop-up window, test settings window, volume, adjust the output, mute volume button.
the
screen reader, adjust the output volume, slider, 60%, 41, 39, 30, 34, 35.
That seems pretty good. Yeah, there you go.
Narrator heading level 1, Pentiment, D, A, D.
Why would I need...
Narrator 2, narrator heading level 1, welcome to narrator. This is narrator home, where you can get help, access your settings window, narrator toggle switch on. Verbosity level 5 all text details, 5 of combo box, narrator toggle switch on. Narrator, Pentiment, D.
That's unfortunate. You can't make it work for them.
Settings window, D. Default audio device, select, narrate, settings window, narrator toggle switch on. Have narrator announce when I type, show all settings, button collapsed. Show all settings, toggle key, words, letters, number, show all setting, Pentiment.
Empty big.
Exiting narrator. Starting narrator heading level 1. Settings window, narrator toggle switch on.
Oh.
Narrator heading level 1. Set, new twist, narrator, settings window, narrator toggle switch on. Start window, search box, edit. Pop-up test, settings window, volume, screen reader, adjust the output, screen reader button collapsed, screen reader button default, selected. Apps, input device, default, selected. Apps, default, apps, input device, settings window, volume, narrator, pentiment. Settings. Narrator head, pentiment. Narrator heading level 1. Welcome, settings window, narrator toggle switch on. To immediate context, selected. Context level for buttons and controls, 1 text only, selected. Verbosity level, combo box, 1 text only, collapsed. Mouse mode, new pentiment. Settings window, key, pentiment. Settings window, read and interact with narrator cursor, move my text cursor with read and mouse mode off. Read and interact with the screen using the mouse, toggle switch off. Narrator toggle switch on. Pentiment. Settings window, narrator toggle switch on. Pentiment. Settings. Text to skip to main content community. Pentiment. Exiting narrator.
Speechify, text-to-speech, yeah. See, it's online, it's a Chrome extension, and it's like a voiceover generator. What is a voiceover generator? Oh, yeah, I don't think so. No, so, I mean, it's cool. And it's a good little bit, but I don't believe the text supports what it is I want to do. I don't know how bad I wanted this, but I do. All the reading is literally work if I can get a machine to do it. Okay, complete guide to the narrator. Wow, so can I just...
Start link, skip to main content. Skip to main content support. Enter list, Microsoft 365 Office. Windows Surface Xbox. Black Friday deals by Microsoft 365. Exit list and device. Windows link Word doc. Complete guide to narrator Microsoft support. Is a screen reading app that's built into Windows 11, so there's nothing you need to download or install. This guide describes how to use Narrator with Windows so that you can start using apps, browsing the web, and more. Link Word doc. Complete guide to Narrator Microsoft support. And available. Using chapter what's enter list link heading level 2 table of contents link disability answer dash Pentiment settings window exiting narrator.
This tech hasn't gone this far. Yeah. Seeing AI. Seeing AI after as Microsoft the bridge to get the power of the cloud and the edit delivered intelligence sent to help you navigate your Seeing AI. Seeing AI free is free that narrates the road that does the blind, the low vision. Oh, cool. So hey, what about the lazy? Can we? I mean, I admit it, I'm lazy, but I mean, I really like especially in front of the camera, speaks text. Gives 100% of the good person, scene, and describe the scene around you, colors, describes perceived color, light, hammer, handwritten test. It does, cool. So let's see, can we get it free though? Okay, so learn more about Seeing it, download on the App Store. Yeah, I want Seeing AI. Talking camera for the blind. So Seeing as a free that narrates the world with the blind and light is going to open up the visual text and objects, money. See, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, yeah, this, is there somewhere we did, you can probably find something to get a person. Personally, with conditions similar to you, I use Seeing AI and Microsoft on my Pro. As long as the font is really close, as long as the game gives you a limited time to read everything, Seeing AI is helps me quite a bit. Cinema can use will be able to 3D print it. Users and mods of the same how do I game on blah blah platform as a one-arm player? PS5 without the controllers offers we give no use of left hand. Notice the control approach for 3D printed gaming accessories. Taking to having speech read it to you, talking text from games and having to read it to you. Yeah, that was just but I plan on trying something that's readers, sure we'll be able to shed some light how I can get this too. If you use Textractor, you can have all of the game dialogue added to the clipboard as searchable text. But I would do some kind of speech text program that reads off of the clipboard. The REMP engine text extractor, you have all the game dialogue added to the clipboard. REMP engine has text-to-speech support built in for a while with a lot of recent VNs on that engine. If you hit the VQ, they kick in self-voicing mode even if the developers never thought about it or did anything about it. Sometimes this creates a terrible mess. If there's a stop or something, read the whole thing aloud every time the dialogue changes, but for many games it works well though. The REMPI engine has had text-to-speech support built in for a while. The visual novel readers much other, but I will show the VNR is a function to read text lines. Typically used in visual novel games with Japanese text rather than the program copies the block at 10% of the game uses built in just to translate into the language desired. The rest of the clipboard VNR can be output to as a game. I mean, a line of text on other may even show gibberish text on novels, man, special images. The running on VNR can be created because the user program called Fujitsu Atlas, which is not on the market and is obviously the company. From my knowledge, there are also programs for others such as Daisy. Hope it helps. Someone else is a good tool for your purse. Textractor. Let's try Textractor. Textractor. That might be like what I'm looking for here. Articache Textractor extracts text from video. Yeah. Video game text hooker. Yeah. Hey. Cool. So. But I mean, how do we use this? Like, I don't know. It's like Textractor as an open source video game text hooker. Yeah. So like download official stable can be found here. Official stable releases it can be found here. Better sources. Textractor setup.exe. Textractor zip version only. Setup.exe. Yeah. Like maybe this will run. Maybe this will be what I'm looking for. Who knows? We're gonna fire it up and see though. I would like RPG text read for me. So for all users, yeah. And then, run Textractor setup. Yeah. Just, run it. Yeah, we'll just try it. We'll give it a minute. Very good. So, so, and then up here we should see the program that we just installed, which was, I believe, Textractor PST. Oh, you are not there, which is weird because you should be, but it is not. And I don't know where you just stuck it. Where did you stick this? Textractor, huh? You stuck it in let's go search for it here. Search for Textractor. Where was this? Where did you stick this? Desktop. Really? Okay, anyways, platform styles. So, okay, this is it, but there we go. There's the Textractor. Okay, right click to change settings. Click and drag on window edges to move, or the bottom right corner to resize. So, okay, so, or the bottom right corner to resize, right? Yeah, right and click too. So, we can go, like, put you up here, right? Translate to English, translate from blah, translate selected, use rate limiter, API key, Google Translate, cool. regex, attach to game, launch game, configure game, detach from game, forget game, add hook, remove hook, save hook, search for hook, settings, extensions, attach to game. So, and now, I believe Project Home, remove hooks, attach to game, launch game. Stuff from computer. No. I don't want to do it like that now. And then, so we come back. Wait. What did you close? Yeah, you did. So, but you won't do this. See, and I didn't think so. I need you to right. It would normally do it, but I don't think. Use rate limiter, select text thread. I don't know. See, you can't do this, and it's really bad. There's nothing I can do here. So, like, I wish I could get this for games that didn't, like, This is a good program, but it's not, like, amazing. It's sad. It's what we're looking for. Regex filter. What? I mean, I don't even know. Yeah. Just close it. Close all that. I don't care. Yeah, so you're good. I'm gonna come back out of this. I'm just, I was just kind of curious if I could get it to do it. I was really hoping that it would work. I don't know. Let's see if we can launch a game. Okay, yeah, like launch a game like. See, I want to hook. I don't know. Like, so let's try Pentiment and see if we can just launch fucking Pentiment with it. Oh yeah, see, that won't work like that. Yeah. Forget game, add hook, remove hook, save hook, search for hooks, settings, filter reception. This is not too good. This is not what I was looking for. Let me just back out. Go back one and just delete this. Goodbye. Yeah, that was fun, but I mean, that's like screen readers, PC screen reader, right? A screen reader. Like, test screen reader now gets started free. Speechify, complete guide to narrator. So let's stand up a screen reader. 10 free speech readers for blind or visually impaired users. Blindness, whatever text. Essential software. There's NVDA. Welcome to the home of a non-visual desktop assets. This is a free open screen for the Microsoft Windows operating system providing via synthetic braille enables blind or visually impaired to access computers running Windows for no more cost than a sighted person. Major pieces include support from USB drive. Blind software. Serotext system access. This download complete screen reader is being used even outside your business, making one of the quickest ways to getting a screen reader up and running on your system. Serotext system access on the go. Serotext system access Windows. This download one complete screen reader can be used even outside your browser, thus making it one of the quickest ways of getting a screen reader up and running on your system. So do those much cheaper than other screen readers. Apple VoiceOver. Orca. Welcome to Orca is a free open source flexible and extensible screen reader that provides access to graphical desktop via user customized speech braille and magnification. This is a Linux-based screen reader. Royalty, something that's Linux. Web Anywhere screen reader on the go. What is a web-based screen reader for the web? Spoken web. So it's a web portal managing web original online data and testing like news updates. Chromevox, Google Chrome. Chrome is a reader except for visually impaired users. So I mean that's cool, but it's not. Yeah, but this isn't what we're looking for here. So will JAWS run for home, for school, for business, for home, right? Purchasing options, yeah. Downloads on, downloads JAWS, Fusion, Zoom text. Synthesizers, I don't know, man. I just want to read like whatever's on the fucking... PC screen reader for gamers, right? Sure, screen readers include menus, styles, game accessible screen readers, and audio shades. Screen readers are software to screen to read text. Rich work updates as good to emulated games, with the accessibility game and narration. It's just about getting the screen reader on the PlayStation 5. Games that support screen readers. I'm part of this Galaxy line of low vision. These games. How do I get my computer screen reader or text-based game accessibility read speaker AI? Computer screen showing stories. They may have trouble reading to read speaker AI. Well, I learned, and I'm gonna move on now. I realize that I kind of lost my audience here. I'm just sort of like kind of taking a sidestep there, take another look, you know. I don't really understand why I feel like my saves aren't back in my. See, like on my D drive is my backups of my documents folder of my documents folder, which is got a lot of stuff, and I kind of want to like copy that and take it up to my documents folder and replace it. But I see I can't do what's in the documents folder. Where was that? I was just there. It was like backups, documents folder, and then we take all of this and we dump it into copy, and then we come up here and we go to download those documents and we go paste, bitch, all that stuff, and get it in there. It's a lot of stuff. Yeah. God damn it. God damn it. Oh. Absolute order. What do you mean paused? No, just keep going. You're stupid. Yeah. I don't know what like to do about. Oh yeah, the art reason. So okay, we changed the title. And we do Dragons Dogma. Hello.
Hold on a minute. You there?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you talk for a minute or two?
Yes.
Okay, so you've been notified, I filled out your application if you're a student loan forgiveness, and they've forgiven your loan. It's been forgiven, however.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's going to go away eventually.
Oh.
In the meantime, though, it's technically not forgiven until the lawsuits are resolved where they sued Mike saying he didn't have the authority to do this, the Republicans did. And so those court cases will drag well into next year. So he put an announcement out on Twitter yesterday saying that they've suspended all payments because it's not fair to make people make payments on loans that he had intended to forgive and he believes is legally forgiven. And so you don't have to make any payments in that time either until it's resolved.
Oh wow, well that's huge. Thank you. That's. I mean, whatever.
This one, to be honest, though, as a politician, he forgave it. He's the good guy who forgave it. He's fighting it. And the Republicans are trying to stop it. And if they stop it, it won't be his fault for lack of trying. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do. I've always liked Joe. I think he's gotten a lot more done. I think than I'm used to. You know, I'm gonna think back fondly. You know.
He got 500 bills passed last year. You wouldn't know it even from watching our liberal media, but at this point, he's up there with FDR and Lyndon Johnson in terms of the stuff he's gotten done in only 2 years.
Yeah, no, that's the side of it that I did look at. I watched CNN. I used to watch C-SPAN quite religiously, and that was the side of it that I did see. I watched them all go to war over it and and get all this stuff done with the BBB and all that. And, yeah, so. Oh, God.
Yeah, I know. So, I got it, but it's in. And you have to do an interview either in person or by phone between December 5th and December 15th, not sooner and not later. So I figured I'll give you, I printed out the application, and you can do the interview by phone then at your convenience.
Yeah, I'll call between the 5th and the 15th, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you want the responsibility, you can take it, but I'll do anything you want me to do. I don't mind.
Okay. Yeah, I want you to drive to Bellingham for me
Today?
today.
Okay.
No, I can't ask it. All I need is, I've been trying to get basil plants at Trader Joe's for like a week or two, and they sell out every morning because of the holidays.
Mm-hmm.
I called this morning. They only got 5 in today, and they're holding 2 of them for me, but they have to be picked up, or they put them back out.
Yeah.
I ran out of steam. I'm at Hagen right now, and I'm coming home. So Cherry has Toastmasters, so he doesn't want to go to town. Usually he does, but not today. Anyway, think about it. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. I'm going to go in Hagen and get this over with and home and collapse.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Think about it. Going to get basil now. Not doing that. So, what else? I find it like really bad. Let's go look and see what YouTube has about this, because I find it weird that. Sorry about that, by the way. Dragon's Dogma, Dark Arisen, Dragon's Dogma, DA, first time play, right? DA, first time play. Then we're gonna go Control C. Then we're gonna go Dragon's Dog. Dark Arisen. There we go. What? Then we go back to here and we edit, edit and save, and we have changed the title of the stream. Wow, YouTube makes that fairly easy, I believe. So, yeah, and we will fire up the Dragon's Dogma. So, I know that I'm going to eat now. I'm gonna eat like another couple slices of pizza. Quite good. Oh, this is an old game, but a classic, I think. I really don't remember too much about this game, and I'm gonna... Play the story from the beginning. A vast army formed to slay a dragon. Wow, that was really fast. Another place, another life, another child of man blazes your path. Wow. Instant.
How
Graphics
dark it's
good.
got. Have you a light
Oh, look at
source?
that frame rate. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. That's no good. Pause menu. Oh, yeah. Okay, save and quit. Save and continue. Okay. Okay. Ooh, look at the frame rate and the lighting effects, though. Yeah.
The dragon's roost is just beyond. We should hurry.
Yeah, and then, so and that's got to change. So, oh, this might be really fun. So let's go, instead of left alt, toggle walk run should never be on left alt, or wait, left alt, whatever that is. That's caps lock. Toggle walk and run should be on Z. The dash should be on Q. The primary or secondary skill set should be on DIR. And primary skill set, I'm thinking probably 2. Select the keys reserve. No, never mind. I don't know. Leave it on for now. But yeah, no, just leave it on for now. Cool. Let's go do this bitch. I can block now, right? Yeah, I can block. Now the camera, audio, music, sound effects, voice, good. Minimap display, minimap rotation off, connectivity online, any button guide display, status display, vibration on, difficulty settings easy, and video is all the way up. Yeah, so I believe that is it. Actually, everything. I was just, oh yeah, the camera sensitivity should be at 2. No, let's save it. Oh, you are an old game, but I still love you. Okay, and much better, right? I don't know. It's still, no, it's a little, yeah, I don't know. No, yeah, that's a little too low. No, try that. That's a little too low, I would say. Okay. Yeah, I would say that's about right. Yeah, that's about right. Sweet. Greenware-ish.
The bones of still more soldiers. How awful. Best we brought cures for various ailments. They may save our lives. We near our journey's end. The final station of our long struggle.
Wow. All right.
It shows itself. Watch your step.
Our kind is ever ready to fight by the grace of your guidance, Arisen.
Is our valor pit against the worm's evil?
A hobgoblin, Arisen! Be wary! Careful! A goblin!
No interruptions!
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling sick!
We'll rout them in a single charge!
Back to the grave!
Monsters will need a shield in this place.
Strength in numbers, Arisen. Anytime.
Lucky is the
Does
pawn
the feet
able
of
to fight
countless
the arisen
pilgrims
side.
first beat
I
down this
I like
road
the
to
UI a
the temple?
lot.
I feel it close by, Arisen.
The option, take a look at the audio here, man. No, it's alright. It seems quiet though.
Stay ever ready as we advance.
Come on!
Are there no other survivors?
I grant you fire's blades!
Mighty beast. But not the worm. Even in numbers, a weakling is a
Right this
weakling
way.
still.
More bodies. The worm just being at your side.
Strike it when it alights! A flying beast arisen! We have triumphed. Monsters have made a shambles of this place. This way! Hobgoblin. It's a formidable foe. We'll rout them in a single charge! Right now!
A weakling is a weakling still! Fire! Death like Snow harpies! Slay them before
Strike it when it alights!
I grant you fire's blades! I've set its wings ablaze!
Beware the harpy song!
Now! My fire is yours!
Did it!
Snow harpy! I have it!
I'll provoke it!
Within striking range!
Attack, quickly!
I set Just within range of our steel!
Survivors, let's join them. Rain steel upon it!
They're easy prey.
I'll draw its attention! Our goal is ahead.
Arisen! This way, sir! The worm awaits beyond, sir. I should be proud to get it. We'd hidden away here, for fear of the beasts all around.
Arisen. Stay
But
ever
with you,
ready
sir,
as we advance.
we have a chance. Arisen! This
Treasure,
way, sir!
perhaps.
We cannot
Our
suffer
arm.
That's interesting. It pauses it, does it? Curatives and stuff. Yeah, alright.
Is
to work
routed.
any further atrocities.
Tis plain true.
I shall restore your health.
Beyond
Hold
that
on.
grand door, the dragon makes its roost.
I feel it close by, Arisen. Stay ever ready as we advance.
Be rid of the serpent first.
my phone, was it? It felt like a vibration or something there.
They hold the advantage. Continue the attack.
Oh, not too good.
Now choose, flee, or step forth. Take hold of what lies beyond. Claim mastery over the eternal ring.
Yay, achievement. It begins.